Welcome back to Worlds of Protheka audiobooks. And if this is your first time, be warned. Once you step into Protheka, you'll never want to leave. With beasts who will stop at nothing to protect the women they love, and women who are only just finding out what a real man can be, you'll lose yourself in the dark romance of these fantasy stories. To bring you these free full audiobooks, we have to listen to this platform's guidelines, and they say that Protheka's steamiest scenes aren't allowed. But you can still get them from the unabridged version of any Prothekan audiobook. All you have to do is go to worldsofprotheka.com. With promo code YouTube30, we're offering you the opportunity to get 30% off of any audiobook, ebook, or bundle. We appreciate you subscribing to the channel, as it makes bringing these free full audiobooks to you possible. Don't forget to like and comment to let us know what you think. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this story is just the beginning. Chapter 1. Shalom. I shiver, feeling cold as I stare around the room. All the other women are either sitting nearby or being checked out by a doctor, and all of us look the same. Dirty, battered, and scared. The other humans and orcs around the room seem different than the ones back in my old settlement. Nicer. But I still don't know if I can trust them. They saved us from the orcs that had been keeping us, abusing us. They told us they were called the Burning Sun Clan and that we were safe with them. But what if we just traded one horrible clan for another? What if this one is even worse? I look down at my very pregnant body, wondering how that could be possible. I place a hand on my belly. It's already huge, at month 7. I can't even imagine how big it'll be by month 9. When I look at it, I feel a huge wave of sadness, disappointment, shame, pretty much every bad emotion I associate with my pregnancy. A tear falls down my face just thinking about the orc who forced this on me, changing my life forever. I have no idea what I'm going to do, or what I can do. I just know that whatever happens, my future is bleak. I don't have the means to take care of this baby. I'm only 18 years old. And even if I did, how could I look at it every day, knowing how it came to be? How could I not associate its existence with him? Hi, have you been looked at yet? I look up at the human woman standing in front of me. She smiles softly, giving off the illusion of kindness. No, I haven't. Why don't you follow me? I'll get you checked out. I'm Bonnie, by the way. Shalom, I say, introducing myself. Right this way, she says, pointing. I follow her to an exam table, where I struggle to get onto it. She reaches out to help me, but I get situated before she can, which I'm thankful for. I don't like people touching me. How are you feeling? Is there anything I should know about, other than your pregnancy? I shake my head. Are you sure? Bonnie asks. No cuts or bruises? No infections? No, nothing like that. I can't meet her eyes. Eye contact is hard for me, and I'm used to keeping my head down. How are you feeling right now? I shrug. I'm okay. Tired. May I ask how far along you are? I pause, dreading this conversation. I much prefer to just pretend this baby doesn't exist. 7 months, I finally say. Can I check out your belly? I pause again, internally cringing. But I must cringe on the outside too, because she lowers her voice, speaking softly to me. It's okay. I'm not going to hurt you. No one here is. You're completely safe. All we want to do is help you. I look at her. Her eyes are calm and reassuring. She seems like a truly nice person, without a bad bone in her body. Eventually, I nod. You can look at it. Okay, I'm just going to roll up your shirt then. If you feel uncomfortable at any point, just let me know and we'll stop. Her hands are cold on my belly, but I allow her to feel around. I'm not even aware of the tears running down my face until one of them rolls off and drops down onto my exposed stomach. Bonnie glances up at me, a worried look on her face. You can talk to me, Shalom. I'm here for you. At her soothing tone, the tears flow even faster. I don't know what to do, I tell her. She rolls my shirt back down. About your baby? I nod. I understand. And you're not the only one, so don't think you're alone in this. But you do have options. Would you like to hear about them? I wipe a tear from my face. Yes, I answer. Well, Burning Sun is going to take care of all of you and your children, so you do not have to worry about that. Whatever you decide, we will be helping you. You're already very far along, so you will have to give birth. Even if it were earlier, an extraction would be too dangerous anyways. I wipe another tear, meeting her gaze as she talks. But that does not mean that you, Shalom, have to keep and raise this baby. Children are very precious these days. We have many wonderful families who would love the chance to adopt your baby if that's the route you choose. I hadn't even thought of adoption. It just didn't occur to me that there were people out there that would be willing to take in a child that was not their own. I cry even harder, and I'm not even sure if it's from sadness or relief at this point. But eventually, I nod again, regaining my composure. I want that. I want to give my baby up for adoption. I just can't do this. Bonnie places a hand on my arm, and her touch is actually comforting. I don't feel the need to shy away from it. I understand completely. We will help see you through your pregnancy, and when the time comes, we'll have your baby brought to the orphanage. It's an amazing place, and the people that work there are truly wonderful. They'll help find your baby a good, loving home. Thank you, I say, doing my best to offer her a smile. You're welcome, Shalom, and anything you need at all, baby-related or not, I am here for you. We all are. For the first time since being rescued, I'm actually starting to believe it, that I really might be safe here. I look around at the other women in the room, a few of them holding their children. Maybe we don't have to be scared anymore. I want more than anything for that to be true. But I'm still scared to fully let my guard down, to fully believe it, lest I be disappointed. But isn't that just letting them win? The orc clan who beat us and used us as they pleased. If I let my fear of them follow me for the rest of my life, then did I ever really escape? I want to be happy, to move past all of this. I just don't know how I'm going to do that. But maybe this is the start. Okay, Shalom. It's getting to be that time. You're going to need to start pushing, Bonnie says from in front of me. She's between my legs, her gentle hands on my ankles. I don't know if I can, I say, gasping as another wave of pain hits me. I know, it sounds impossible, but you have to, or this baby can't come out safely. I take a deep breath, holding it, before letting it out. Then, I close my eyes and start to push. Good, that was very good. Now I want you to only push when I tell you to, okay? I don't want you to overexert yourself. Okay, I gasp. All right, now give me another small one. I do as she says, pushing again. And for the next hour, I repeat the process, over and over. You're doing amazing, and you're getting really close. It won't be much longer now. I start crying. I can't help it. It hurts so bad, and I feel so overwhelmed. All of this is too much. Are you okay? Do you need anything? I shake my head. No, I just need this to be over. You're getting there, sweetie. Can you give me a big one? I push hard, sweat rolling down my forehead. Only a couple more. Bonnie's voice is like a beacon, guiding me through this labour. I listen to her, doing everything she tells me. Okay, Shalom, this is it. One more big push, just like the others. But don't go any harder, or you'll hurt yourself, okay? I breathe in and out, gripping the bed, as I push one last time. I feel it, the moment it's out of me. The emptiness. Not just in my body, but in my heart. I feel cold and numb. You did it! We have a beautiful, healthy baby boy, Bonnie tells me. It's all over now. We just have to clean you up and then you can rest. Rest. That sounds amazing right now. I could sleep for a whole week straight, I think. The baby starts crying, pulling me out of my thoughts. I look away from Bonnie. I don't even want to look at it. I can't. As it continues crying, I'm tempted to peek, but I force myself not to, staring instead at a chair next to my bed. Tears spill out, blurring my vision anyways. Get it out, please, get it away from me, I sob. Okay, I'll go take it to the nursery. I'll be right back. I see her start to leave the room out of the corner of my eye. Wait! I shout, still not looking. Yeah? Please, just make sure it has a better life than I did. Just make sure it's safe and loved. Of course. And I start. I pause, unsure if I should ask. Can I please name him? I want him to be called Thomas, after a man who showed me kindness. I want him to live a life full of kindness too. Of course, Thomas is a beautiful name. Thank you, I managed to say. I feel so weak all of a sudden, I can barely keep my eyes open. Bonnie leaves the room, and I finally turn my head towards the door, staring at the place where she had been standing. My eyelids flutter closed, but just before I drift off, one last thought repeats in my mind. I hope Thomas has a better life than me.
Chapter 2. Harlore. Walking through town, I feel tired. It was a long day of work, and all I want to do is get home and sleep. It's been 2 years since I integrated into the Burning Sun clan, working as a foot soldier. So far, I really like being here. I was born into the Nightshade clan, so it's definitely very different here. I'm good at my job, especially when it comes to strategizing. That alone has already made me very valuable to this clan. I would even go as far as to say that coming here may have been the best decision I ever made. I walk along the road, past a park where children are playing. They're playing a game that looks similar to tag, chasing each other around and screaming. "Hey, that's not fair!" one of them screams, barreling towards his friend. "You can't do that! It's not your turn!" another kid shouts. I can't help but smile at the sight. They look like they're having fun, and it's cute how competitive they are. Children here have it a lot better than in some other places. Burning Sun seems like a safe environment for them to grow up around. They're very lucky, although not all the kids here have it that easy. Since being here, I've learned that there's a decent number of children without a family at all. The clan has rescued most of them, and so they're at least living a safe life. But they're basically all alone. With no parents, they're at a disadvantage. It's sad, and lately I've started thinking more and more about it, especially since that number continues to rise. It's hard for the orphanage to find parents for all the kids when they continue to take in more of them. Still better than them being out there on their own, or in a dangerous clan. Burning Sun is just as dangerous as those other clans, but not to their own people, and not to the innocent. Well, for the most part. That's the difference between us and them. That's what makes this a safe haven for many. A few minutes later, I reach my home and walk inside. It's a smaller place, but the ceilings are high to allow all 7 feet of me to walk around comfortably. Typical for an orc home. I only have a few things to do before I collapse in that bed and hibernate till the morning, and I'm counting down the seconds until that moment. After washing up, I eat a moderate dinner. Then I tidy up a bit around the house before making my way into my room. Just as I reach my bed, I hear a knock at my door. I pause, just in case I imagined it, but it happens again. With a groan, I head back out into the main area of the house and open my door. To my surprise, Sela and Veko, my mother and father, are standing outside. But they're not alone. A small boy stands next to them. It's obvious that he's half orc, half human. I've seen enough of them to note the difference. "I wasn't expecting you guys," I say, ushering them in. "I know. I hope it's okay that we dropped by like this, my mother says. Of course, I'm always happy to see you. And who is this you have here? I ask, gesturing to the boy once they're all inside. I shut the door and follow them to my couch. The three of them sit on it, while I sit on the chair next to them. This is Thomas. We've been visiting him in the orphanage for the past 2 months. Hi, Thomas, I say to him. He smiles, but hides a little behind my mother's arm. He's definitely a bit shy. Would you like something to drink or eat? I have some water and some carrots if you'd like some. He nods, so I get up to retrieve them for him. He sits at my kitchen table, waiting for me to bring them. I smile. He's a cute kid, and he's obviously got manners. Most kids would have just waited on the couch. I set a cup of water and a small helping of chopped carrots down in front of him. Thank you, he says. You're welcome, I tell him, before heading back to my chair. My parents watch him for a moment before turning to me. So are you guys thinking about taking him in? I ask in a lowered voice. You said you've been visiting him for 2 months. Actually, my mom starts, sharing a look with my father. We thought maybe you would like to. My jaw drops open for a second, having not expected her to say that. Me? Yes, you, my father says. We know you've been talking about wanting to help the kids. He's a wonderful boy, and his story is quite a sad one. He needs someone, and he deserves that. I'm speechless for a moment. I feel very put on the spot, and I'm not quite sure what to say. I clear my throat, glancing back at the boy. What's his story? My mother's face turns sad. He's been at the orphanage for 3 years now. No one has tried to adopt him. He came from a human woman who was rescued from a very dangerous situation, along with a group of other women and children. She couldn't keep him due to the pain of how he came to be. Well, it's very sad. I will not go into detail about it. I nod, feeling a pang in my heart. To be waiting for 3 years now to get adopted is awful. No child deserves that. The more I think about my parents' suggestion, the more it makes sense to me. I've been saying I want to help, and even earlier today I thought about it. This is a wonderful chance to do that. Besides, it's not like I would be completely alone. My parents are very supportive and active in my life. I would have their help if I needed it. I meet my mother's eyes. She feels very strongly about this, I can tell. I'll get to know him, I say. She grins, immediately standing up and coming over to me. I think this is the right decision. I've been taking him to school some mornings, and I'm doing it tomorrow. Would you like to come with me? Of course, I tell her. Now that that's settled, I get up and sit at the table with Thomas. He's quiet, but very kind. Something about him is so unique, and he seems so smart, so thoughtful. Most kids aren't thinking like this at his age. They're thinking about themselves and focusing on learning. But Thomas is considerate and polite. As we talk, I begin to think that this seems like the right thing to do. I could provide Thomas with a wonderful life and teach him what it truly means to be an orc. I could be a great father and offer him a great support system with my parents as well. Just before they're about to leave, I lean down so that I can be closer to his eye level. I reach out and tousle his hair a bit, smiling at him. Thomas, would you prefer to come live here instead of at the orphanage? He takes a moment before nodding enthusiastically. I open my arms out for a hug, which he accepts. You'll have to go back tonight, but tomorrow we'll see about bringing you here, okay? He nods again. I stand back up and turn to my mother. I'll see you in the morning, and then maybe we can take a trip to the orphanage after dropping him off. I'm looking forward to it, she says. The three of them leave, and I just stand there watching them walk down the street. What the hell just happened? I basically just agreed to adopt a child. It takes a long time for my heartbeat to calm down, for me to feel tired enough to go to sleep, despite how exhausted I was earlier. It's definitely fast to make a decision like this, but right now I just can't see the harm in it. I wanted to help, and this is my opportunity to do that. The next morning, I meet my mother and we walk Thomas to school. When we arrive, I say goodbye to Thomas and tell him that I'll see him when he gets out. He's still shy, but he smiles at me before going to stand in line with his class. As you can see, he doesn't really socialize with the other kids, my mother explains. It worries me. He's quiet, and he doesn't really mix well with others like a typical child. I watch him, standing alone in the back while the rest of the kids chat with each other. But I'm not worried like my mother is. He's just had a hard life, and when you grow up like he has, things like socialization don't come as naturally. He probably just feels like an outsider. And that's something that can be mended over time. He just needs to be shown that he can do it. He'll be okay, I state. I'm sure of it. You seem happy, my mother says. I look at her, sitting next to me on the bench. She beams back at me, her eyes bright as the sun shines down on us. You think so? She bobs her head up and down. I do. You remind me of how your father was when you were young. That makes me so happy to hear. More than she knows. I look back at Thomas, who's playing on the playground. He's with 2 other kids, and though he's still a bit timid, at least he's playing with them. And he even seems to enjoy it. It's been 2 months since I took him in. Since then, things have changed drastically. Thomas is already much happier, and the 2 of us have grown close. It's obvious that he trusts me, and I couldn't be more grateful for that. I thought it would take a lot longer for us to create a bond, for him to open up to me. And while it wasn't instantaneous, it certainly hasn't been at a standstill. Every day, it feels like we get closer. Thomas runs up to me, out of breath. Allore, can we stay a little longer? My friend wants to keep playing. I grin. Of course we can, as long as you'd like. He thanks me and runs back to his friend. As I watch him play, my heart is so full. I've never felt anything quite like this before. I think maybe this is what it feels like to be a father. And I think maybe this is exactly what I was meant to do.
Chapter 3. Shalom. It's so hot today, I mutter. I set my shovel down and swipe my arm across my forehead to remove the sweat that's built up there. I know. Been a while since we had one like this. Aha agrees. I'm used to the heat, having lived here a while now, but some days it gets to be too much, and this is definitely one of those days. I allow myself a break, finding a shaded spot nearby. Aha and Lyric, my co-workers, join me shortly after. How much longer do we have? Lyric asks. The shifts are about half over, Aha answers. That's it. Lyric gives us an incredulous look. It feels like we've been out here all day. I nod. We should all take our breaks soon. We need the energy boost from lunch and a cool drink of water. Agreed. Where's Janice? Aha asks. She's probably dying out here. Oh, didn't you hear? She gave birth a couple days ago, Lyric tells her. No, I had no idea. Oh gods, I'm so happy for her. Me too. She's going to be such an amazing mother. I think you're right. I've never seen anyone more excited to be a mum, Aha states, smiling fondly. How long is she going to be gone for? Well, she had a bit of a difficult birth, so she said it might be longer than normal. She's okay, but she just needs a longer rest. Oh, I'm glad she's okay. That's so scary. Aha nods. It really is. But she seemed okay. She's very happy. Is it a boy or a girl? A boy, he's so beautiful. My eyes snap to Aha. I'm happy for Janice, I really am. She's a great friend and co-worker, and what's not to be happy about? But at the mention of a baby boy, I can't help but think of my own. Thomas. I do my best not to think of him often, as it only hurts me more. But sometimes that's impossible, especially in conversations like these. I can't wait to meet him, Lyric says. I'm going to bring her some things tomorrow afternoon. I'm sure she wouldn't mind if you came with me. Oh, I'd love that. What are you bringing her? Well, I wanted to make her something once I found out it was a boy. So I'm sewing a couple things for him. 2 little shirts and 1 blanket. I already finished the shirts and I'm almost done with the blanket. I get up and excuse myself. I love Aha and Lyric so much, and it's nothing against them, but I just can't listen to them talk about this anymore. It's too hard for me. Back at my previous spot, I pick my shovel back up and kneel on the ground. Today, we're planting seeds for some vegetables that will sprout in a couple months. After digging some holes that I space evenly, I reach into my seed bag and divide them into the holes. Once that's done, I use my shovel to move the dirt back over the seeds. I hate planting days. It's much more taxing than picking the fruits and vegetables once they're ready. The digging is what really gets your hands cramping and your back hurting. It's much easier to pick something off of a bush or tree. Despite being away from the conversation, I still can't get my mind off of Thomas. Once I let my thoughts go there, it's difficult to pull myself out of them. Sometimes I wonder if I did the right thing back then, if I should have been stronger and kept him. I have to remind myself that what I did was strong. I knew that I wouldn't be able to give him the life he deserved, and so I gave him up so that he could be with someone who could. Unfortunately, I don't actually know if or when he got adopted. I never checked, and I couldn't bring myself to ask anyone. But I choose to believe that he was taken in by a wonderful family, and that he's living a happy life. Over the years, I've avoided going anywhere that kids might be. I know that the chances of it are rare, but I'm terrified of running into him. What if he looks exactly like me? Or what if he looks like him? I swallow hard just thinking about that. Letting out a sigh, I set down my shovel again. This day is starting to go in an unpleasant direction for me. I need to get away from this thought process. I know exactly how far it can make me spiral, and I'd like to avoid that. It's sad that I can't think of Thomas without it becoming a whole thing, without it making me depressed. And I hope that one day I'll be healed enough to not let it do that to me. I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that I feel guilty for it, ashamed. Sometimes I wish it could have been different, even though I know that I'm not equipped to raise a child, even with help from burning sun. But I'd be lying if I said I never imagined what life would be like right now if I'd kept him. It's even part of the reason I avoid the orphanage, or parks, or the schools. Because I'm scared that if I saw him, I'd want to take him back. Hey, do you think you could take some supplies back to the canteen? Are you stopping there for lunch soon? Aha asks. I look up at her, squinting from the bright sun. Yeah, of course. Actually, I was just about to go for my break. Thank you so much. I just have 1 bag that needs to go back, and the rest can be taken later, she explains, setting the bag on the ground near me. Are you taking your break soon? I ask. No, I think I'm going to go for a bit longer. It just feels better to come back from lunch and not have that much longer to go. I hear ya. All right, well, I'll take this with me. Thanks again. Once alone, I close up my bag of seeds and stand up, picking up the bag Aha left. Thankfully, it isn't heavy at all. I slip it over my shoulder and begin walking to the canteen. Usually it's a pretty short walk, but today, work is being done on our usual route there, so we all have to take a detour. Sadly, this path takes much longer, which is probably why Aha didn't want to take multiple trips back and forth to drop off all of our supplies. This path also takes us by one of the schools. Thankfully, when I walk past, no one is outside. At the canteen, I drop off the bag and head to an empty table. I brought a sandwich today, same as always. As I chew, it's pretty bland. It's just meat and cheese in between some bread, but it's all I can afford. For dinner, I usually let myself have something a little better, though it's hard to splurge on the good seasonings. I don't mind living a simpler life, not being able to afford the good stuff. It's important to stay humble. Of course, I wish I was doing a bit better, but it doesn't bother me too much. In my mind, I'm living the life I deserve. Nothing more, nothing less. Do you mind if I sit here? A girl asks. I've seen her around, but we've never talked. I tend to keep to myself. The people I do consider friends, I don't even really see outside of work. Go ahead. I was actually just about to leave. I gotta get back out there so the other girls can take a break. She smiles up at me as I rise from my seat. I hope the rest of the day goes by quickly for you. I hope so too, I say, before turning around and walking out. She seemed nice. I should try talking to her more. The walk back to the field seems even longer than the walk to the canteen, even though I'm taking the same route. Sometimes I hate taking lunches for this reason. It's harder to get back out there after you get to sit in the nice, cool cafeteria. To pass the time quicker, I start to think about what I'm going to make for dinner. Maybe some rice and chicken. I have salt and a couple other things I can season the chicken with to make it taste better. Thomas! My head snaps up and I look all around. At first I think I'm going crazy and I'm hallucinating, but then I spot a woman standing under a tree a couple feet away. She's looking up into it and she's obviously distressed. Thomas, it's not safe to be up there. You need to stay put until I can get help. I look up into the tree, spotting a small boy. He moves, and before I know it, I'm running, my arms outstretched. The child falls right into my arms. He's heavier than I thought he would be, causing me to stumble when I catch him, a sharp pain shooting up my leg and into my hip. I stare at him, my eyes bulging, my heart racing. He stares back at me with deep brown eyes, the same coffee colour as mine. I set him down immediately, watching him for a moment as he runs back to the woman. I feel frozen, but after a second, I force myself to turn and walk. My hip screams in pain as I limp away, but I ignore it. All I know is that I have to get away from here. Hey, are you okay? The woman shouts behind me. I can get you some help. I wave my hand at her to let her know I'm fine and keep moving. My hands are shaking, and in general, I feel like I'm going to pass out. I'm pretty sure that has nothing to do with the heat, nor the pain in my hip. His name was Thomas, the same as my son, and he had the same colour eyes as me. Granted, it's a pretty common eye colour, but he also looked around 3 years old, which is exactly the age my son would be. It might be crazy, but the panic in me increases as I start to wonder if that was him. After all this time, I finally saw him. Earth is pretty much a desolate wasteland since the orcs came over from Protheka, and being a woman, the best you can hope is to be someone's property. Now, after my curvy body catches Korthar's eye, he'll claim me, and I'll serve him, in any way he pleases.
You're mine now. Listen to this story and more when you get the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka audiobook and ebook bundle.
40 books, 19 audiobooks, 19 ebooks. You even get 1 free novella and 1 free audiobook.
All for a shocking 90% off.
Protheka's magic is eternal, and the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka bundle will bring over 100 hours of that magic to you.
Chapter 4. Allore. It's an early morning shift for me, and I yawn, stretching my massive orc arms above my head as I make my way through the burning sun settlement. The morning sun beats down, but it's welcomed on my tattooed skin. Its warmth feels nice. Despite the early hour, the village buzzes with noise. It's a nice feeling knowing that everyone is enjoying their lives and feeling safe within the settlement. No time to be lazy. I hear a fellow soldier mention to me in a joking way as he sees me take a big yawn. Just enjoying a quiet morning moment before the chaos begins, I reply with a lazy grin on my face. He grunts disapprovingly at my relaxed demeanor, but I don't mind. After the years of conflict our clan has endured, I've learned to appreciate these moments of peace. I'm patrolling the eastern border of our village when I'm approached by a flustered human woman. I think I recognize her, but her name evades me. Allore, it's Thomas's school. We need you to come immediately. My heart lurches. What happened? It's Thomas, please, just come quickly. I don't wait for more details. I break into a run, my mind racing faster than my legs. I imagine every possible scenario, each one worse than the last. The village blurs as I sprint through it, people stepping aside with curious glances. When I finally reach the school, I'm out of breath and my heart is pounding like a war drum. A teacher rushes out to meet me, her face pale and drawn. "Allore, thank you for coming so quickly. What happened? Is Thomas all right?" My voice is harsher than I intend, but I can't help it. The teacher swallows hard, avoiding my gaze. "There was an accident. Thomas fell from a tree during playtime." My blood runs cold. "Fell from a tree?" I echo, struggling to keep my voice steady. "How could that happen?" She wrings her hands, her eyes brimming with guilt. "I was careless. I should have been watching more closely, but he climbed so fast, and before I knew it, he was up there." I take a deep breath, fighting the anger surging within me. "Is he hurt?" The words taste bitter on my tongue. "Fortunately, no," she says quickly, relief washing over her face. "A woman happened to be walking by and saw him fall. She managed to catch him just in time. Thomas is shaken, but he's not injured." The tension in my chest eases slightly, but my anger remains. "You should have been watching," I snap, the words escaping before I can stop them. "I'm so sorry," she whispers, tears now spilling down her cheeks. "It won't happen again." I close my eyes, taking a moment to compose myself. "I'm just worried," I say, my voice softer now. He's everything to me." "I understand," she replies, nodding. "I'll make sure he's safe." I give her a curt nod and rush inside to find Thomas, the weight of the scare still pressing heavily on my heart. I find Thomas sitting on a bench outside the nurse's office, his small frame looking even smaller wrapped in the oversized school jacket. His eyes are red, and he's clutching his hands together tightly. The moment he sees me, he jumps up and runs into my arms. "Allore!" he cries, his voice trembling. I hold him close, feeling his tiny body shake. "Thomas, are you okay?" He nods against my chest, but I can feel the tension in his shoulders. I pull back slightly to look him in the eyes. "Why did you climb the tree, buddy?" Thomas sniffles, wiping his nose with the back of his hand. "My friend wanted fruit from the tree. I thought I could get it for him. I'm a good climber, Harlore. The other kids like me for that." I take a deep breath, my anger melting into concern. "Thomas, it's dangerous to climb trees like that. You could have really hurt yourself." He looks down at his feet, his bottom lip quivering. "But I wanted to help, and I'm not that small, Harlore. I can climb just fine." I sigh, kneeling down to his level. "I know you want to help, and that's a good thing, but you have to be careful. You're still growing, and you need to stay safe. Climbing trees can be risky, especially without someone watching you." I make a silent promise to myself to be more vigilant, to ensure he understands the balance between bravery and caution. "Thomas, it's dangerous because you're still small. You need to be more careful." His face hardens and he shakes his head vigorously. "I just want to help a friend, Allore." I can see the determination in his eyes, but also the tears welling up again. "Thomas, you're growing, but you're not big enough to do everything yet. You have to be patient." His tears spill over, and he swipes at them angrily. "I don't want to be patient. I want to be like you, Allore, big and powerful." I feel a lump forming in my throat as I watch him struggle with his emotions. "Thomas, you will grow up to be strong and brave just like you want. But it takes time." He starts to cry harder, his small shoulders shaking with each sob. "I want to carry my own weapon and fight for the clan. I want to protect you and everyone else." His words hit me like a punch to the gut. I kneel down and pull him into another hug, feeling his tears soak into my chest. "Thomas, you will get your chance to protect us all. But right now, your job is to grow and learn. That's how you'll become strong." He clings to me tightly, his sobs gradually quieting. "I just want to help," he whispers, his voice breaking. I'm taken aback by his words. Thomas, you can do it when you're older, I promise. But the clan is at peace now. We don't have to fight much these days. He sniffles, looking up at me with those big, earnest eyes. But I want to be ready, just in case. I can't help but find his determination both touching and heartbreaking. Despite his small stature and young age, his spirit is mighty. I smile softly, ruffling his hair. You're a brave one, Thomas, and I know you'll be ready when the time comes. But for now, let's focus on keeping you safe and sound. He nods, but I can see the lingering sadness in his eyes. I stand up and take his hand, deciding we both need a change of scenery. Come on, let's get home. As we walk, I notice Thomas still seems a bit down despite my reassurances. An idea pops into my head. Hey, how about we make a quick stop at the bakery? His eyes widen slightly, a flicker of excitement breaking through his gloom. Can we? Of course, I say, squeezing his hand. A little treat might be just what we need. We head toward the village bakery, a cozy little place that always smells of fresh bread and sweet pastries. The familiar streets bring a sense of comfort, and I see Thomas's steps become a bit lighter. As we walk, I keep talking to him, hoping to lift his spirits further. You know, Thomas, being strong isn't just about fighting. It's also about being smart and kind. You're already showing how brave you are by wanting to help others. He looks up at me, his eyes still a bit teary but filled with curiosity. Really? Absolutely, I say, smiling down at him. And sometimes the strongest thing we can do is to wait and learn. That way, when the time comes, we'll be truly ready. Thomas nods thoughtfully, his grip on my hand tightening. I want to be ready, Allore. I want to be the best, so that I can protect and help more. As we approach the bakery, I can already smell the delicious aroma of freshly baked goods wafting through the air. I give Thomas's hand a gentle squeeze. Almost there. Let's get something sweet to cheer us both up. He looks up at me and finally, a genuine smile breaks through. Okay, Harlore. I can't help but feel a warmth spread through me as I watch Thomas. His earlier sadness seems to be melting away with each step, replaced by a lightness that lifts my own spirits. His eyes sparkle with curiosity, and a genuine smile plays on his lips. Just then we bump into a lady who's walking absent-mindedly, her eyes unfocused and her steps hesitant. I instinctively reach out to steady her. My hands brush against her soft human skin, yanking her from the trance that sent her body clanging into mine. She looks up at me, her expression a mix of surprise and something else, something deeper and more complex. Her coffee-brown eyes strike me wordlessly as they dart back and forth with mine. Her eyes then shift to Thomas, and for a fleeting moment, there's an intense, almost pained look in her gaze. She quickly composes herself, but I can see her struggling to mask her emotions. Thomas, too, seems taken aback. He stares at the lady with a look of vague recognition, his brow furrowing slightly. It's as if he's trying to place a distant memory but can't quite grasp it. His mouth opens slightly as if to speak, but no words come out. Instead, he just watches her, his eyes wide and searching. Thomas remains silent, his previous cheerfulness now overshadowed by a look of contemplation. He looks up at me, his earlier joy dimmed by a hint of confusion and something I can't quite read. I squeeze his hand gently, trying to reassure him without words. My mind is racing. Who is this woman? And why did she react so strongly to Thomas?
Chapter 5. Shalom. The village streets stretch out before me, bustling with families and joyful children. I keep my head down, trying to become one with the crowd as I weave between stalls and merchants hawking their goods. I keep walking after nearly hitting a woman and child, my mind flashing back to the incident where I saved that boy from falling from the tree. Hey there, I have the best fish in town. You seem like you'd love it. Want to buy some? A merchant then calls out to me, but I ignore him, my mind preoccupied by other concerns. The merchant, Rorik, frowns as I ignore him. However, I keep moving, remaining silent, which makes it clear that I have no interest in stopping. I wander the dusty pathways aimlessly, my mind cluttered with thoughts of him. The boy I abandoned all those years ago, my son. I glance at the orc children playing nearby and wonder, is he okay? Is he eating enough? Does he have warm clothes for the coming winter? A mother's instinct nags at me, insisting he needs me, but my guilt screams back that I failed him. I never wanted to see those eyes again, the same shape and colour as mine. Never wanted a reminder of the horrors I endured. Yet now something pulls me towards him, draws me like a magnet, even as my feet carry me nowhere. Does he think I never loved him? Will he understand why I had to let him go? The not knowing eats away at my soul. Perhaps just one glimpse, just to be sure he's all right. But no, I gave up that right long ago. Now my empty arms ache for a child that was never really mine to keep. I weave between the quieter alleys, avoiding the main thoroughfares where orc families bustle. The clan has grown so large now, teeming with young ones. It was easy to disappear into the crowds before, anonymous and overlooked. But now I must take care to skirt the edges, evading populated areas lest I stumble upon a familiar face. He is but a babe still, unlikely to wander far without his adoptive parents. In a few years, when he's older, perhaps I will find the courage to seek him out. By then, I hope to have hardened my heart enough to withstand the regrets the sight of him will bring. But not yet. It is too soon. The wounds of my anguish are still raw, my guilt and longing still keen like the day I watched them take him. I tell myself he is better off, that the kindest thing I could do for him was to let him go. Still, the whispers of a mother's love urge me to hold him once more. But I cannot be so selfish. For now I must be content with simply knowing he is safe, even if it means I may never look upon his face again. What should I do? He permeates my every thought, my precious boy. I ache to know. Does he have a loving family? Are they kind to him? Do they soothe him when he cries, sing him to sleep at night? Has he made friends at school? Does he feel happy and safe? A torrent of worries flood my mind. Is he getting enough to eat? Are his clothes warm enough as the cold sets in? What if he gets sick? Oh, to cradle him close just one more time. To brush the hair from his eyes and whisper how cherished he is. I would give anything to see him once more, to etch every detail of his face into my memory. Just a glimpse to assuage a mother's fretting soul. But perhaps it is better not to interfere now that he has a new life. I pray his adoptive parents give him the nurturing I could not. As long as he is all right, I can withstand this gnawing ache in my chest. In time, these wounds may heal and scab over, but there will always be a scar. An empty space where he used to be, now filled with regret and rain-swept dreams of the life we might have shared. Lost in swirling thoughts, I don't notice my feet have carried me close to the bustling bakery until I collide with a sturdy frame. I look up, mumbling an apology, and feel the breath leave my body. An imposing orc towers over me, a small child nestled behind his leg. But not just any child. My child. The one I saved from the tree earlier today. Gods, this has to be him. This is my son. His sweet face still etched into my memory after all this time. Shock grips me and I gasp involuntarily. The orc regards me with concern, oblivious that he holds my heart in his hands. My son looks at me with familiar eyes and points, recognizing me as his saviour from before. But I am paralysed by a storm of emotion, unable to form any words. "Are you all right?" he asks. I try to respond, but my tongue feels thick, my mind foggy. I stutter meaningless sounds, unable to form a coherent sentence under his questioning gaze. My eyes remain fixed on the child beside him, Thomas. His eyes widen in recognition, and he points at me enthusiastically. "It's her," Thomas says, coming out from behind the guard of the orc. Harlore, this lady saved me. The orc's expression morphs to one of gratitude, as he also thanks me again for protecting his boy. Awkwardly, he removes his hand from my low back as I compose myself. Now that I've got a good look at him, I feel a little more at ease. The orc is huge, clearly battle-trained and tested. I like that for Thomas. So I have you to thank for rescuing my boy? My heart clenches. His boy. Thomas chatters happily, innocently inviting me to join them for snacks at the bakery. The orc smiles and echoes the offer. But I stand mute, paralysed by the magnitude of this unexpected reunion. 1,000 words build behind my lips, but none can push through the lump in my throat. I manage to whisper, "It was nothing," in a pitiful, small voice. My eyes burn with the threat of tears. I know if I try to speak further, the dam will break and a flood of anguish will pour forth. So I just shake my head, avoiding the intense stare of the orc. "Harlore," Thomas had called him. Harlore continues watching me curiously, and I squirm under his scrutiny. I force myself to mumble again that I'm fine, even as my hands tremble and cold sweat drips down my neck. I'm afraid if I linger any longer, my composure will crack and the truth will come spilling out. That this child nestled so comfortably next to him is mine, that I ache to hold him just once more. So before Allore can pose another question, I give a jerky nod and turn to flee. Allore calls after me, but the sound is muted by the pounding in my ears. I do not stop, do not dare glance back, until I've left the crushing weight of their presence far behind. I run without direction or purpose, my feet pounding the dirt in sync with my racing heart. The stalls and faces blur, and my vision tunneled to some unseeable point in the distance. Finally, the colourful bakery fades from view, and I slow to a staggering stop, chest heaving. I duck behind a building, obscured from prying eyes, as the tide of emotions I've barely contained crashes over me. Then comes the tears, a deluge of heartache and regret. I sink to the ground and weep. For the baby boy who left a hole in my heart when I said goodbye. For the innocent questions in Thomas's eyes that I may never get to answer. My shoulders shake with the force of my sobs. But somehow, improbably, I also feel a bloom of warmth within my sorrow. My child is alive. The orc who adopted him clearly adores him. Seeing his sweet face again, even briefly, awakens a wellspring of love I thought long dead. When my breathing steadies, I rise on unsteady legs, wiping my eyes with dusty fingers. A bittersweet realization settles over me. Thomas has a good life now. The orc clearly cares for him deeply, his eyes brimming with paternal fondness when he looks at the boy. Thomas is happy and healthy, his basic needs provided for. He has already bonded with his new orc, father. And though it cuts like a knife, I must accept the hard truth. He likely no longer needs me, his biological mother who abandoned him. I imagine the orc tucking Thomas into bed each night, soothing away bad dreams and teaching him right from wrong. My absence has already been forgotten. It's a sobering thought, but brings a measure of peace. Thomas has a real family now. As I picture the orc's strong arms wrapped protectively around my son, I feel the knot in my heart loosen slightly. Perhaps there is still a place for me in Thomas's world, however small. I cling to this fragile hope like a lifeline. But as I straighten my rumpled clothing and dry my swollen eyes, I accept that the best thing I can do for Thomas is to let him thrive with his new family. Without the complications of his broken mother's love to confuse and sadden him, I must let go. Maybe I can learn to be content simply knowing my son is safe, loved and happy. The arms that hold him are safe and strong, even if they aren't mine. I should thank him, I murmur aloud. The orc has done what I could not, given Thomas the loving home he deserves. I may not ever reveal myself as Thomas's true mother, but the least I can do is express my gratitude to the one who has filled the role I abandoned. Perhaps one day I will find the courage to approach the orc and let him know how much it means that Thomas has been so well cared for. For now, I take comfort knowing my son is thriving. This orc saved Thomas in more ways than he knows. As I gather my frayed nerves and chaotic thoughts, preparing to return to my solitary life, I make a silent promise. One day, I will thank Thomas's new father for being the parent I could not be, the one my son needed most. And maybe then this lingering guilt will finally release its grip on my weary soul.
Chapter 6. Harlore. The encounter with the mysterious woman, I believe, has rattled Thomas a bit, and I can see that he is deeply unsettled. Though it was just a moment, her haunting gaze stirred something within him, a strange sense of familiarity, maybe. Who is this woman, and why does he feel such a powerful connection to her sorrowful eyes? I know that Thomas was raised in the orphanage, and probably this is something that he struggles with, so I try to do everything I can to make him feel comfortable and safe. Even though it's been months, he hasn't called me father yet, and I want to get closer to him. Thomas tugs on my arm. Is that lady okay? Why did she run like that? I glance down the busy street, but the mysterious woman has vanished from sight. I'm sure she's fine, I reply gently. She probably just had somewhere important to be. But even as I offer this reassurance, I can't deny the niggling sense of familiarity about her. Those eyes, something in their chocolate depths, calls to me. As I turn them over in my mind, my heart constricts, recalling the profound sadness that shone from their mocha pools. Who is she? And why does gazing into the windows of her soul make my own ache with long-forgotten grief? I want to chase after her, to demand answers for the questions swirling through me. But I force my feet to remain still, sighing out a breath. It's not my place to pry into a stranger's troubles. Beside me, Thomas babbles on innocently, already distracted from his concern. I nod and smile, ruffling his hair, even as my thoughts drift. What troubles weigh so heavily on that woman's slender shoulders? And why do I feel this inexplicable urge to comfort her? Shaking my head, I push the questions away. It's none of my business. I have enough to handle raising this energetic boy. Still, as we walk home, I can't help glancing over my shoulder now and then, hoping for one more glimpse of her haunting eyes. As we amble down the quiet side streets, I find myself gazing down at Thomas, studying his sweet round face. He's been uncharacteristically quiet since our encounter with the mysterious woman. I wonder what could be troubling his young mind. Everything okay, kiddo? I ask. He blinks up at me with those large, innocent eyes and gives a small nod. But I sense a lingering disquiet in him. Before I can inquire further, an enormous yawn overtakes me, cracking my jaw wide open. I chuckle and shake my head. This boy has turned my life upside down, disrupting my leisurely routine of work, eat, and sleep. My precious sleep, so often sacrificed now for lullabies and bedtime stories. I ruffle Thomas's curly locks and he giggles, the gloom fading from his face. How quickly children move between emotions while we adults tend to brood. The wisdom of youth. Another yawn threatens to split my face. Yes, raising a child is tiring work. But as I scoop Thomas into my arms, eliciting a gleeful squeal, I wouldn't trade these sleepless nights for anything. The warmth of his little body against my chest, his tiny hands around my neck. This is worth all the yawns in the world. I kiss his round cheek and breathe in that sweet baby smell. My little guy, my purpose. With Thomas nestled securely in my arms, I make my way home as the sun sinks below the horizon. He is soon fast asleep, worn out from the day's adventures. As we walk, my thoughts keep returning to the sad-eyed woman. There was something so hauntingly familiar in her gaze. And the way she looked at Thomas? Could it be? I frown as a possibility takes shape. Could she be his mother? Is that why her eyes are so filled with sorrow? I glance down at the sleeping boy, taking in his cherubic face. He looks so peaceful, so content. My heart swells with love for him. If that woman is his mother, does she regret giving him up? Long to reconnect, my grip on Thomas tightens instinctively. I will proceed with wisdom and caution, but above all, I must do what is best for Thomas. The boy in question stirs slightly and mumbles in his sleep. I smooth back his unruly curls and hold him close. Whatever challenges we may face, I will protect this child with everything I have. He is my son now. My mind begins to race with unsettling thoughts. What if that woman does have malicious intent? Could she be trying to get close to Thomas for some nefarious purpose? I sink into the chair beside his bed, watching the steady rise and fall of his small chest. He looks so peaceful, so innocent, so blissfully unaware of the potential danger. My heart clenches at the thought of anyone trying to hurt him. If she is his mother, perhaps she harbors resentment toward the child she gave up. Maybe she blames him for her own misfortunes. Or worse, what if she has fallen in with some unsavory characters who wish to use Thomas for their own ends? As an innocent child, he would be easy prey. My shoulders tense as I imagine shadowy figures lurking in wait, planning to snatch my boy away in the dead of night. No, I must not let paranoia overtake me. Not yet. I have no evidence of ill intent, only speculation born of fear. But fear can be a wise counselor too, cautioning us against complacency. I must be vigilant, watchful. If that woman attempts to insert herself into Thomas's life, I will need to act swiftly and decisively to protect him. For now, I can only keep him close and shelter him from unseen threats. But should harm come knocking, they will find me ready and willing to fight tooth and nail to keep this child from danger. He is my son, and I will destroy anything that tries to take him from me. I know I cannot let this go. I need to find out who this woman is and what she wants with Thomas. But investigating her directly could raise alarms and push her into action. No, I need to be stealthier about this. Fortunately, I know just the person for a covert operation, my friend Julio. As a human who lives amongst both races, he has connections across orcs and humans. His knowledge is unparalleled. He can find out anything about anyone. For the right price, of course. But no, it's too soon to involve Julio. I don't even have a name or solid lead for him to pursue yet. Reaching out now would be premature. I need to gather some preliminary facts first. Perhaps I could discreetly observe this woman myself if I spot her near our home again. Trace her steps, note who she interacts with, see if I can discern her intentions just through casual surveillance. Or maybe I can make some cautious inquiries around the settlement to find out if she's been seen here frequently and if anyone knows anything about her. Though I'll need to do so subtly, without revealing the truth of my concerns. I sigh, scrubbing a hand down my face. Investigating her won't be easy or straightforward. But for Thomas's sake, I have to unravel this mystery woman's story. I will bide my time for now, watch, and wait. After some moments thinking to myself, I can avoid it no longer. I need help. Composing a note for Julio, I send it on its way for a bird to come and deliver. As I watch the bird fly away, I can only hope that he'll be able to help me. Still, my mind churns with uncertainty. If she is Thomas's mother, what then? I cannot deprive the boy of a relationship with his real family. Can I? But what if she tries to take him from me? The thought makes my chest constrict painfully. And if her intentions are malicious, I cannot let her hurt Thomas, no matter what. I must prepare for either outcome, for a painful separation if she is benevolent, or a fight to protect my son if she is sinister. No path before me is clear or easy. But in the end, Thomas's well-being is all that matters. If reuniting with his mother is best for him, I will bear that heartache. And if shielding him from harm means standing between them, then so be it.
Chapter 7. Shalom. The yearning to see my son again consumes every waking thought. Though I gave him up years ago, the ache to lay eyes upon his precious face, to know he is truly safe and loved, overwhelms me. I need to see my boy, even if just for a moment, I murmur, determined to find a way of being close to him again. My hands tremble at the mere notion of catching a glimpse of how much he has grown. I imagine watching from the shadows as he plays, seeing the bright shine of joy on his beautiful features. Just witnessing his laughter and carefree spirit would be a soothing balm for my anguished soul. Perhaps I could even find a way to interact with him unknowingly, to experience his sweet innocence firsthand. I can barely read or write, so becoming a teacher is out of the question. But maybe I can volunteer at his school, just to be close to him. My mind spins with possibilities. I know they are always desperate for an extra set of hands with the rambunctious little ones. I could help out in the classroom or monitor the playground during recess. Just to catch a glimpse of his smiling face would send my soul soaring. This could be my only chance to see how much he's grown, to know that he's safe and happy. My hands tremble at the very notion. It's reckless, I know, but I cannot stop myself. I need to be near him again, if only for a moment. I will go to that school and offer my time and effort. I'll tidy up the rooms, organise books, anything they need. And maybe, just maybe, I'll get to see my beautiful boy once more. Even if he doesn't know I'm his real mother, it will nurture my weary spirit to ensure he is well. This may be my only hope of setting eyes on him again. I tell myself I will simply watch him from a distance. I won't interfere with his life or let him know who I am. He has a loving orc father now. It's for the best that I stay quiet. But my yearning to speak to him, to hear his voice, overwhelms me. I want to know everything about his life. Does he have friends? What are his favourite activities? Is he eating well and sleeping soundly? I want to ease the constant ache in my heart, to know firsthand that my boy is thriving. I know I shouldn't meddle, but I cannot stop these urges. When I see his sweet face across the playground, hear his joyous laugh, my resolve weakens. I imagine scooping him into my arms, telling him how much I love him, how I've never stopped thinking of him since the day I let him go. No, I must stay back, remain silent. He is content, and that is all that matters. But the temptation to hear him say "Mama" just once is too powerful to deny. I tell myself a quick hello won't hurt, just this small moment, and then I'll disappear from his life once more. I repeat this frantic mantra, but my thundering heart drowns out these rational thoughts. I cannot stop myself. I need this more than air. I rummage through my meagre wardrobe trying to find something presentable to wear. My hands tremble as I smooth out the wrinkles in my faded dress. This is the nicest outfit I own. I tuck my frizzy hair behind my ears and pinch my cheeks, hoping to give them a rosy glow. I'm a jittery mess, wringing my hands and pacing around my tiny cottage. In just an hour I'll be face to face with my son. Will he even recognise me? My stomach twists in nervous knots. I wish I had something better to wear, but this old dress will have to do. I just want to look like I have my life together when I see him again. I sit on the edge of my cot, leg bouncing up and down. I can't stay still, consumed by anxious excitement. I wonder if he'll be happy to see me or if he'll shy away from the dishevelled stranger claiming to be his mother. I shake away these ominous thoughts. All that matters is that I'll get to see my beautiful boy again, even if only from across the classroom. Just knowing he is safe and cared for will begin to unclench my weary heart. I take a deep breath and smooth my dress once more. It's time. On unsteady legs, I make my way to the school, ready to lay eyes on my son. My heart pounds as I walk through the doors of the school. I approach the teacher in charge and explain I'm here to volunteer in the class. She smiles warmly and leads me down the hall. My breath catches in my throat as we enter the cheerful classroom. And there he is, my beautiful boy. He's sitting at a table, colouring intently alongside his classmates. I'm frozen, just drinking in the sight of him, when his eyes suddenly meet mine. His face lights up with joy, and before I can react, he's rushing towards me at full speed, as he remembers me for saving him from the fall. He wraps his little arms around my leg in a tight hug. I stiffen in shock, tears stinging my eyes. I gently pat his head as he looks up at me adoringly. I manage an awkward smile, overcome with emotion. My breath catches as the sweet boy looks up at me with a smile. "It's you again!" He lifts his arms towards me. "Can you carry me?" he asks. I hesitate only a moment before sweeping him up. His little body feels so fragile as I gently set him back in his chair. My pounding heart aches, knowing I'll never get to hold him as my own. As I turn to leave, his small hand grabs mine. "You're my hero," he proclaims with innocent joy. I squeeze his hand lightly, blinking back bittersweet tears. This boy doesn't know I'm his mother. To him, I'm just a caring stranger who kept him from harm. It pains me that I can't reveal the bond we share, but his safety and joy are all that matter. I vow to watch over him from the shadows, ensuring no darkness touches his life. I etch this moment in my heart, his bright smile aimed at the woman he only knows as his hero. Though it cuts deeply that I cannot claim him as my darling child, I will be content knowing my son sees goodness in this world. As I set him back in his chair, I gently tell him, "Be a good boy and listen to your teacher, okay?" My voice cracks with emotion as I smooth his hair. He looks up at me with his big, trusting eyes. "I promise I'll listen." Then he tilts his head thoughtfully and asks, "Will you eat snacks with me later?" My heart aches. I want nothing more than to sit by his side, sharing laughter and sweet treats. But I know I can't overstep this delicate boundary. Still, the yearning in his voice tugs at my soul. Should I allow myself even this small extra moment with him? The teacher might be suspicious if I linger too long, yet how can I deny my darling boy? I see the shy hope shining in his eyes as he awaits my reply. He doesn't understand our connection, but some deeper bond draws him to me nonetheless. With a shaky breath, I gently say, "I'd love to have snacks with you." His face lights up, filling me with warmth. I will cherish every crumb of time with my sweet child, carefully keeping our true bond concealed. For now, I cling to this unexpected chance to share in his innocent world once more. My breath catches as I see his eyes begin to shimmer with anticipation. He gazes up at me, hands clasped under his chin, waiting for my reply. That look of shy hope on his sweet face makes my heart swell and ache simultaneously. I'm torn, knowing I should keep my distance, yet filled with longing to make him happy. I see trust there in his innocent eyes, not the fear others show towards my kind. He only knows the gentle touch of my hands steadying him, not the underlying anguish of a mother unable to claim her child. Oblivious to our bond, he simply wants to share a happy moment with someone who's shown him kindness and saved him from a fall. I know I risk shattering the delicate balance between us, but how can I deny such an earnest request? I take a deep breath, wishing I could shield him from all the world's darkness. Yet here, in this little oasis of joy, perhaps we might forget past sorrows for one perfect moment. Sure. His eyes light up immediately, his smile growing impossibly wider. My heart feels close to bursting seeing such innocent joy on his precious face. At this moment, nothing else matters but making him happy. I know the risks, but I cannot deny my boy this small piece of normalcy with a caring guardian by his side. I will face the consequences later. For now, I brush the hair from his forehead and smooth his collar, cherishing this chance to briefly nurture him once more. "Go play. I'll see you at snack time," I say softly. His little hand squeezes mine before he scampers off, giggling with delight. Chapter 8. Shalom. Why am I sitting with this boy and his father? I mutter under my breath, fidgeting with my fingers under the table. The cafeteria itself is spacious and well lit, decorated with colourful drawings and educational murals that add a cheerful vibe to the environment. The tables are arranged neatly, each adorned with small flower vases, adding a touch of homeliness to the institutional setting. Harlore's eyes are fixed on me, intense and unyielding, making me feel even more out of place. I try not to focus on him. Thomas is happily munching on the snacks in the cafeteria, oblivious to the awkward tension between Harlore and me. The food must taste yummy. I finally have to break the ice. Sure thing, he stammers, his voice barely clear with his mouth filled up to gills with tiffins. Thank you for sitting with me. The kid is polite. He seems to be enjoying the snacks. I nod. You are a messy eater, aren't you? I state matter-of-factly. Look how much food you dropped off your plate. Thomas shakes his head quickly. I am. I should teach him how to eat like a gentleman. Allore comes to rescue, his eyes twinkling slightly. I can help, I say, my voice trembling. Thomas interrupts, his mouth full of snacks. Shalom! Look, I have more crumbs all over me. He laughs, crumbs falling from his small hands. I smile at him, my heart warming at his innocence. You do, Thomas. You need to be more careful. Harlore watches the interaction closely, his expression unreadable. You care about him a lot. I feel a lump in my throat and I swallow hard. Yes, I do. I care for a lot of children. Thomas is one of my responsibilities. The cafeteria is bustling with activity, children playing nearby, and the sound of laughter filling the air. It's a chaotic circus here, but my mind is more chaotic than this one. As I observe the scene, I notice a group of teachers chatting nearby, their voices a soft murmur amid the lively cacophony of children. A few parents sit at another table, engaged in quiet conversations, while keeping a watchful eye on their kids. Outside the windows, the playground beckons with its swings, slides, and climbing structures. Children dart around, their shouts of joy carrying faintly through the glass. The sight of them playing freely without a care in the world tugs at my heart. Everything is going outside, but inside I'm not at ease with sharing the same table with Harlore and Thomas. I can't shake the feeling of growing unease sitting here with them. Why are you staring at me like that? I blurt out before I can stop myself. Harlore's eyes widened slightly, caught off guard by my question. I'm trying to understand you, he admits. You seem familiar, but I can't explain why. My heart races. Does he suspect the truth? I'm just a volunteer, I say quickly, trying to deflect. Nothing more. Is that so? He asks, not convinced. Thomas doesn't call anyone else by their first name so quickly. You have a connection with him. I glance at Thomas, who's now trying to stack the crumbs into a small pile. He's a sweet boy, I say softly. All the children of the Burning Sun clan deserve all the happiness in the world. I am only here to help them. Allore leans back, crossing his arms over his chest. What do you want, Shalom? Who are you, truly? The directness of his question catches me off guard, and I feel tears welling up in my eyes. I am just a volunteer and a member of Burning Sun like you are, I whisper, my voice breaking. That's all. Harlore's gaze softens, just a fraction. You need to be honest with me, with us. I nod, wiping away a stray tear. I understand. I say nonchalant, though I'm not sure I fully do. Being honest means facing my past, my fears, and the possibility of rejection. But now is not the right time to come clean. Thomas looks up at me, his eyes shining. Shalom. Can we play after snacks? I manage a smile, my heart aching with love for him. Of course, Thomas. I'd love that. But be sure not to interrupt when people are talking. Understand? He nods his head. Harlore stands up, offering me a hand. Let's make this work for Thomas. I take his hand, feeling a glimmer of hope. Yes, for Thomas. Harlore clears his throat and shifts in his seat. So, do you like children? He asks, trying to make small talk. Yes, I do, I reply, keeping my answers brief. He nods, watching Thomas play with his crumbs. What do you think of them? They're wonderful, I say softly, my eyes on Thomas. Innocent and full of potential. Do you have a family? Harlore asks, his tone casual, but the question feels too personal. I hesitate, my heart tightening. Not really, I murmur. I'm on my own. Harlore leans forward, his eyes searching mine. Why volunteer at the school then? Most people your age would be looking for different opportunities. I shift uncomfortably, feeling his gaze bore into me. I just wanted to help, I say, trying to avoid his eyes. Being around children, it feels right. He seems to sense my discomfort, but he presses on. You must be very caring, he says, his voice softer. It's not easy to give so much of yourself. I shrug, looking down at my hands. It's nothing special, I mutter, wanting to deflect the attention. Harlore tilts his head, studying me. This orc intimidates me, but I try to hide it as best as I can. You know, Thomas doesn't open up to people easily. But with you, it's different. I am only confused, nothing more than that. I bite my lip, trying to keep my emotions in check. He's a special boy, I whisper. He is, Harlore agrees. And he seems to think you're special too. I feel a lump in my throat, and I struggle to swallow it down. I'm just trying to do the right thing. I'm only doing everything as a part of my responsibility. The school lets me volunteer. He pauses, then asks, Do you have any other plans? Any goals or dreams? I shake my head, feeling the weight of his questions. I just want to keep living quietly, I say, my voice barely audible. No specific aspirations. Harlore sits back, a thoughtful look on his face. I see, he says slowly. Thank you for answering my questions, Shalom. I know some of them were personal. I nod, relieved that the questioning is over. It's all right, I say softly. Watching children like Thomas makes all the unpleasantness go away. And believe me, you are not the first one grilling and prying me hard. A faint laugh passes on my lips. He nods, his expression softening. Oh, it's like that with some parents? Never thought so, he adds on. Students are lucky to have you in his school, even if it's just as a volunteer. I smile again weakly, my heart aching with the truth I can't reveal. Thank you, Harlore. Thomas looks up at us, beaming. Shalom, can we play now? I reach out and ruffle his hair. Of course, Thomas. Let's go play. As we stand up, I feel Harlore's eyes on me, filled with questions and uncertainty. But for now, I focus on Thomas, letting his joy wash away the discomfort of the conversation. I play and watch Thomas play on the ground. As the sun draws night to the western zenith, I ask him, Thomas, time to go. I call out gently to other kids too. Do I have to? Thomas looks up at me with big, hopeful eyes, his favourite toy clenched tightly in his small hands. He reluctantly gathers his things, ready to leave the ground. Yes, but I'll be here tomorrow, I assure him, smiling as he jumps up excitedly. I'll see you tomorrow, Thomas asks. Sure thing, I reply. Thomas spots his friend across the room and darts off, his laughter echoing in the hallway. I can't help but chuckle softly, marvelling at his boundless energy. Wait, Thomas, I call after him, smiling softly at his joy. As Thomas disappears around the corner, Harlore approaches, his expression serious yet gentle. I am tense about what he needs now. His usually serene face carries a seriousness that catches me off guard. I feel a pang of apprehension, wondering what could be so urgent. Harlore demands, "We need to talk about Thomas as soon as possible. How about tonight?" I hesitate. Tonight? Sure. What about tonight? Harlore nods, his eyes searching mine with a mix of concern and determination. "I think you know what I mean, Shalom." He hints at it. My heart sinks. How could he know? The careful balance I have maintained, volunteering discreetly, keeping myself at a distance. Had it all been for nothing? Does he suspect? Or does he know for sure?
Chapter 9. Allure. I've been sitting outside her place for over 30 minutes now like some crazed stalker, but I can't seem to bring myself to go in. I know what we need to discuss. I know what lines need to be drawn. I have no idea of her intentions. I have no idea who she really is, but there's a slight possibility that she is Thomas's mom. No, forget a slight possibility. There's a high probability that she is Thomas's mother. Seeing them side by side, anyone can notice the uncanny resemblance. They share a lot of the same features, especially their hazelnut shade of eyes. This talk needs to happen. It's in the best interest of all parties involved. Julio did some digging, and according to him, Shalom arrived heavily pregnant at the Burning Sun clan years ago, but he doesn't know for sure if the baby was Thomas. I realize I'll have to just bluntly ask Shalom if she's his birth mom. There's no dancing around it. Think about all the ways this conversation could go. What if she confirms she's his mother? She gave Thomas up years ago, so what could she want now? Why did she give him up in the first place? Does she want him back, or is this just fleeting guilt? Even if she only wants to see him occasionally, it could really hurt Thomas if she were to disappear again. He has stability in his life now, and as much sympathy as I have for Shalom's past, Thomas's has to be my priority. Eventually, I come to her door and knock loudly. My jaw clenches, ready to protect my boy at all costs. "Oh, hello, Allore. You mentioned talking to me tonight, but I was confused by what you meant," Shalom says in confusion. "I think you know why I'm here, Shalom," I reply. "I need to speak with you about Thomas." She nods and gestures for me to come in. As I step inside her sparse little home, I take inventory. She doesn't own many things, but she keeps her space clean, that I can appreciate. "Would you like something to eat?" she asks, as she gestures towards the stove, which has what looks like a fresh vegetable stir-fry. "No, I'm not here for a meal. This isn't a social visit," I bluntly respond. Shalom pales a bit at my curt rejection, but I know I need to get right to the point. "Are you Thomas's birth mother?" I ask directly. Shalom's eyes widen in shock. She opens and closes her mouth wordlessly, before finally whispering, "Yes, I am." I feel a mix of vindication and angst at having my suspicions confirmed. But before I can respond, she throws her hands up in surrender and hurriedly adds on, "But I'm not here to take him away from you." I'll admit, most of me was relieved hearing she wasn't planning on taking Thomas, but the other part of me became a little pissed off. Why would she not want her child back? Especially a child as great as Thomas. Maybe she doesn't deserve to know the kid. I only want to watch him from a distance. She sits down at the small kitchen table, as if saying that took every ounce of her energy. I just want to watch what I missed out on. Her eyes fill with tears. I just want what is best for Thomas after having to give him up. I can see how much pain she is in over having to separate from her child. Her remorse appears genuine, but I have to be cautious and protect Thomas first. I understand this is emotional, I say as gently as I can. But Thomas is settled now with me. Having you suddenly reappear could be very disruptive to him. I don't want you hurting him, even if it's unintentional. As I looked into Shalom's tear-filled eyes, a nagging thought crept into my mind. What if this desire to see Thomas is just a temporary thing for her? A fleeting pang of motherly guilt and curiosity that will quickly fade? I can't let her casually drift in and out of his life again, based on a whim. Thomas deserves stability and commitment from anyone who is going to be in his life, especially his birth mother. I have to put my compassion for the sad-eyed woman aside and stand my ground for my boy's sake. Shalom, I understand you may have some renewed interest in connecting with Thomas. But as things stand right now, as his guardian, I don't think that's the best idea. I watched Shalom visibly deflate in front of me. I couldn't help but notice the depth of emotion in her expressive eyes. She wears her heart on her sleeve. I'll have to respect that. I hear the strain in her voice, the tears choking from deep within. Thank you for keeping what you think is his best interest at heart. Thank you for being protective of him. Her raw sincerity gets to me. I feel like a bully making this mother cry by keeping her from her child. But I'm a father, a warrior. The urge to protect what's mine surges powerfully through my body. I steel myself knowing I have to protect Thomas, no matter how much it hurts Shalom. I believe we have nothing further to talk about, I say firmly. I better be going. I have to fix Thomas some dinner. As I turn towards the door and prepare to leave, Shalom calls out, "Wait, please." She holds out a small bundled package. I made these candies today. I had some help from the cook in the canteen to make them, but could you share some with Thomas? I stare at the package of handmade candies, unsure of what to do. She continues standing there with her outstretched hand, her eyes pleading. Her sincerity is undeniable. With a sigh, I accept the gift. All right, I will pass these along to Thomas. The relief that takes over her soft, dark eyes tugs at my heart unexpectedly. I came here determined to law down the law with her. I've got Thomas to think of, after all, and I won't take any chances with his happiness. Yet the look she gives me now has me hoping she doesn't ask for more. I wouldn't be able to say no, as long as she holds her face in that doe-like expression. The longer she stares at me as I wait aimlessly in her doorway, the longer I have to search those soulful eyes of hers, seeing the bits of her that live within her offspring. Her brown eyes, her stubborn brow, I see it now. Of course I do. It's obvious. He's just like her. Thank you for coming to talk to me. I'm thankful Thomas has you in his life. Have a good night, she says as she quickly closes the door to her little lonely apartment. As I walk away, I look down at the candies in my hand, conflicted. Allowing even this small gift feels like I'm going against my own rules to limit contact. But how can I crush her spirit entirely by rejecting her humble offering? Giving the candies to Thomas seems like a harmless compromise. I would remind him they were just a one-time gift. Still, my conscience nags at me. Am I doing the right thing here, or betraying my own judgment? There are no easy answers when a child's life hangs in the balance. I just hope I'm making the choice that will cause the least harm in the end. Staring at Shalom's home one last time, I say a small prayer for wisdom. There are no simple solutions here, but perhaps listening to my conscience will guide me. With a heavy heart, I pull away, determined to make the best choice I can for everyone.
From the depths of the darkness of Protheka,
Or clawing up from the realms of fantasy.
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
These monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love,
Vampires.
demons,
Dark elves.
gods.
Minotaurs. Creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks.
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks.
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
Even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Protheka Fantasy Romance Bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Protheka at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
the first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprothika.com. Prothika's magic is eternal, and this romantasy bundle will make it endless.
Chapter 10. Harlore. I can't sleep. My thoughts are riddled with thoughts of her muffled crying and her sad eyes. I'm haunted by the look of utter defeat in her face when I told her it wasn't a good idea for her to be involved with Thomas. My conscience is stricken, wondering if I did the right thing. Who am I to say that she can't get to know someone she created and brought into this world? I'll never understand the circumstances as to why she gave him up. But I have to hope that maybe she was thinking of his best interests. That she couldn't be the mother he needed at that time. That he deserved someone better. I have to tell my parents. They should know that there may be some sort of change in dynamics involving their grandson. I know they would share the same concern if they thought there could be a chance that someone would take him away from us. The next morning, Thomas and I walk over to my parents' home like we do every week. When we get there, my parents come outside, happy as always to see their grandson. "Nana, Papa!" Thomas exclaims, running into their waiting arms. They embrace him warmly, my mother planting a kiss on his head. "Hey, bud, why don't you go play in the home while I talk to Nana and Papa for a bit?" I ask. "Okay." He scampers off eagerly towards the house, knowing that my parents have some toys waiting for him within their bedroom. I take a deep breath and turn to my parents. There is something I need to discuss with you both. It's about Thomas. My parents exchange a worried glance. My mother asks first, "What is it? Is everything all right with our boy?" "Well, a few weeks ago, something happened. I noticed a young human woman working at the school. She just kind of appeared out of nowhere. I noticed she was paying extra attention to Thomas, and well, she resembled Thomas greatly. It was uncanny." My father's brow furrows in confusion. "Does she resemble him? What are you saying, son?" I continue hesitantly. I had a hunch, and based on the timing and her age, I found out where she lived, and I went and questioned if she might be Thomas's birth mother. She confessed that she is. My parents stand there in stunned silence, struggling to grasp what I've just revealed. "His birth mother?" my mother finally whispers. "After all this time, I can't believe it." I nod grimly. Yes, it was a shock to me as well. Her name is Shalom. I don't know much about her circumstances at the time. My mother sinks down onto the porch steps, shaking her head in disbelief. "My little Thomas's mother is here. I can hardly take it in." I hesitate before going on. "Well, I told her it was best if she kept her distance from Thomas for now." My parents stare at me agape, and that's when their shock turns to anger. My mother is the first to speak. "You told a mother to stay away from her child?" she cries incredulously. "Allore, how could you? That poor girl has been through who knows what, having to give up her child. And now you deny her the chance to even know him?" My father shakes his head. "You should have given her a chance, son. Not cast her out after she found the courage to come looking for her boy." I hold up my hands defensively. "Let me explain. I only want what's best for Thomas. I don't want him to be confused or conflicted. His life is stable now." But my parents will hear none of it. We end up in a heated argument, our voices rising as we grow more emotional. "You're heartless," my mother says. "That poor woman has suffered enough, and you would heap more heartbreak upon her." "I expected better from you, son," my father rumbles angrily, his dark braids rustling as he shakes his head. "How could you be so cruel?" Their harsh words sting me deeply. "You're not listening? I'm trying to protect Thomas," I shout in frustration. My mother shakes her head, glaring at me with contempt. "Protect Thomas? No, I see now you are only thinking of yourself. You have no idea of that girl's anguish at having to give up her child. We didn't raise you that way. You may have a toughened heart, son, but I never wanted you to be so cruel, especially to those who aren't your enemies." I watch helplessly as my parents grow more irate and disgusted with me. The argument rages on until I cannot bear to look at the resentment in their eyes a moment longer. This is getting nowhere. Enough! I bellow, reaching my limit. I will not stand here and continue to take this. You may be my parents, but you clearly have no intention of even attempting to understand my perspective. I stare hard at their angry faces. We're getting nowhere like this. I'm going to leave until we can discuss this with cool heads. But know this. I want only what is best for Thomas. I'm not the heartless monster you currently believe me to be. With that, I swiftly turn on my heel, nostrils flaring as I try to tamp down the whirlwind of emotions swelling within me. As I stride off, I call back over my shoulder. Please watch over Thomas. I'll be back shortly. I make my way to the training arena and immediately head for the swords. I wrap my hands around 2 long swords and attack the training shields incessantly, simply wanting an outlet for my roiling frustration and hurt. With every strike, my parents' accusatory voices echo in my mind. I try to shut them out and focus only on my strikes, but their disdainful words play on an endless loop. I hit harder, faster, but can't seem to exhaust the simmering anger and despair. The other orcs in the arena eye me curiously as I punish the shield with unusual venom. I pay them no mind. I do not care what they or anyone else thinks of me right now. With an anguished roar, I unleash a brutal combo of strikes, then drive my elbow viciously into the shield, splitting it down the middle. The wood splinters and cracks like the last dregs of my energy, my chest heaving from exhaustion. I stand there panting and dripping sweat, my muscles quivering. The other orcs in the arena stop and stare. "Hey, Allore, take it easy, man. What'd that shield ever do to you?" calls out Sword, one of the regulars. A few others laugh at his remark. I ignore their remarks and toss down the swords. Daruk rambles over. "You all right? Not like you to be so intense on the shields, not when the clan is at peace. And isn't this usually your nap time?" He chuckles lightheartedly. I'm in no mood for idle banter. "I'm fine," I grumble brusquely. Daruk raises his hands in mock surrender. Okay, don't bite my head off. It's just unusual seeing you here at this hour all fired up. You seem agitated." I let out an exasperated sigh as I gather my things. "Your powers of observation are astounding. I came here to blow off some steam. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'd rather be alone." I brush past him, but Daruk calls after me. "All right, take it easy, Harlore. But you know where to find us if you want to talk." I pause briefly, feeling a flicker of remorse for my terse attitude. "Yeah, thanks," I mutter over my shoulder. Truth is, I don't feel like talking to anyone right now, not when my own kin have judged me so harshly. I can't help but dwell on Daruk's comments about my abnormal behavior. He was right, though. I've never been one to exert myself physically like the other orcs. This has earned me skepticism from some of my peers. They see me as an oddity, unfit for life as a traditional warrior. While most would bash heads open at the first chance, I try to strategize and talk things out with a level head. They don't like that. In many ways, I envy the other orcs' surety of purpose and camaraderie. They have an unshakable sense of belonging, while I feel adrift, straddling 2 worlds. Now, after my parents' stinging reproaches, that sense of isolation intensifies. Even my own kin do not seem to understand or support me lately. I feel more lost than ever, wondering if I will ever find where I truly belong. Despite my atypical passive nature, the tumultuous argument with my parents has left me in a foul mood. Lost in brooding thoughts, I'm not watching where I'm going as I'm leaving the arena, and accidentally collide with another orc, Grak. "Hey, watch it!" he snarls. In my current volatile state, the minor incident ignites my suppressed rage. "You watch it!" I snap back. Grak shoves me hard. "Do we have a problem, Allore?" A fury unlike any I've known takes hold and drives me forward. I pummel Grak with unrestrained aggression, forcing him to the ground. All I can see is red. Red like the mist that clouded my parents' judgment of me. Dimly, I hear shouts for me to stop, but I am deaf to them. Anger and confusion fuels my blows. Finally, it takes 3 other orcs tackling me to break my crazed attack. I strain against them, snarling, "Let me go! I can give him some more if he wants." The words sound strange and hollow, as if spoken by someone else. "Allore, stop!" One of them looks at me. "This isn't you!" His words pierce through the haze of violence, and I go still, horror creeping in as I see Grack's battered, motionless form. I look down at my bloodied, trembling fists as the red haze begins to clear from my mind. What came over me? I have never lost control like that before. I shake free from their restraint and stumble back. Just then, a small gasp catches my attention. I turn to see Shalom standing near the entrance to the arena, one hand covering her mouth in dismay. In her other arm, she holds a basket of supplies. Our eyes meet for a brief moment before she turns and hurries away. "Shalom, wait!" I call out, but she has already ran inside the building. The sight of her stricken face is like a bucket of cold water, snapping me back to reality. What must she think of me now? I have to go talk to her. I have to explain to her the circumstances. I can't let her think her child is being raised by a heartless monster.
Chapter 11. Shalom. The all too familiar feeling of my chest tightening and the walls closing hits me. It's been a while since I've had a panic attack, and if my memory proves me correct, it's definitely been a while since I've had one to this extent. The last time I had one this bad, I can faintly remember, was during one of the last times I was being abused. The sight of Harlore beating that orc senselessly triggered some gruesome flashbacks for me. It reminded me of a time I thought I may never make it out of. A chapter in my story that I also thought I had successfully repressed after all these years. But obviously I was wrong. I'm sure I have some form of PTSD. Hell, anyone who would have gone through what I went through should have PTSD, and every other acronym of letters that help to describe someone who's been through hell and came out on the other side. Luckily, and with years of practice, I've managed to keep the panic attack at bay long enough for me to sneak away from the arena and find a safe place to weather the storm that is my terrible anxiety. I try all the coping strategies the doctors and the elders have shared with me. Deep breathing, picturing yourself somewhere else, like on a beach. Try grounding yourself. Yeah, it isn't working. Instead, I'm assaulted with visions of chains, filth, and blood. Overcome by the vision and affected by my lack of breathing, I slowly slide down the wall and land on the cold, hard ground. I try to tell myself that it's okay. The words are hollow and empty, like echoes in a cavernous void. It's okay, I repeat, trying to steady my breath. But the more I say it, the less I believe it. The images in my mind refuse to dissipate, persistent and invasive. Harlore's green face morphs into a grotesque mask of rage, his fists slamming down again and again. And then, in the midst of this violent whirlpool, I see Thomas. Sweet, innocent Thomas. My heart clenches painfully, and my breathing becomes even more erratic. What if Allore does the same to my son? The thought is unbearable. I close my eyes, desperately trying to shut out the images, but they only grow more vivid. I see Thomas, his small body crumpled and broken, eyes wide with fear. The suffocation I feel is no longer just a panic attack, it's a mother's worst nightmare. My anxiety spirals, and I clutch at my neck, gasping for air that won't come. My throat is tightening as if a vice is closing around it. The world tilts, and I can feel the ground shifting beneath me. I want to scream, but my voice is trapped in my chest, a silent cry for help that no one can hear. I feel myself choking, my hands instinctively grabbing at my neck as if I can force the air back into my lungs. My vision blurs, and the world narrows to a tunnel of panic and suffocation. I'm on the verge of blacking out when I hear footsteps approaching rapidly, the sound cutting through the fog of terror enveloping me. In the swirling chaos of my mind, I hear a distant voice. Shalom, what's wrong? Can you hear me? Harlore's voice is urgent, filled with concern, but to me it sounds like the voice of an intruder. He's coming closer, trying to help, but all I can see are the blurred faces of my assailants from the past. My heart races faster, and a primal fear takes hold. No, don't come any closer. Stay back. I beg between gasps, my voice raw and desperate. Shalom, calm down. It's me, Allore. You're okay. I've got you. Despite what he says, I've learned that the most believable people can become dishonest monsters. The present dissolves, and I'm pulled into the dark recesses of my past, where the nightmares were real and escape seemed impossible. I'm back in that dimly lit tent, the air thick with the stench of sweat and fear. The chains rattle as they bind me to the cold, damp ground. My wrists are raw and bleeding from where the metal has bitten into my skin. I can hear the muffled cries of others, fellow victims, their pain echoing through the darkness, blending with my own. My heart pounds in my chest. Heavy footsteps approach, slow and deliberate, each one a harbinger of pain. My breath quickens, and I try to make myself smaller, to disappear into the shadows. But there's no hiding from them. They always find me. Poor defenseless Shalom, with no soul left, just a shell. The faces of my tormentors come into view, their expressions twisted with malice. One of them steps forward, his sneering grin illuminated by the flickering light of a single bulb. He reaches out, and I flinch, pressing myself against the wall. His hand grabs my chin, forcing me to look into his eyes. They are cold, devoid of any feeling. Please don't. I whisper, my voice trembling. I feel myself retreat internally. I won't hurt you, Shalom. You're safe now. I hear Harlore say somewhere beyond my clouded mind. If I could breathe, I would probably laugh. That's what they all say. And then they break down your will to live, piece by piece, agonizing day by agonizing day. My captor laughs, a cruel, mocking sound that sends a shiver down my spine. His grip tightens, and I can feel the bruises forming. I squeeze my eyes shut, bracing for the inevitable pain. The memory shifts, and I'm on the ground, curled into a ball as blows rain down on me. Each strike is a fresh wave of agony, each kick a reminder of my helplessness. The darkness presses in, threatening to engulf me once more. I feel the cold tendrils of my memories creeping closer, ready to drag me back into that abyss. But then, unexpectedly, a warmth spreads through me. It's like a soft, gentle breeze filling my lungs with air. It's a stark contrast to the suffocating grip of my panic. I feel warmth and air entering my mouth, causing the nightmare that clings to me to ebb away. My eyes snap open wide as I realize what's happening. Harlore's face is close to mine, his lips gently pressing against mine. The shock of it jolts me out of my spiraling panic, and for a moment all I can do is stare at him. Wait, is he kissing me?
Chapter 12. Allore. Being able to administer first aid and life-saving measures such as CPR kind of comes with the territory of being an orc. We're bred to destroy our enemies and protect our own. Shalom is having a panic attack. It's nothing I haven't encountered before, but it's the first time I think I may be the source of it, which makes me feel even more responsible to help her. She continues to claw at her neck as if she can't draw in a breath. Reasoning with her is not working. She's far past that point. Suddenly her hands fall from her neck and her head lolls as her eyes start to roll. Oh damn, she's passing out. So I do what any person rendering first aid would do if someone seems to start losing consciousness. Maintain an airway and begin CPR. I place my mouth over hers and breathe a strong, steady rescue breath into her. I'm just about to start administering the chest compressions when I hear her gasp. Well, good to know she's breathing now. tiny hands come up against my chest in an attempt to push me away. "What on earth are you doing?" She sputters and coughs out as she's trying to get oxygen back in her lungs. It takes me a minute to reorient to reality, my pulse racing from contact with her soft lips. "CPR," I say. "More specifically, cardiopulmonary resus." "I know what CPR is," Shalom whisper shouts as she touches her fingers to her mouth. Truth be told, it's pretty hard to resist bringing my own fingers to touch my lips. Her mouth is so soft, her lips so pliant. I tell myself to snap out of it. Emotions are high considering I just saved the mother of my adopted son. That has to be the reason why I'm thinking irrationally. I take a step back, giving Shalom some space to recover. Her breathing is still ragged and she's visibly shaken. The memory of her soft lips lingers, making it hard to focus. I push the thought away, noticing the distress etched on her face. This isn't the time for distractions. "Shalom, are you okay?" I ask gently. She sits up slowly, her hands trembling as they grip the ground for support. Her eyes avoid mine, fixating on a spot in the distance. "I'm fine," she mutters, but her voice betrays her. It's laced with a vulnerability I haven't seen before. Well, I don't know what happened. I crouch down beside her, keeping my distance but close enough to offer support if she needs it. "You were having a panic attack," I explained softly. "I didn't know what else to do. I thought you were losing consciousness, so I started CPR." She winces at the memory, her fingers brushing her lips again. "I'm sorry," she says, her voice breaking. "I didn't mean to scare you, or anyone else for that matter." She glances around to see if anyone is watching her come apart. "No one is out here but us. Don't worry." I see her body visibly relax. She must have been worried someone witnessed her vulnerable moment. "You didn't scare me," I reply quickly. "I was just worried about you. Why did you react like that?" She hesitates, her eyes finally meeting mine. There's a storm of emotions swirling in their depths. Fear, shame, and something else I can't quite place. "It's the blood," she finally admits, her voice barely audible. I've always been like this whenever I see blood. It triggers something in me. Deep down, I feel like there's more to the story, but I won't push. It's not my place either. "You look terrified," I say, more to myself than to her. "Like you were fighting something inside, or someone." She nods, her eyes filling with tears. "I hate it," she confesses. "I hate that I become like this. It makes me feel so weak, so out of control." I sigh, feeling a pang of empathy for her. "I'm sorry, Shalom," I say sincerely. "I didn't mean to make things worse. I just wanted to help." She looks up at me, her eyes searching mine. "I know," she says softly, "and I appreciate it. Really, it's just hard to deal with." I rise to my feet, wanting to bridge the gap between us. "Should we go to the clinic, just to make sure you're okay?" Her head shakes almost imperceptibly. "No," she insists, her voice firmer now. "I'm fine, really. There's no need for a clinic. These happen more often than I'd like to admit." I can see the resolve in her eyes, the determination to maintain her composure. I want to argue, to convince her that it's okay to seek help, but I stop myself. She needs to feel in control right now, and pushing her might do more harm than good. "All right," I concede, my tone gentle. "But if you feel like you need to see someone later, please don't hesitate to ask. I'll be happy to take you there." She gives a small nod, still avoiding my eyes. "Thank you, Allore. I appreciate your concern." She pulls herself up on the ground and dusts the dirt off her knees. She grabs the hair tie off her wrist and puts her hair up on top of her head. I can't help but be momentarily struck by how beautiful she is. We stand there in silence, the tension slowly dissipating. I can't help but wonder what she's been through to cause such a strong reaction. The more I think about it, the more questions I have. What kind of experiences has she had with blood? Why does it affect her so deeply? And most importantly, how can I help her overcome it? Do you want to talk about it? I ask gently, not wanting to push her, but hoping she'll open up. She shakes her head. Not right now, she says quietly. But maybe someday. I nod, respecting her boundaries. Whenever you're ready, I'll be here. She gives me an unsteady smile. Well, I should probably get going, she says, her voice steadier now. Thank you for everything, Harlore. Tell Thomas I said hello. With that, she turns and starts walking away. Her head whips back to face me, as though she isn't sure if I will be there the next time she looks around. I watch her go, my eyes following her until she's just a distant figure. Every part of me wants to run after her, to make sure she's truly okay. But I know this is something she needs to handle in her own way. As she disappears from view, I'm left standing there, feeling a mix of frustration and helplessness. The unanswered questions gnaw at me, and I can't shake the image of her panic-stricken face from my mind. What kind of past experiences have shaped her into someone who reacts so strongly to the sight of blood? What pain is she carrying that she hasn't yet shared? The thought of her suffering alone is almost unbearable. I want to be there for her, to help her through whatever demons she's facing. But I realize that some battles are fought within, and all I can do is offer my support from the sidelines. Take care, Shalom, I whispered to the empty space she left behind. On the way back to get Thomas from my parents' house, I can't help but think back to the way Shalom looked at me. The gratitude mixed with fear. She's carrying a heavy burden, one that she's hesitant to share. But maybe, just maybe, she needs someone to help her carry it. With that silent promise, I walk up to their home. A newfound resolve guides my steps. Whatever the future holds, I'm ready to face it. For Shalom, for her son, and for the possibility of something beautiful emerging from the shadows of uncertainty.
Chapter 13. Shalom. What's wrong with me? I mutter to myself, staring at the ceiling of my room. It's been 4 days since Harlore gave me CPR, but I can't stop thinking about it. I've never willingly kissed an orc before. No one ever warned me that the muscles they have, so taut and powerful, extend all the way to their lips. I was held there, like a silent but willing participant, powerless to the grip of his mouth. Calm down, Shalom, I warn myself. It was just CPR. He would have done it for anyone. It should only mean a life-saving maneuver. He pumped oxygen into my wilting lungs. That's it. CPR has adapted to a new meaning for me now. His lips touched my lips. His bare hands pressed against chest. It is something else entirely. I should feel nothing at all. Maybe I should feel disgusted being touched by a large, green-skinned orc, especially given my history with Thomas's own father. But instead, I feel something else. I close my eyes to replay the moment over and over in my head. His concerned expression stays with me. In one moment, his eyes were locked with mine. That was something else. His hands were steady and firm as he saved my life. His touch was gentle yet strong. And his eyes, those soft, kind eyes. It wasn't just CPR. I actually liked it. I must be crazy. Why do I continue to feel this way? It was simply a medical procedure, nothing more. I should be thanking him for reviving my failing lungs. However, whenever the thought of it crosses my mind, my heart starts beating faster. I don't understand. Strangely, I don't feel repulsed by it. In fact, I felt safe. I roll onto my side, planting my face in my pillow tightly. His words echo in my mind. Are you okay? He looked so worried, so genuinely concerned. No one's ever looked at me like that before. It's confusing, stirring up emotions I don't understand. My thoughts keep spiraling. Why did I feel a spark when his lips touched mine, even if it was just for CPR? Am I reading too much into it? Or is there something more? What does this mean for us? For me? Did he feel the same way like I am doing right now? I let out a frustrated sigh. Get a grip, Shalom, I whisper to myself. But deep down, I know something has changed, something I can't ignore. Then it dawns on me that I had bigger fish to fry than daydreaming about the CPR accident. Lost in those awakening thoughts, I almost forgot I had agreed to volunteer at the school. Quick as a flash, I reach my destination, huffing and puffing due to my swift strides during the walk over. I'm trying really hard to shake everything off my cluttered mind. I need to focus on the present. The school, it's a bustling place, filled with kids, humans and orcs alike, laughing and chatting. If I am lost in myself, these children could easily wander off, get into arguments among themselves, or even try to slip outside unnoticed. I must be mindful to stay alert and keep a watchful eye on the lively bunch. I can see the father-son duo from a distance. I don't want to see them after going through all the unresolved issues today. I try to blend into the background, but Harlore's keen eyes spot me despite my attempts at invisibility. My heart thuds loudly in my chest as he approaches, Thomas skipping happily beside him, oblivious to the tension between us. Allore greets me with a hesitant smile, his voice warm, yet tinged with uncertainty. Shalom, hi, he says, stopping a few feet away. Thomas looks up at him, then follows his gaze to where I stand, frozen in place. Hi, I manage to reply, my voice barely above a whisper. I shift nervously, unsure how to navigate this unexpected encounter. Should I engage in conversation with him? The question circles in my mind, mingling with a whirlwind of fear and fragile hope. Harlore takes a step closer, his brow furrowing slightly as he gauges my reaction. Can we talk? He asks gently, his eyes searching mine for any sign of consent. I swallow hard, my throat dry, and nod in response. Together, we find an empty, weathered bench just outside the bustling classroom, the early evening sun casting long shadows across the schoolyard. Children's laughter echoes around us, blending with distant shouts from a nearby game. The contrast between their carefree joy and the tension between us on the bench is palpable. I sit down hesitantly, hands trembling in my lap, while Harlore settles beside me, his presence both reassuring and unsettling. Harlore looks on with a mix of concern and determination, his orcish features softened by the fading light. His hands, having had years of training, rest uneasily on his knees. Occasionally his fingers twitch, as though grappling with an unseen dilemma. Harlore starts, his voice gentle yet unsure. Shalom, I spoke with my parents. They think it's okay for you to be part of Thomas's life. I swallow hard, processing his words. They do? He nods, his eyes searching mine for any sign of reaction. Yeah. They think I overreacted. Silence stretches between us, filled only by the distant sounds of children playing and the soft rustle of leaves in the breeze. My mind races, grappling with the enormity of what he's saying. Part of me wants to embrace the opportunity, to connect with Thomas in a way I never thought possible. But fear grips me too, fear of rejection, of causing more pain. I remain silent, overwhelmed by a surge of emotions crashing over me like relentless waves. Memories flash through my mind, discovering my pregnancy, the agonizing decision to give Thomas up for adoption, and the haunting aftermath of that choice. But Harlore's voice breaks through my reverie, and I meet his gaze, my eyes filled with uncertainty. I understand if you're not ready. His words pierce through my defences, and I struggle to find my voice amidst the turmoil of doubts and hopes churning inside me. I appreciate that, I finally manage to say, my voice wavering. But I'm scared. What if he finds out I gave him away? What if Thomas hates me? The fear grips my chest, threatening to suffocate me with its intensity. Allore gazes at me with a mixture of empathy and resolve. Shalom, I can't promise it'll be easy, he responds softly, his eyes unwavering. But I want to try. Thomas deserves to know you, even if it's one step at a time. He deserves a motherly figure after all. His kindness and understanding touch me deeply, yet the weight of uncertainty and fear still presses heavily on my heart. Can I truly do this? Can I face Thomas, knowing he might not accept me? I want you to have time with him, and to get to know him, but I also want to be there for it, to make sure he's okay. I glance over at Thomas, who is now engrossed in playing with his friends nearby, his laughter ringing out in joyful bursts. Tears blur my vision as I wrestle with my own doubts, fears, and the tentative hope stirring within me. You want to put me under surveillance? I repeat, my voice barely audible over the chatter of passing students. My heart pounds in my chest, the weight of his words sinking deeper with each passing second. He nods slowly, his gaze never leaving mine. I still don't fully trust you, Shalom, he admits quietly, his voice carrying a hint of regret. It's not personal. It's about Thomas's safety and stability. I swallow hard, fighting to keep my emotions in check. Memories of my own tumultuous past flicker through my mind. Days of uncertainty, nights spent hiding from shadows that haunted me long after they were gone. If that's how it's going to be, then I can't let Thomas know me, I murmur, my voice trembling slightly. After all, I left him. I just want to be around to watch over him. It doesn't matter if he recognizes me or not. I'd prefer it this way, quiet, without Thomas knowing anything. Harlore's brow furrows in empathy, his eyes searching mine for understanding. I understand your feelings, he replies softly. But Thomas deserves stability. I need to be cautious, for his sake. I nod slowly, tears threatening to spill down my cheeks. I know, I whisper hoarsely, my throat tight with emotion. I also don't want any sort of disruption in his life. In the distance, children erupt into laughter and joy. Their carefree nature sparks joy, which stands in stark contrast to the turmoil within me. The warmth of the afternoon sun bathes us in a golden glow, casting furiously charged shadows that seem to stretch towards an uncertain future. As we sit there, Harlore proposes the terms of our agreement. I think it's best if I'm present during your visits, he begins, his tone measured. It should be only for a few hours at a time, and we'll stick to specific days. His words hang heavy in the air, outlining boundaries that simultaneously offer hope and restrain my heart. I nod slowly, absorbing each rule as he lays them out. It's not ideal, but it's a start, a fragile bridge between my longing to be near Thomas and the reality of my absence from his life. Okay, I manage to say, my voice barely a whisper amidst the weight of unspoken emotions. I understand. Harlore's eyes soften, understanding the difficulty of our arrangement. I want what's best for Thomas, he adds softly, as if reassuring himself as much as me. I glance down at my hands, fighting back the urge to protest, to plead for more. But deep down, I know this is the only way, a tentative compromise between my past and Thomas's future. Harlore extends his hand, and I meet his gaze, realizing this handshake seals our agreement. This is a silent offering of solidarity amidst our shared uncertainty. As we sit together in that fragile moment, I understand that the careful balance we've achieved might be the closest I'll come to redemption. It's a silent watch over Thomas's happiness, feeling both near and yet impossibly distant. Thank you for understanding, he murmurs, his voice tinged with regret. I hope you know, it's not about you. It's about Thomas. I manage a weak smile as my heart is heavy. I know, I repeat softly, the ache deepening with each.
Escape this world and step into one where romance and magic intertwine across realms, with stories that are not just standalone tales, but part of a vast, interconnected universe.
Imagine not just one, but 100 stories, where characters, destinies, and legends cross paths in unexpected ways.
100 audiobooks from the Romantasy 100 book bundle.
These aren't just isolated stories. They share themes, worlds, and threads that make every journey feel part of something grander.
Fated lovers, ancient prophecies, and the delicate balance between power and passion.
Get all of these stories today for a mind-blowing 90% off. That's right, 100 audiobooks for the price of 10.
800 hours of audio where these alpha males prove just how puny the human men of Prathika are. 12 complete series where they show their human women what they've been missing and more.
One-time purchase, lifetime access to a universe of interconnected magic and romance.
Prathika's magic is eternal. With the Romantasy 100 book bundle, your pleasure will be too. Chapter 14, Allore. 2 weeks, 14 days. Thomas got properly introduced to Shalom 2 weeks ago. Ever since then, my child has been anything but restless. One day I asked him who his favorite person at school was. He answered without a doubt, Shalom. What do you like about her so much? He grins broadly and says, she's kind and tells me stories. She's so funny too. She teaches me about stars and galaxies. I chuckle, touched by his innocence and admiration for Shalom. I've started to wonder, watching him blossom in their visits together, if keeping the truth from Thomas really is the right thing. What could be better for the boy than to be well and truly loved by his mother? My home used to be quiet, but now it's filled with laughter and the sound of my 3-year-old son's footsteps. He is always in a playful mood. Help me do this, he often asks me if I am around. He spends time doing small chores that I create for him, so he's involved in the house. Little things like folding tea towels or sorting his toys. His little hands fold the towel over and over, and I see the workings of his mind, trying to understand. In these moments, he looks more like her than ever. Look how fast I can fold this, Harlore! His happiness and bubbliness have brought us so much joy that I didn't know I was missing. Now Shalom and Thomas spend more time together. I observe them closely. Thomas eagerly seeks her out, his face lighting up whenever she's near. They've established a routine, exploring fields or visiting the marketplace, or plain old chatting, or doing something fun together. Thomas clearly adores her. He talks about Shalom constantly, his eyes sparkling with excitement. For my son, and nobody from school has become a somebody. Shalom, can we go explore the forest today? Thomas asks eagerly one afternoon. He's tugging at Shalom's sleeve as they stand in the doorway. Shalom laughs softly, ruffling his hair affectionately. Sure thing, Thomas. Let's see what adventures await us today. His face always lights up when he sees her, and it's hard to ignore the bond forming between them. I can see how much he enjoys her company, how he looks at her with trust and affection. Every day he runs to greet her with a heartfelt greeting. He rushes into her arms like there's no place he'd rather be. One sunny afternoon under a large oak tree near our house, Shalom, Thomas, and I together sit together. Shalom, you know what we do every morning? Thomas starts, his eyes bright. I send him a warm smile. Tell her. We wake up early and make pancakes, Thomas exclaims. Allore lets me help mix the batter sometimes, and then we eat them with syrup. They're so yummy. Shalom chuckles softly. That sounds like fun. What else do you do? After breakfast, he takes me to the training arena, Thomas continues eagerly. He shows me how to use a wooden sword. He says I'm getting better every day. He shows the moves, taking his hand for a sword. I'm sure you are, Shalom says warmly, glancing at Thomas. What else? After training, we go to the library, Thomas says, eyes lighting up. He reads me stories about heroes. I love when he does funny voices. I nod, smiling proudly. It's our favorite part of the day. Thomas beams. Allure also takes me fishing by the river sometimes in the afternoons. It's so much fun. Shalom hugs Thomas gently. You're lucky to have such a wonderful dad, Thomas. Yeah, Dad loves me a lot, Thomas says softly, leaning into Shalom's embrace. I smile gratefully. And I'm lucky to have you, my child. It's the first time since taking Thomas in that he's ever called me that. The look on Shalom's face reflects deep within me at hearing the word, Dad. In that quiet moment, under the oak tree, we share a bond filled with love and understanding, grateful for the soft hum of insects as evening sets in. Thomas's laughter rings through the air as he runs toward the tree, ready to climb it. Look, Shalom, I can reach the top now! Thomas shouts with excitement, his voice echoing in the garden. Shalom's face lights up with a mixture of pride and worry. That's amazing, Thomas. Just be careful up there, okay? I'm okay, Shalom. My dad taught me how to do this, Thomas replies, his grin widening as he looks down at Shalom. I'll step as close to the tree as possible just in case he trips and falls. You're doing great, buddy, Shalom encourages, her voice soft yet filled with admiration. I'm so proud of you. Thomas nods enthusiastically, his eyes shining with happiness. Dad says I'm a good climber just like him. Shalom's gaze flickers towards me briefly, a hint of uncertainty crossing her features before she turns back to Thomas. You're both very brave. Thomas beams at her praise, then carefully makes his way down the tree. See? I did it, Thomas exclaims, running over to Shalom and taking her hand. Shalom smiles warmly, her eyes reflecting a mix of joy and gratitude. You did, Thomas. I knew you could. I watch them closely, noticing the way Shalom's hand trembles slightly in Thomas's grasp, a sign of nerves she tries to hide. Thomas squeezes her hand gently. My chest tightens as I witness their bond growing stronger with each passing day. Shalom is tentative but determined, her actions speaking louder than words. You two make a great team, I interject softly, stepping into view. Shalom straightens up, her eyes flickering with surprise before she nods politely. Thank you, Harlore. Thomas looks up at me, his face bright with happiness. Did you see me climb? I saw, Thomas. You're becoming quite the adventurer, I reply with a smile, crouching down to his level. Shalom watches our interaction with a small smile, a hint of relief in her eyes. He really is. Thank you for teaching him so much. I nod, acknowledging her gratitude. He's a quick learner. It's good to see him enjoying himself. As the sun begins to set, casting a warm glow over the garden, I feel a sense of reassurance. Despite my reservations, seeing Thomas and Shalom together fills me with hope. Maybe, just maybe, this could work out for all of us. But whenever I watch Thomas and Shalom from a distance or from nearby, my heart feels heavy with conflicting emotions. Is Shalom being true to her real self? A small doubt lingers. Is this really the right move? It's been a while since Shalom admitted she was Thomas's mother to me. I still don't fully trust her. She might desert him just like she did 3 years ago. But I can't deny the positive effect she's having on Thomas. He's happier, more energetic, and there's a spark in his eyes that wasn't there before. Thomas almost always holds her hand, and she smiles down at him, her eyes soft. It's a simple gesture, but it means everything to her, and to him too. He seems more secure, more confident. I can't help but feel a mix of emotions. There's a part of me that's still wary, still unsure about letting her into Thomas's life so easily. But then I see the way he looks at her, the way she looks at him, and I wonder if I'm doing the right thing. My parents were right. Thomas deserves to know his mother, even if it's in a limited capacity for now. Shalom has been sticking to the terms we agreed upon. She visits on the specified days, and I'm always present. At first it was awkward, but gradually we found a rhythm. She's respectful of the boundaries, never overstepping, always careful. She's still timid around me, but there's a determination in her that I can't ignore. As I watch them play in the garden, I can't help but smile. Thomas is showing her how to climb the tree now, his tiny hands gripping the branches with practiced ease. She watches, a mix of pride and fear in her eyes. "Be careful, Thomas," she calls out, her voice gentle but firm. Another week goes by, and during one of our father-son window shopping walks, the familiar scent of freshly baked goods greets us. Thomas immediately rushes to the display of cookies, his eyes wide with excitement. "Papa, can we get cakes, please?" Thomas asks eagerly, tugging at my sleeve. I smile down at him. "Of course, buddy." While Thomas deliberates over which cookies to choose, I glance around the bakery. It's a cozy place, filled with the aroma of coffee and pastries. As I wait for Thomas, I notice Shalom at the counter, quietly placing her order. She looks up briefly, and our eyes meet before she quickly looks away. After paying for the cookies, I join Shalom at the counter. "Hey, how are you doing?" I say, trying to keep my tone casual. "I'm good. Where is Thomas?" She prefers Thomas's company over me. I point out the young boy, currently snacking on a cookie. Shalom smiles, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. He sees her and comes at a quick pace. She shifts nervously, then looks up at me with determination in her eyes. There is a beautiful spot near the waterfalls. It's quiet and perfect for a picnic. It's safe for everyone. Picking up our conversation, Thomas has already made up his mind to go. "Dad, come on, it'll be the best. I will only sit beside Shalom. We need to go there." He starts tugging at my massive palm with his tiny hand. I'm taken aback by her suggestion and preparation, and also the instant love for picnics shown by my son. "That sounds like fun," I say. Since Thomas loves the idea, I can't say no. Thomas smiles shyly, relief evident on her face. "Thank you, Dad." He gives me a hug, then he starts blabbering about this and that with Shalom. "Shall we head out at dusk? See the big stars tonight?" She seems eager, but hesitant. She respects me as his father. I can't help but appreciate the way she defers to me. We gather our things and head towards the waterfalls, following a winding path that leads us deeper into the woods. Along the way, Shalom starts to open up more, chatting animatedly with Thomas about the stars and galaxies we pass. "Look, Shalom! A falling star!" Thomas exclaims, pointing excitedly on the horizon. Shalom nods enthusiastically. "Yes, Thomas. It's beautiful, isn't it?" As we reach the waterfalls, the sound of rushing water fills the air, creating a peaceful atmosphere. Shalom spreads out a blanket on a grassy patch overlooking the falls, and we settle down for our picnic. Thomas digs into the cookies eagerly, his face smeared with chocolate crumbs. "These are the best, Dad." I chuckle, ruffling his hair affectionately. "Glad you like them, buddy." As Thomas runs ahead to a clearing to catch a better gaze of the night sky, I pull my hand through my hair, thinking I should say something to mark the time the three of us have had together. But she beats me to it. Shalom watches on with a soft smile, her gaze lingering on Thomas with maternal fondness. "He's really grown fond of you, Harlore. You're doing a wonderful job." Her words catch me off guard, and I feel a rush of warmth spread through me. "Thank you," I reply sincerely. "It means a lot coming from you." She meets my gaze, her eyes searching mine for a moment. "I know I haven't been around, but I'm grateful for everything you've done for my boy." There's a vulnerability in her voice that tugs at my heart. "You're his mother," I say gently. "He deserves to have you in his life." Shalom nods, her expression softening. "I want to be here for him, Allore. I want to make things right." I reach out, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "You're doing just fine, Shalom. Thomas is lucky to have you." She smiles gratefully, her hand covering mine briefly. Thank you. The moon casts a white hue over everything. I realize how much this moment means to all of us. Thomas laughs as he skips rocks across the water. Shalom watches him with pride, and I find myself feeling more connected to both of them than ever before. And amidst the sound of rushing water and the laughter of a child, I know that today marks a new beginning for our little family, a step towards healing, understanding, and a future filled with love. There's an idea I've been keeping at bay for so long. I hardly know what to do with my thoughts when I see Shalom's eyes brightened by the night air, and know, like I already do, that being with her is right. By the next day, hers is the face I'm longing to see. During one of the walks through the bustling market, I smell the scent of fresh produce surrounding me. It becomes redolent with the memory of the picnic Thomas, Shalom, and I experienced. It's been 5 days since Shalom and I started to get along better, and I can't deny the subtle shift in our interactions. She seems happier, more at ease, and it's hard not to notice how her smile lights up her whole face. I catch sight of Shalom at the far end of the market, helping an elderly woman carry her bags. Her hair catches the sunlight, and for a moment I'm struck by how beautiful she looks when she's focused on helping others. "Hey," I call out as I approach. Shalom turns, her smile widening when she sees me. "Hi, Allore. How are you?" "I'm good," I reply, feeling a hint of nervousness that I can't quite shake. Listen, my parents have been asking about you. They want to meet you." Her smile falters for a split second before she recovers. "Your parents want to meet me?" "Yeah," I confirm, feeling my heart race inexplicably. "They've heard a lot about you from Thomas and, well, they're curious." Shalom tucks a loose strand of hair behind her ear, a thoughtful expression on her face. I don't know, Harlore. I mean, I appreciate the invitation, but..." I sense her hesitation and quickly add, "It's just a casual meeting. They're really eager to thank you for volunteering with Thomas." She looks uncertain, chewing on her lower lip. I suppose I could come by for a little while." Relief washes over me, though I try to play it cool. "Great. How about this Saturday afternoon? We could have tea in the garden." She nods slowly, a small smile playing on her lips. "Okay, Saturday afternoon sounds good." We exchange a few more pleasantries before parting ways. As I walk back through the market, I find myself replaying our conversation in my mind. Shalom's smile, her hesitant agreement to meet my parents. It all feels like a step forward. Later that evening, I sit on the porch of my home, watching the sun dip below the horizon. Thomas is inside, doing a school assignment, and I find myself lost in thought about Shalom. She's been on my mind more than usual lately, and I can't deny the attraction I feel towards her. She's kind, caring, and despite everything, there's a spark between us that I can't ignore. But she's also Thomas's birth mother, and that complicates things. I've seen the pain in her eyes, the guilt she carries. Can I trust her completely? Can I allow myself to feel this way? The sound of footsteps breaks my reverie, and I look up to see Thomas running towards me, a wide grin on his face. "Dad, guess what? Shalom said she's coming to tea with us." I smile warmly at him, tousling his hair affectionately. "That's great, buddy. I'm glad she's coming." Thomas nods eagerly. "She's really nice, Dad, and she makes good cookies." I chuckle, ruffling his hair again. "I bet she does." As I watch Thomas run back inside, I can't help but wonder what the future holds. Meeting my parents, spending more time with Shalom. These are steps towards something new, something uncertain. But for Thomas's sake, and perhaps for mine too, I'm willing to take that leap of faith.
Chapter 15. Shalom. The first rays of the morning sun kiss the earth as Harlore, Thomas and I set out for our favourite spot, the waterfalls. Our weekly picnic has become a special tradition for us. It's a time when we relax and enjoy the fresh air and beautiful surroundings. The air is always cool and refreshing. The spot is filled with the smell of damp earth and blooming flowers. Thomas runs ahead with energetic little legs, while Harlore and I walk slowly behind. The sound of the waterfall grows louder as we get closer, its calming noise filling the quiet between us. "Remember, Thomas," Harlore says, his deep voice echoing through the trees. "We can't go past the waterfalls. It's the clan's border." Thomas stops and looks back, his big eyes curious. "Why, Dad?" Harlore kneels down to meet Thomas's eyes. "It's dangerous beyond here. There are wild animals and sometimes enemies. Beyond this point, it gets dangerous. There are animals like Suru, with their large, ferocious teeth that roam these woods. But don't worry, someone always watches to keep us safe." I step in to explain, seeing the worry shade Thomas's face. Thomas nods, taking it in. "Okay, Dad, I'll be careful." I watch them have such a meaningful conversation and smile softly. Allore is protective but gentle. He explains things so Thomas understands the need to be careful without getting scared. As we reach the waterfalls, the sight is as breathtaking as ever. The water tumbles down the rocks, creating a mist that glistens in the sunlight. The surrounding forest is alive with vibrant greens, and the occasional splash of colour from wildflowers peeking through the underbrush. Harlore spreads out a blanket on the grassy bank, and we settle down, unpacking the picnic we've brought. I hand Thomas a piece of fruit, and he eagerly bites into it, juice dripping down his chin. "Do you think we'll see any animals today, Shalom?" Thomas asks between bites, his eyes scanning the forest edge. "Maybe," I reply, wiping his chin with a napkin. "But remember, we have to stay close to the waterfall. It's safer here." Thomas nods, still curious but reassured. Harlore leans back, watching the water thoughtfully. I glance at him, my eyes softening. "It's a beautiful place. I can see why everyone is a fan of it." "Dad, please tell me about your fights." His eyes are bright as he stares at Harlore. I lie restless on the blanket laid out on the grassy hill. I know it's important for him to grasp his origins and the skills he might need one day. Harlore smiles warmly, his gaze gentle but firm. "Fighting is part of an orc's life, Thomas," he starts, his voice deep and full of experience. "But what's even more important are the stories of the burning sun and how our warriors preserved it for us." As Harlore speaks, I watch Thomas's eyes widen with wonder, eager to absorb every detail of his father's world. "But Dad," Thomas interrupts as he wipes the juice from his chin. "Did you ever fight against creatures?" Harlore chuckles softly, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. "Yes, Thomas. In my homeland, danger lurked in every shadow. We had to be vigilant, strong." Then Harlore recounted a battle on the outskirts of the Nightshade clan, his eyes vivid with memories. "We faced renegade orcs," he said gravely. "The fighting was fierce, swords clashed, shouts echoed. I led our unit, cutting through them," he continued. "By the end, the ground was stained with blood, but we prevailed." Thomas gazes up at him with newfound admiration and pride. "You're so strong, Dad," Thomas says earnestly, his voice filled with awe. "I want to be strong like you." Harlore's smile widens, his pride in Thomas palpable. "You already are, my son," he replies warmly, his eyes meeting mine briefly. "These battles shape you," he adds, voice softening. "They remind you why you fight, for peace, for our people." I nod, feeling a pang of admiration for Harlore's ability to intertwine strength with tenderness in his tales. His story vividly portrays the violent orc culture and its wisdom, helping us better grasp the complexities of his world. He must have noticed my discomfort after listening to the blood-stained orcs' history. He steers the conversation towards the majestic waterfalls that cascade nearby. I realise that my son still has the blood of an orc, and it's in him to fight. I listen quietly as Harlore speaks, his voice carrying the weight of experience. In the Nightshade clan, we lived close to nature. The area near this waterfall is still very fertile to grow fruits and vegetables. He begins, his eyes distant yet focused. I learned to identify wild fruits and vegetables from a young age, skills that are second nature to me now. I listen closely, comforted by Harlore's stories. At that moment, I see how much Allore loves Thomas and the strong bond between them. The waterfalls, Harlore continues, his voice taking on a reverent tone. They were not just a place of beauty, but a sanctuary for us orcs. We would gather there, under the thundering cascade, to celebrate victories and strengthen bonds. Harlore sighs, his gaze following mine, as Thomas flits from the picnic blanket in search of a flying insect. Sometimes, it's hard to imagine how my life would have been without Thomas. I want him to have a good life, a safe life, but the world is unpredictable. I nod, my heart heavy with the weight of my own thoughts. I worry about him too, and about us. It's hard to know what's right sometimes. Thomas runs back to us, a bright smile on his face. Look, Shalom! I found a cool rock. I feel a flutter in my chest when he calls me by my name. I take the rock from his little hand. It's beautiful, Thomas, just like this place. He then goes off on another stone-finding expedition. Harlore and I fall into a comfortable silence, broken only by the sounds of nature, the rustle of leaves, the chirping of birds, and the gentle roar of the waterfall. Thomas wanders to the edge of the water, picking up smooth stones and tossing them, watching as they skip across the surface. He is back again this time with another question. Thomas asks, Shalom, where were you before? I freeze, unsure what to say. My life has never been pleasant. Instead, I say, there was a man named Thomas who saved me. He was kind. He's always watching me from above. Thomas beams. We have the same name. Are all Thomases kind? Yes, Allore replies. You must grow up to be kind too. Our eyes lock, and I feel a subtle connection forming between us. My heart thuds. What's happening? Before I can figure it out, screaming pierces the air. I pick up Thomas instinctively as Harlore steps in front of us, his body a protective shield. A group of orcs from our clan rushes towards us, their faces grim. Have you seen a suspicious person? One demands, gripping his dagger while the other orcs line the trees. No, Harlore and I reply in unison. What happened? I ask. One of the orcs, Jaod, smashes a tree in frustration, his face dark with anger. I gasp in shock and fear. Careful! Harlore snaps. There's a child and a female here. What's going on? The orcs exchange uneasy glances. We made a big mistake, one admits. Earlier we let 2 young orcs and 2 humans come here, thinking it was safe. They were gathering herbs, but when they didn't come back, we checked on them. The kids are gone, and there are traces of a suspicious individual. I hug Thomas tightly. Are we being attacked? The air is thick with tension, the usual sounds of birds and insects replaced by an eerie silence. Harlore's grip on his sword tightens, his eyes scanning the surroundings. We don't know, one of the orcs says, his voice low, but we have to find those kids. Harlore looks at me, his eyes filled with determination. Stay close to me, he says, his voice steady. I'll protect you both. I nod, my heart pounding. The fear is real, but so is the strange, growing bond between us. We pack up our belongings and start the walk back. The picnic has to be cut short. But Thomas doesn't protest. He is smart enough to understand the importance of safety for everybody. As we leave the waterfall, I glance back at the surrounding forest.
Chapter 16. Harlore. The situation screams of danger, especially when I have a younger son and a female companion who is inexperienced in combat. I crouch down and place a reassuring hand on Thomas's shoulder and pinch it lightly. Thomas, be brave for me, okay? It's all right now. He then stiffened his upper lips with bold resolve. I need to talk to Shalom after this. The look in her eyes tells me the memories of her past are running wild in her brain. She seems breathless, her footsteps slow and unsure. I ask her softly, "Do you want to come with us?" She does not respond. I gently touch her arm again. "Do you want to go home with Thomas?" I ask, my voice filled with concern. I look back at the forest near the waterfall. A strange sense of unease fills my body. Finally, Shalom nods, clutching Thomas tightly. "Yes, let's go home, but I don't have to stay with you guys. I can go to my house," she whispers. I stand tall, shielding them with my body. "We can head to my parents' home for now. Stay close to me. I'll protect you both." We move out towards our destination. Our steps were rustling and crunching the foliage and dirts on the way. The air is tense and silent. Shalom and Thomas are right behind me. As we walk, I keep my eyes, mind, hand, and body sharp, ready for any threat. We're far from the picnic spot, but the danger is still real. I won't let anything happen to them. We need to get home, and fast. As we approach my parents' house, Thomas insists that Shalom come with us. He's adamant, reassuring her. "You'll like it there. There's a big garden and lots of room to play. My grandma and grandpa are the best. They seem scary, but they're really kind," Thomas exclaims. "Kind of like you, Shalom, when I first met you," I whisper. Shalom hesitates, glancing at me and Thomas with uncertainty. "You thought what?" There was a bit of surprise and anger in her sentence. "In the beginning, I did not find you likable." I glance at Shalom. Her face is different now. "Shalom," I begin gently. "I'm sorry. I couldn't help myself." Shalom looks at me, her brow furrowing slightly. "What did I do to be unlikable?" I explain, choosing my words carefully. "I didn't understand how much Thomas meant in your life. I thought you were not to be trusted. I was only thinking about giving him the best life. That's it." Shalom's expression softens with understanding. "I see. But I saw how protective you are, and I realized how wrong I was. I'm sorry." Her eyes widen in surprise. Then she bursts into laughter. "Oh, Allore," she says. "You were only being an overprotective dad." I look up at her, my face now filled with concern. "You're not mad?" Shalom catches my eyes, her laughter fading into a warm smile. "No, Allore, I'm not mad at all. I'm glad you love Thomas. He's lucky that he was adopted by you." My expression relaxes, my fear melting away. "Okay," I say softly. "I'm sorry if I hurt you anyway today." "It's all right, Allore," I speak, feeling a mix of guilt and relief. "My parents, Selah and Vako, they won't judge you. They're really kind. They've seen so much and understand more than I ever could. I promise you." Shalom smiles weakly, touched by my request. "Okay, I'll come." Her eyes search mine, and I feel a spark between us, something I'm trying hard to ignore. Her gaze is intense, filled with a mixture of relief and something else. Something I can't quite name but feel deeply. It's a warmth that spreads through me. Standing here with Thomas and Shalom, I feel a sense of belonging that has always eluded me. Her presence is a balm to the restless uncertainty within me. I watch as Thomas hugs her tightly, his small arms encircling her neck. Shalom closes her eyes, embracing him with a tenderness that makes my heart ache. I can see the love she has for him, the protective instinct that mirrors my own. It's a love that transcends her complicated history and the misunderstandings that have plagued us. Shalom walks beside me, her steps cautious yet hopeful, while Thomas skips ahead, his laughter ringing through the quiet afternoon. "Can we play outside?" Thomas asks me. I chuckle softly. "Of course, but let's go inside first. Grandma and Grandpa will be happy to see you." My mother, Sela, appears in the doorway of the small home, her face lighting up as she sees us. "Allore!" she exclaims, rushing forward to embrace me. "And who do we have here?" Thomas steps forward shyly. "This is Shalom. She plays with me at school." My mother smiles warmly at them, a flash of understanding in her eyes. "Welcome, Shalom. You're just in time for tea." Thomas looks up at me, his eyes wide with excitement. "Can we have tea, Dad?" I nod, grateful for the warmth and acceptance in my mother's eyes. "Yes, Thomas. Let's go have tea with Grandma." As we enter the cozy living room with my mother, I feel relieved. This place is a haven where Shalom and Thomas can feel peace. Later, my father also joins us. We have a fun time at my parents' house. Thomas's sleepy face many hours later signals it's time to go. But the look of satisfaction has drifted over to Shalom's soft brown eyes, making me wonder if there will be a time, maybe in the future, when we stay here all day together, like a family. Daruk visits my parents' home, relaying a message from Loki who wants to speak with me. I hate to leave them alone, but things in the clan are unsettled, and I need to see where I can be of help. Thomas trails behind me, clutching his favorite stuffed toy, which his grandmother made for him. "Dad, where are you going?" Thomas asks, his voice tinged with uncertainty. I kneel down to his level, placing both of my hands on his shoulder. "I am going to meet with some important people, Thomas," I explain gently. "I need to talk to them about keeping everyone safe. You have to stay with Shalom until I am back." Thomas nods solemnly, his brow furrowing in concentration. Is something wrong? Did they not find those missing orcs? "I don't know it yet, but I just want to make sure everything is okay for you and Shalom," I reply, brushing a lock of hair from his forehead. "We're going to sort everything out." I make our way to the heart of our clan's territory, where Loki's official meeting is already in session. My old comrades in arms, like Jorgen, Irish, Ur, are gathered. All of their expressions are grave as Loki addresses me directly. "Allore, how are you today?" Loki's voice is controlled, stern, and inquisitive as always, his eyes searching mine for answers. "I am fine," I reply. "Have you noticed anything suspicious? Heard anything out of the ordinary?" Loki demands. I take a deep breath, meeting Loki's gaze squarely. While Shalom, Thomas, and I were having a picnic by the waterfall, we encountered a few wandering orcs from our clan. At least, that's what I assumed at the time. Our orcs, what were they doing there? They seemed lost, disoriented. They asked if we'd seen a suspicious person. It struck me as odd, Loki. They were agitated. "Did they pose any threat of any kind?" Loki interrogates. No immediate threat, but it felt unsettling. We had to cut the picnic short. They mentioned something about searching for missing young ones and a suspicious individual. I give him all the details I know so far. "This is troubling. Urish, take Harlore with you. Harlore is a strategist in our clan. Investigate this further. We need to know what's happening in our territory," he orders promptly. Urish nods, his expression serious. "Yes, Chief. We'll leave at first light." "Keep me informed. And be cautious, my brothers. This could be more than it seems." He reminds us to be mindful in our investigative endeavors. I return to my parents' home, the weight of the impending mission settling on my shoulders. My parents are preparing dinner, their faces lighting up as they see me. "Allore, dear," Sela greets warmly. "So how did it go?" I swallow, steeling myself for what comes next. "I'm leaving tomorrow with Urish. We must investigate some matters outside of clan territory," I explain. Only my father reacts with words. As he sets down his knife, his expression becomes increasingly serious. "Be careful, son," he he says quietly. "And make sure you return home safe and sound." "I promise," I say, my mind already buzzing with plans and possibilities. Tomorrow I start a mission to uncover the truth regarding the wandering orc. I step past my parents' concerned faces towards Shalom, seeing the worry on her face. "Shalom, will you stay here with Thomas and help keep an eye on things until I return?" She nods slowly, her eyes intently watching mine. "I wouldn't think of leaving."
Chapter 17. Shalom. Thomas has been having the best time of his life at his grandparents' home. Climbing trees and finding trouble where he can, the days have been easy. It's the nights that keep me awake, wondering if Harlore will shadow the doorstep with his towering, coveted frame. Throughout our visit, Sela and Varko's hospitality and genuine interest have made me feel welcomed and at ease. During breakfast, Sela leads the family into the cosy sitting room, where a spread of tea and snacks awaits. The room is warm and inviting, filled with the comforting scent of freshly brewed tea and the crackling warmth of the hearth. I never knew orcs could be so kind. "Please make yourself comfortable," Sela encourages, gesturing to the armchairs arranged around a low coffee table. Thomas wastes no time in climbing onto one, his eyes wide with curiosity. "Are these cookies for me?" Thomas asks eagerly, eyeing the plate of treats with delight. Sela chuckles warmly. "Of course, Thomas," she replies, placing a cookie in his small hands. "Help yourself." Thomas munches happily on his cookie, occasionally glancing at me as if to share in his joy. I smile back at him, grateful for his infectious enthusiasm that lightens the atmosphere. Varko joins us with a steaming cup of tea, settling into an armchair opposite me. "Allore always speaks highly of you, Shalom," he says kindly, his eyes warm with genuine interest. "We're glad you're here." I feel a wave of gratitude towards Harlore's parents for their hospitality and acceptance. "Thank you," I reply sincerely, feeling more at ease with each passing moment. "I'm happy to be here too." As the afternoon unfolds, Sela and Varko make me feel at home, asking about my work at the school and sharing stories of Harlore's childhood adventures in the Nightshade clan, where Sela and Varko were born. Their genuine interest and warmth gradually dissolve my initial nerves, replacing them with a sense of belonging. Despite the warmth and friendliness, I can't shake the feeling that I'm intruding on their family. Is it all right for me to barge in like this? The thought nags at me, and I must have shown my discomfort because Varko addresses it directly. "Shalom," he says, leaning forward slightly. "I can see what's on your mind. You're worried about intruding, aren't you?" I nod, feeling a bit exposed. Thomas runs back to the kitchen in search of milk, as Varko hands me a small plate of cookies. He smiles warmly, his eyes full of understanding. "You're welcome here. We'd love to know more about the person who gave birth to such a wonderful kid like Thomas." His words bring a lump to my throat. I nod, trying to keep my emotions in check. "Thank you," I managed to say. "I am forever indebted to you for not telling little Thomas about this." Sela leans in, her expression gentle. "When we say you're part of our family now, we really mean it, Shalom. Now tell us more about yourself." Taking a deep breath, I begin. "I don't often talk about my past, but I think it's important for you to know." I glance at Thomas, who is happily playing across the room with his toys, unaware of the weight of my words. "I grew up an orphan," I continue, my voice steady but soft. "I never knew my parents, and the orphanage was difficult. When I was young, I experienced abuse and violence, mostly at the hands of a rival orc clan. It was a dark time in my life." Sela's hand gently touches mine, offering silent support. Varko's expression is one of deep compassion. "Later, I found myself pregnant," I say, my voice barely a whisper now. "I was too young and too scared to raise a child on my own, so I made the painful decision to give him up for adoption. There's a long pause as I gather my thoughts, my eyes meeting Sela's and Vako's. Meeting Thomas again, finding out he's my son, has been both a blessing and a challenge. I want to be a part of his life, but I still carry the scars of my past. Vako speaks softly, his voice filled with understanding. You've been through so much, Shalom. We're honoured to have you here with us. You're a part of our family now, and we'll support you in any way we can. Tears well up in my eyes, but they're tears of relief and gratitude. Thank you, I whisper, feeling a profound sense of acceptance and belonging in this new family I'm becoming a part of. As the conversation continues, Vako asks, Shalom, is that what made you volunteer at the school? I take a moment, feeling the warmth and acceptance from both Sela and Vako. I joined the school because I was desperate to see Thomas, yes, I admit softly. I wanted to observe him, make sure he was all right without revealing who I was. Sela nods, understanding in her eyes. So, volunteering gave you that chance? Yes, I continued. It allowed me to be close to him, interact with him, and experience moments of connection, even though I couldn't openly acknowledge I was his mother. Vako smiles warmly. You did it out of love and concern. That's truly admirable. Feeling a sense of relief, I smile back. Thank you. It means a lot to me to be able to watch over him, even from a distance. Later, as the evening light fades and the room is bathed in a cosy glow from the hearth, I realise how much this day has meant to me. I can see Thomas each day. I take him to school. I see him throughout the day. I bring him home from school with me. Sometimes he sleeps with me when he starts to miss Harlore. These moments remind me of the importance of family and the strength found in shared moments of joy and acceptance, even in the face of the uncertainties that lie ahead. The kindness from Vako and Sela overwhelms me, and I feel a lump in my throat seeing all the things these amazing couples have been doing for me. One evening, Sela asks me, Shalom, would you like to help with dinner? Her voice is so warm and inviting, I could never say no. I nod, managing a grateful smile. I'd love to, thank you. Wonderful. Why don't you help me in the kitchen? I have a dish to experiment with. It is a classic orc dish. I agree, following her into the cosy kitchen filled with the comforting scent of herbs and spices. As we start preparing her experimental meal, she might have noticed how organised and efficient I am. You're really good at this, she remarks. I chuckled softly, thanking her for the compliment. With a flick of my wrist, I reach for the seasonings while sautéing butter with the other. Sela gives me a look I'm not used to seeing, like a smile within a smile. Being an orphan, I've never had a lot of moments where I thought I made someone proud. I've had to learn a lot of skills, I admit, my hands busy chopping vegetables. Being alone teaches you that. Sela pauses, looking at me with a mix of admiration and sympathy. I'm impressed. It takes a lot of strength to manage on your own. I nod, swallowing hard. Thank you. It hasn't been easy, but I manage. Thomas runs into the kitchen, his eyes bright with excitement. What's for dinner? Sela smiles at him. We're making your favourite, Thomas, roasted chicken and vegetables. Yay! Thomas cheers, then looks at me. Can I help, Shalom? I smile down at him, ruffling his hair with my own surging sense of pride. Of course, Thomas. You can help us set the table. As Thomas eagerly sets to work, I find myself relaxing more. Sela's kindness and Thomas's innocent enthusiasm create a sense of normalcy that I've missed for so long. While we cook, Sela shares stories about Harlore's childhood, making me laugh and feel more at ease. He was always getting into trouble, she says with a fond smile. I chuckle. I can imagine. By the time we finish cooking, I feel a strange but welcome sense of belonging. Sela looks at me as we carry the dishes to the table. You're always welcome here, Shalom. Remember that. I nod, my heart full of gratitude. Thank you, Sela. That means a lot to me. As we sit down to dinner, I look around the table. Thomas chattering happily, Vako and Sela, so warm and accepting. For the first time in a long while, I feel like I might have found a place where I truly belong. As we finish cleaning up after dinner, Sela and I move to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Thomas plays with his toys in the living room, his laughter filling the small home with so much happiness. Sela places a hand on my arm, her eyes filled with concern. I'm so sorry you went through bad times, Shalom. You're very strong to have come through it all. Thank you, I reply softly. When I found out I was pregnant, I was terrified. I didn't think I could give my child the life he deserved. So I made the hardest decision of my life and gave him up for adoption, hoping he'd find a better home. Sela pulls me into a hug, her embrace warm and comforting. You're an incredible woman, Shalom. Harlore is very lucky to have you in his life. I hug her back, feeling a sense of acceptance and belonging. Thank you, Sela. That means a lot to me. As Sela wraps her arms around me, pulling me into a comforting embrace, I feel a warmth spread through me. Is this how a mother's hug feels like? It's so warm and comforting. I can't help but hope I get to experience this always. Allore is so lucky to have grown up with this kind of love and warmth around him. Thomas toddles over, looking up at us with wide eyes. Shalom, why are you hugging my grandma? I chuckle, wiping away a tear. Just sharing a happy moment, Thomas. Sela smiles, ruffling his hair. Why don't you show Shalom your favourite toy? Thomas's eyes light up. Okay. He runs off to fetch his toy, leaving Sela and me with a moment of shared understanding. As the evening continues, I help Sela prepare some snacks for the next day. It's so nice to see Thomas so happy here, I say, slicing vegetables. He's a joy to have around. Sela agrees. And I can see why you wanted to stay close to him. You've done an amazing job, even from the background. Thank you, I reply, feeling a warmth in my chest. It's all worth it to see him smile. We finish our preparations, and I take a moment to appreciate the homey atmosphere, the warmth of the hearth, and the kindness of Harlore's family. Despite the challenges and heartaches, maybe, just maybe, I've found the family I've always longed for.
Chapter 18. Allore. It's good to be home. I step into my parents' house at long last and shake off the weariness I had till today. The investigative journey has toiled on me heavily. I hear laughter and follow the voices to the cozy kitchen. It feels like the heart of our home. Allore, you're back, and you're just in time! My mother, Sela, calls out with a warm smile. Dinner's ready. We're just waiting for you. I glance around and see Shalom at the table, chatting with my father, Vako, and Thomas. The sight warms my chest. Dad! Thomas runs to me and hugs me. His eyes sparkle. Come sit next to me. He pulls me in. I smile and play with Thomas's hair before sitting down. What are we having tonight? I ask, looking at the food on the table. We made something different today, Shalom says with a shy smile. Your mother and I tried our own recipe. I look at her, noticing how comfortable she seems, how well she fits in. It's a sight that makes my heart swell with something I haven't felt in a long time. Hope. I hope you girls made something tasty, I reply, genuinely excited. As we sit together at the table, with everyone's smiling faces before me, the past few days seem to disappear. The wandering orcs, the suspicious activity in the woods, all of it washes away with the passing of warm bread and the clinking of plates. Shalom, tell Allore about the story you shared with us, Vako prompts, giving me a meaningful look. Shalom hesitates for a moment before speaking. I was just telling them about my time volunteering at the school, she says softly. and how it helped me feel close to Thomas. She tells the last one with one note below the whisper. I nod, encouraging her to continue. That's wonderful, Shalom. Thomas talks about you all the time. Thomas, his mouth full of food, nods vigorously. Shalom is my favorite, he declares, making everyone laugh. Thomas, don't talk with your mouth full, Selah gently scolds, but her eyes are twinkling. As the dinner progresses, I find myself watching Shalom more closely. She's gentle, kind, and she brings a light into this home that we've been missing. I think about the future, about what it would be like to have her here with us always. Allore, are you all right? Selah's voice breaks through my thoughts. I blink, realizing I've been quiet for too long. Yes, just thinking, I say, offering her a reassuring smile. After dinner, as Mother was clearing the table, I found a moment alone with Shalom. Thank you for being here, I say quietly. It means a lot to my parents. And to me. She looks up at me, her eyes searching mine. I'm happy to be here, Harlore. Your family has been so kind to me. You also need a vote of thanks for putting me with such a beautiful, loving family. I take a deep breath, gathering my courage. Shalom, I've been thinking. I want you to be a big part of my life. Maybe we can build a future together, with Thomas. Her eyes widen, and for a moment I worry I've said too much. But then she smiles and leaves without answering my proposal. In that moment, I know I've made the right decision. Her no response also means some response, I guess. Did I ever tell you about the time Allore got stuck in a cherry tree? My mother asks. She always tells this same story to embarrass me. She has the spirit of mischief, I murmur, looking guiltily at Shalom. I can't wait to hear this one, she says, a teasing look capturing her coffee brown eyes. He was trying to catch an animal. What's more, he was not wearing any underwear that day. His pants got caught in the thorns and he was hanging upside down. He also peed himself right then and there. Imagine the horror and the fun I had that day. She divulges the entire series of misfortune that I suffered in one luckless day. I have had a hunting spirit since my birth, I defend. I could catch 1 to 2 creatures easily, but that day was not mine. Shalom laughs softly, her eyes sparkling with amusement. I'd love to hear more. Oh, I have plenty of stories, Selah continues, clearly enjoying herself. Like the time he tried to make a healing potion and ended up turning himself blue for a week. A blue orc. Can you imagine that? I thought I had embarrassed myself only once, but Mom has bags of childhood disasters. Thomas giggles, not fully understanding but enjoying the light-hearted atmosphere. Daddy was blue? Only for a little while, buddy, I say, ruffling his hair. It wasn't my best moment. Shalom looks at me, her smile gentle. I like hearing about your childhood. It makes me feel like I know you better. Well, if you stick around for too long, you'll get bored of them all, I say, meeting her gaze. Maybe we can make some new stories together. Vako chuckles from his seat, shaking his head. Allore, do you forget who your mother is? Once she gets started, there's no stopping her. Selah beams proudly, clearly enjoying the attention. Exactly, and Shalom seems interested. Why not share some stories? Shalom looks at me, her eyes twinkling with curiosity. I promise I won't judge too harshly. All right, fine, but let's keep it appropriate. Thomas, who's been quietly eating, suddenly pipes up. Dad, what's apropos? I chuckle. Appropriate? It means not too naughty, Thomas, like the stories Grandma tells. Thomas nods sagely, though I can see his eyelids drooping. Okay, I like stories. All right, here's one. Selah starts, leaning forward as if preparing for a dramatic retelling. When Harlore was about your age, Thomas, he decided he wanted to be a warrior like his father. As Selah launches into the story, I can't help but shake my head in mock exasperation. But seeing Shalom's genuine interest and Thomas's sleepy fascination, I realize maybe it's not such a big deal if a few embarrassing tales make them smile. After a while, with Thomas nodding off against my shoulder, I catch Shalom's eye across the table. Her expression is soft, understanding, and it fills me with a warmth I haven't felt in a long time. "All right, everyone. Dinner was lovely," Selah announces, gathering the plates. "Allore, why don't you take Thomas to bed? It's getting late, and then you can take Shalom home." "There's no need, really," Shalom interjects politely, glancing at me. I can walk back alone. I shake my head, standing up from the table. "It's not safe to walk alone at night. I'll walk with you." Selah smiles warmly. "That's settled then. Allore, make sure Thomas brushes his teeth." Thomas giggles, already sleepy but excited for the adventure of bedtime routines. I take his small hand in mine, leading him down the hallway to his room. "Let's get you ready for bed, buddy." As we go through the familiar routine of pajamas and toothbrushing, Thomas yawns widely. "Shalom is nice," he murmurs sleepily. "She is," I agreed softly, tucking him into bed and brushing a kiss on his forehead. "Good night, Thomas." "Night, Daddy." I leave his room quietly, returning to find Shalom waiting by the door, ready to leave. "Thank you for dinner and, well, everything," she says softly, looking up at me. I nod, suddenly unsure of what to say. "It's the least I could do. Let's get you back safely." As we step outside into the cool night air, Shalom wraps her coat tighter around herself. The paths are quiet, bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. "Are you okay?" I ask, noticing her slight shiver. "I'm fine," she replies quickly, but I can tell she's tense. We walk in silence for a few moments. The only sound is our footsteps on the pavement. Finally, she breaks the quiet. "I'm sorry I didn't ask about your mission earlier," she says quietly. "What happens now?" I nod, exhaling softly. "Yeah, there's been some unrest among the wandering orcs. We need to investigate further. Nothing can be said with surety, not yet." She looks at me, surprise evident in her expression. "It must be dangerous." "It's part of the job," I reply, my voice tinged with a hint of weariness. "But we'll handle it. As a matter of fact, I am leaving again tomorrow." Shalom's pace slows, and she looks at me with a mix of emotions. "Will you be okay? How long will you be gone this time?" I meet her gaze, offering a reassuring smile. "I'll be fine. I've got my team with me. But we may be gone for a while. Could be days or weeks, even months." I can see the worry in her eyes. "Just promise me you'll come back in one piece." "I promise," I say softly, sincerity in my voice. "And I'll miss you." She can't express herself, so we continue walking, the weight of my impending departure hanging between us. As we reach her doorstep, Shalom turns to me with a small smile. "Thank you for walking me home." "I'm glad to," I reply honestly. "Good night, Shalom." "Good night, Harlore." I feel a warmth in my chest that has nothing to do with the night air. Maybe tonight wasn't about missions or mysteries. It was about the quiet moments, good foods, mischievous stories, family moments. We shared our understanding of the situation. Can this be the beginning of something I didn't...
Chapter 19. Shalom. He's leaving tomorrow. Again. I clench the edge of my clothes so tightly I can feel how I slowly rip the material softly. He has a mission, I get it, but it is still hard to take in the news. What should I do? I think to myself. I worry for him, constant anxiety just by thinking about it, and I might not be able to sleep thinking of him. My heart races as I approach my home, him walking beside me, our steps in sync. I can feel his presence like a magnetic pull, drawing me in even as my mind whirls with anxiety and indecision. I like him so much it terrifies me. These feelings have been building slowly, but I've pushed them down, ignored them, not wanting to face the intensity of it all. I am scared of love, of what it can do to me. I don't think I am good enough for the type of love I want. I crave peace the most, and I do not believe that these feelings can bring me peace. I can love so profoundly, I know that, but at the same time, I've been on my own for so long now. What if love can't measure up? I don't want to think about it anymore. Truthfully, just the idea of love stresses me out. But now the major problem is that with him about to leave, I can't hide from it anymore. I can't run forever, right? Would you like to come in for a bit? I hear myself asking, the words leaving my lips before I can second-guess them. You must be thirsty after our walk. Excuses, flimsy justifications to prolong our time together, to keep him close just a little longer. What I really want to say remains locked inside me, the truth too overwhelming to put into speech. He accepts with an easy smile, seemingly oblivious to my inner turmoil as I lead him inside. The door closes behind us with a click of finality. My home, my sanctuary, but with him here it feels charged with electric anticipation. I'm hyper-aware of his every movement as I busy myself preparing the tea, plucking the dried leaves I grew and harvested myself. You made this yourself? That's impressive, he remarks, as the aromatic steam curls invitingly from the pot. It's nothing, really, I murmur, avoiding his eyes as I carefully pour the amber liquid into awaiting cups. Such a simple domesticity, and yet my hands tremble imperceptibly. It may be nothing in your eyes, but wow, it smells amazing, so delicious. I could smell this every day for the rest of my life, he says, excited by the aromas that come out of the pot. Thanks for enjoying it. It smells good, I admit. I say timidly, with a soft smile on my face. We sit, the tea between us, an inadequate buffer for the feeling saturating the air, so palpable I can almost taste it on my tongue. The silence stretches, heavy and meaningful, filled with all the unspoken words caught in our throats. I want to memorize everything about him at this moment, the way the fading sun gilds his features, the strong line of his jaw, the shape of his enormous fingers wrapped around the delicate teacup. I'm paralyzed, caught between desperate longing and abject fear. Because what if he doesn't feel the same? What if I bare my soul only to have it bruised and rejected? Worse, what if he does return my feelings but still leaves, marching off to an uncertain fate? The thought of losing him, in any capacity, fills me with preemptive grief. It lodges like a stone in my chest. We both start to speak at the same time, our words colliding clumsily in the space between us. He gestures for me to continue, but I shake my head, suddenly bashful. I want to hear his voice, to know what's on his mind before I take the irrevocable plunge. Our eyes meet and catch, snagged in an intense shared gaze I couldn't look away from even if I wanted to. I see my own longing reflected back at me in his deep, typical orc eyes, echoing the drumbeat of my yearning heart. Does he know how I ache for him? How he fills my every thought like blinding sunlight through parted curtains? Then he's moving, swiftly crossing the distance between us before I have time to react. His lips find mine, warm and soft and electric. I'm drowning in sensation, my mind wiped blank of everything but his kiss, his touch, his intoxicating nearness. My eyes flutter shut as I melt against him. I want to imprint this moment into my very skin, a sense memory to carry with me for how long he will be gone. I don't even want to comprehend that it is a possibility for him to not come back. He withdraws slowly, his eyes searching mine, brimming with a mix of surprise at his own boldness and tentative hope. Shalom, He starts, then falters, swallows, begins again. I needed you to know, before I go, in case I don't. Shut up, please. I do not want to hear it. I don't care, you will be back no matter what. That is what I believe, and you cannot change where I put my faith in, I say with lower lip trembling. All right, fair enough. he says to me with a hopeful smile on his face. I capture his face between my palms, silencing the awful possibility he was about to voice aloud. I refuse to acknowledge it, to invite that reality into existence. You will come back to me, I whisper fiercely, my gaze burning into his, a spell to bend the universe to my will. But until then, let's not waste the time we have. I kiss him again, deeply, pouring everything I feel into that single point of passionate connection. He responds in kind, pulling me flush against him as if trying to fuse our bodies into one. We breathe each other in, hands roaming, hearts pounding in desperate synchronicity. I want to crawl inside his skin, to bind us together so inextricably that no force can separate us. Not distance, not circumstance, not even death. But I know it's impossible. All too soon he'll leave, marching off to war and whatever fate has in store. All I can do is love him now, completely and without reservation, and pray it's enough to bring him home again. To me. The future is a yawning void, unknowable, but the present, this single, perfect, shimmering moment, is ours. I surrender to it, to him, letting the bittersweet bliss consume me. The time for words, for declarations and promises, will come later. For now, there is only sensation, emotion, two bodies and hearts merging as the boundaries between us dissolve like sugar into tea. He is my first thought upon waking and my last before sleeping, but here, now, I banish all thoughts. There is only feeling as we sink into each other, a tangle of limbs and sighs, lost in a haze of desire edged with desperation. We adore each other with lips and hands, and reverent murmurs until the passion peaks and crests, leaving us shattered and spent in the best possible way. Afterward, we hold each other. The impending separation looms, but we don't speak of it. There will be time for goodbyes in the morning, for extracted promises and heartfelt prayers. For now, it's enough to just be, to exist in this pocket out of time, wrapped in each other, the air heavy with all we've expressed without words. My body hums with the echoes of his touch, the imprint of his devotion like a brand upon my flesh and soul. No matter what happens tomorrow, or all the tomorrows to come, I will always carry this piece of him inside me, a candle in the dark, a talisman against loneliness that I'll be feeling after he will leave. I know I will not sleep tonight. I will lay awake memorizing the rhythms of his body beside me, the steady cadence of his breath, the thrum of his heart beating in sync with my own. This huge orc brings out the animal in me.
In a world where humans have been driven underground, living like rats is the only way to stay safe from the marauding orcs.
All my life, my only job has been to make sure I have enough to eat.
These orcs of the Burning Sun clan will vow to keep their human mates safe.
There is a nobleness to these giant savages, alpha male warriors who will protect their women at all costs.
Get this complete series of books following the Burning Sun clan for 70% off. Each book is a full-length monster romance that features a giant orc with eyes for his beloved, curvy human, happily ever after guaranteed.
Prothika's magic is eternal.
This bundle will show you that size really does matter. Chapter 20. Allore. I kiss her soft lips gently. She pulls away, looking into my eyes full of desire. I can clearly see the desire and embarrassment in her eyes. Maybe a bit of confusion, too. She is full of mixed feelings, I can tell. I don't want to rush things, but I also don't want to leave without telling her my feelings. I really like her, and I am full of curiosity about the future between us. I gaze at her, my heart swelling with a mix of longing, hope, and trepidation. I've been harboring these feelings for so long, but the timing never seemed right. Now, with my impending departure looming over us like a dark cloud, I know I couldn't leave without telling her how I truly feel. I take a deep breath, steadying myself. Shalom, listen to me. She looks at me, her eyes wide and questioning, a hint of vulnerability shimmering just beneath the surface. I want nothing more than to gather her in my arms and shield her from all the hurts of the world. But I hold myself back. This needs to be said. I care for you, deeply, I begin, the words feeling both inadequate and monumental, more than just as a friend. I want to be with you, if you'll have me. I'll say it over and over until you understand that I mean it. There's a beat of heavy silence as she absorbs my confession. I watch the emotions play across her face. Surprise, wonder, and then a flicker of fear that makes my heart clench. Allore, She falters, her gaze dropping to her hands, twisting nervously in her lap. I like you too, so much. But I don't know if I can do this. If I can commit to something, to someone. I reach out, gently taking her hand in mine. She doesn't pull away, and I take that as a positive sign. I understand. I'm not trying to rush you, I promise. I just couldn't bear the thought of leaving without you knowing how I feel. She nods, but I can tell there's more she wants to say. I wait patiently, stroking my thumb over her knuckles in what I hope is a soothing gesture. There are things about me, about my past, that you don't know, she says finally, her voice breaking. I've been through some difficult experiences. I squeeze her hand encouragingly. You can tell me anything, Shalom. I'm here to listen, not to judge. She takes a shaky breath, and when she speaks again, her words come out in a rush, as if she's been holding them back for a long time. When I was 18, I was raped. That's how I got pregnant. I didn't know what to do. I was so young and scared, but I still carry so much guilt, so much pain from it all. My heart breaks for her, for the trauma she's endured. I want to find the bastard who hurt her and rip him limb from limb, but I push down the violent urge. That's not what she needs from me right now. I'm so sorry, Shalom. I can't even begin to imagine how difficult that must have been, how much you've struggled with it. I pause, choosing my next words carefully. You don't have to tell me more if it's too painful. I don't want to reopen old wounds. She shakes her head, a single tear escaping down her cheek. I resist the urge to brush it away. No, I want you to know. I need you to understand why I might not be able to give you what you want, what you deserve. All I want is you, in whatever capacity you're comfortable with, I assure her. I'm not going to push you for more than you're ready to give. And your past, whatever happened, it doesn't change how I feel about you. A watery smile tugs at her lips. You're a good orc, Harlore. A really good orc. I don't know what I did to deserve you. You deserve the world, I tell her sincerely. And I intend to spend as long as you'll let me trying to give it to you. She leans into me then, resting her head on my shoulder. I wrap an arm around her, savoring her closeness, the way she fits against me like she was made to be there. Just promise me one thing, she says softly, her breath warm against my neck. Promise me you'll come back safely, that you'll return to me so I can give you a proper answer. I promise, I say, meaning it with every fiber of my being. I will always come back to you, Shalom, no matter what. I tilt her face up to mine, capturing her lips in a soft, sweet kiss. It's chaste, just a gentle brush of mouths, a physical seal to my words. As much as I want to deepen it, to pour all my love and longing into the connection, I force myself to pull back. My body is already reacting to her proximity, desire stirring hot and insistent in my veins. But I won't let it overtake me. She bared her soul to me, trusted me with her deepest vulnerabilities. I refuse to sully that trust by pushing for more than she's ready to give, no matter how much I crave her. I shift subtly, hoping she won't notice the growing evidence of my arousal. It would be so easy to stay, To lose myself in her, consequences be damned. But I know that path leads only to regret and heartache. When we come together, I want it to be a celebration, not an act of desperation born of impending separation and unresolved emotions. I want to worship her body with the reverence it deserves, to cherish her so thoroughly that she never again doubts her own worth. But that will have to wait. For now, I content myself with committing every detail of her to memory, the shimmer of unshed tears clinging to her lashes, the satin softness of her skin, the way her hair slips like silk between my fingers. I should go now, I murmur reluctantly, dropping one last lingering kiss to her forehead. If I don't leave now, I might not be able to. She nods, understanding in her eyes even as they reflect my own reluctance. Go, but remember your promise. Always, I pledge. Then, with a tremendous effort, I extract myself from her embrace and stand. Every step away from her feels like a piece of myself being ripped away, but I keep going. I pause at the door, looking back at her one last time. She's watching me, her heartache and hope a mirror of my own. I will come back to you, I tell her again, and when I do, we'll figure this out together, no matter what. Then I'm gone, striding out into the gathering dusk before my resolve can crumble. The further I get from her, the more I feel like I'm leaving my very heart behind. But I cling to the memory of her kiss, her touch, the depths of emotion shining in her eyes as she bared her soul to me. Those precious moments will fuel me through whatever lies ahead. I will return to her, and when I do, I will pour all the love I carry for her into showing her exactly what she means to me. I will spend my life loving her, healing her if she'll let me. But first, I must survive. For her, for the future I desperately hope we'll share. I march forward into the unknown, my stride purposeful despite the heaviness in my chest. Each step carries me closer to my fate, but also closer to the day I'll be back in her arms, Dot, where I belong. Where I will always belong from this day until my last. The trials ahead are daunting, but they're nothing compared to the strength of the bond tethering my soul to hers. I will weather any storm to make my way back to her. There is no other option. I need to come back. I can't leave her alone after I promised her that I'll be back. I hope my fate is kind to me and will let me live this life I imagine with her, not in my head.
Chapter 21. Shalom. It's been a week and he's not back yet. I feel more anxious as the days slowly pass, thinking about him. The worry grows in me like a disease. I have been spending time with his family, trying to give them some moral support. Just being here with them helps me more than I could ever know. No one really knows what's going on. Strangely, Loki is tight-lipped about the whole operation. Maybe I am being paranoid, but these past days the suspicious thoughts about everyone around me and whatever is happening are making me sick. I lie awake, my mind consumed by worry for Harlore. The weight of each passing day without news of his whereabouts presses down upon my heart, threatening to crush me under its relentless pressure. Sleep eludes me, and when it does come, it is fitful and plagued by nightmares of the worst possibilities. My appetite has vanished, and I can feel my body growing weaker with each meal I struggle to consume. "What's wrong? Are you okay?" Thomas asks, worried about me. "Ugh, I'm fine. I'm thinking about your father, but I know he will be fine. He is strong like you," I say, sighing and smiling for him. "I know he will be okay. I can feel it," Thomas says, smiling sincerely. "Yes, he will be. I miss him, though. I hope he comes back soon. I am confused because I don't know what is happening." "I miss him too, but I promise you he is going to be here with us sooner than we expect," I tell him. "I hope you're right. I don't feel good without my dad," Thomas says sadly. "I get it. I understand you, but like I said, he will be here sooner than we expected, and all of this will end fast," I promise to Thomas. Even Thomas senses that something is amiss. His innocent eyes search for Harlore, his constant companion and protector. The bond between them is strong, and Thomas's confusion and longing for his absent dad only amplifies my own anguish. In an attempt to find peace and escape the oppressive silence of my own home, I seek refuge with Sailor and Vaco. They open their hearts and their home to me, urging me to spend more time with them. I gratefully accept, desperate for any distraction from the constant gnawing worry that consumes my every waking moment. 2 days have passed since I arrived at their doorstep, and tonight I find myself tucking Thomas into bed. His small, warm body curls against mine as I pull the covers up to his chin, smoothing his hair back from his forehead. In this moment, I allow myself to be lost in the innocence and peace of a child's slumber, hoping that somehow it will seep into my own troubled soul. But the tranquility is shattered by a sudden commotion outside. My heart leaps into my throat, and I instinctively tighten my hold on Thomas. Sella bursts into the room, her body trembling. "Harlore," Sella says grimly. "He has returned." This should be wonderful news, but something in her eyes tells me this is wrong. Something is wrong. The room spins around me, and I feel the blood drain from my face. I reach out to steady myself, my fingers gripping the bedpost as if it is the only thing keeping me tethered to reality. "What happened?" I manage to whisper, my voice barely audible over the pounding of my own heart. As Sella recounts the tale, I feel as though I am watching the scene unfold from outside my own body. Allore has returned, but the circumstances of his arrival are shrouded in mystery and peril. The joy I should feel at his homecoming is overshadowed by the fear that grips my very soul. "Take me to him." As I venture out into the night, Sella by my side, I feel the weight of the unknown pressing down upon me. The darkness seems to hold 1,000 secrets, each one more treacherous than the last, but I cannot let the fear consume me. I must be strong, for Harlore's sake. We move swiftly through the shadows, our footsteps echoing in the stillness. Sella leads the way, her knowledge of the area guiding us towards the place where Harlore was last seen. My heart pounds in my chest, a relentless drumbeat that seems to mark the passing of each precious second. As we draw closer, I hear the murmur of voices in the distance. A flicker of light catches my eye, and I realise that we are approaching a group of orcs gathered around a small fire. My breath catches in my throat as I recognise the figure hunched at the centre of the circle. "Harlore," I barely say. He is alive, but the sight of him torments me. His clothing is torn and bloodied, his face a mask of pain and exhaustion. The orcs surrounding him are strangers to me, their expressions a mix of concern and suspicion. I step forward, my voice ringing out clear and strong. "Allore!" He's too weak to look at me. His eyes flutter open slightly, and his arm lifts up briefly before falling to his side limply. He lays on his back, with his head in the lap of one of the orcs. The others turn to face me, their stances wary and defensive. I realise that they see me as a threat, an outsider who has intruded upon their gathering. I raise my hands in a gesture of peace, my voice calm and steady. "Please, I mean no harm. I am here for Allore." The group exchanges glances, their expressions softening slightly. One of them, a tall orc, steps forward. "He has been through a great ordeal," he says, his voice gruff but not unkind. "He stumbled into camp, wounded and delirious. We have been tending to his injuries as best we can." I nod, my heart swelling with gratitude. "Thank you," I whisper, my voice thick with emotion. "Thank you for caring for him." The orc nods, stepping aside to let me pass. I rush to Harlore's side, dropping to my knees beside him. His hand reaches out, and I clasp it tightly in my own. "Shalom," he murmurs, his voice weak but filled with relief. "You found me." "Of course I did," I whisper, pressing my forehead against his. We stay like that for a long moment, our tears mingling together. I feel the strength of our bond growing, but I know that our journey is far from over. Harlore is still in danger, and we must find a way to keep him safe. I turn to the others, my eyes shining with determination. Please, I beg, tell me what happened. Help me understand what Harlore has been through so that we know how to defeat it together. And so, huddled around the flickering flames, we begin to unravel the mystery of Harlore's disappearance. Each revelation is a blow to my heart, but I refuse to let it break me. I will be strong, for Harlore and for the love for Thomas that binds us together. I close my eyes, trying to centre myself and draw upon the strength that has carried me through countless trials before. But this time it feels different. The stakes are higher, the danger more palpable. The care I have for Harlore, the fear for his safety, the anger at those who would harm him, it all crashes together in a maelstrom of feeling that threatens to overwhelm me. But I cannot let it consume me. I must be strong, for Harlore and for Thomas. I must find a way to navigate this treacherous path and nurse Harlore back to health. Chapter 22. Shalom. Someone ambushed them, and it seemed whoever it was knew about their mission. They found missing children in a cave and then were taken by a surprise attack. Hearing what happened makes me sick to my stomach. The weight of Irish's words presses down upon me like a storm cloud, heavy and foreboding. He tells me we must protect him, the only witness to the chaos that shattered our peace. His voice trembles with the gravity of the revelation. This could be an inside job, the work of a deranged mind lurking amongst us. My heart is a drum, beating erratically in my chest. Irish leans closer, his eyes dark with concern, and mentions Harlore. Harlore. The thought of him sends a warmth through me, despite the chilling news. Irish says he speaks of me often, with a seriousness that surprises me. I had thought our bond was merely a deep, healthy relationship for Thomas. But Irish reveals that Harlore desires me as his mate. The word echoes in my mind, wrapping itself around my thoughts like a vine. Mate. It feels both heavy and light, daunting and exhilarating. Irish's expression softens, a rare sight as he shares more. You knew, right? Says Irish. I think in the back of my mind I knew, but it feels weird to hear it loud and clear, I say, smiling softly. He has this impression of you. It's like you're imprinted in his mind, says Irish sincerely. I am glad he does, honestly. I have this great impression of him too. I truly believe you two look great together, like it was always meant to be like this. Do we? I ask timidly. Oh, yes. You should see the way he talks about you when you're not around, says Irish, fully assured of what he's admitting. It's good, right? I also believe we look great. I mean, I always felt this, I think, but I never wanted to admit it to myself fully. Love comes with the acceptance of your emotions, says Irish kindly. Right, I say with a sigh. A blush rises to my cheeks, but it is swiftly replaced by a cold dread as Irish divulges a secret. His voice drops, a whisper of caution. The attacker must be someone with access to our inner workings, someone high up. My blood runs cold. Could it be one of our own? My mind races, but Irish's next words freeze me in place. The attacker's motive is pure madness, a thirst for pain, torturing teens for fun. His voice cracks with the weight of it. Whoever this orc is, he is twisted, a dark stain on our clan. Irish's eyes reflect his inner turmoil as he confesses a painful suspicion. The attacker might be an elder. The air grows thick with tension as Irish implores me to watch over Harlore. His presence is a fleeting comfort as he leaves, the burden of his words lingering. I turn to Harlore, lying still on the clinic bed, his face pale but peaceful. I reach out, my fingers brushing his hand, trying to send him strength. Sela has already returned home, wanting to protect Thomas and discuss what happened with Vako. Irish and the rest of the orc warriors have stayed with Harlore, thankfully. I don't think I could do this alone. None of us sleep that night. Bonnie arrives the next morning, her presence a balm to my frayed nerves. She offers reassurances, her voice steady and calm. Guards are stationed outside, she says, and I nod, grateful for their vigilance. Vako, Sela and Thomas visit early, their faces etched with concern but brimming with hope. Together we hold a moment of solidarity, a promise of healing. I volunteer to stay by Harlore's side. The room is dim, shadows dancing on the walls as I settle into a chair, my body weary, but my mind alert. Sleep comes in fitful bursts, my senses on high alert. The stillness of the day is shattered by a sound, a whisper of movement. My eyes snap open, scanning the room. Smoke. It snakes through the cracks in the door, a silent harbinger of danger. I rush to the door, my hands trembling as I touch the cool metal. The smoke is thickening, a sinister fog that blurs my vision and stings my eyes. My thoughts race. How could this happen? Who would dare strike here, in a place meant for healing? Panic claws at my insides, but I force it down, focusing on the task at hand. I throw open the door, and the hallway beyond is a nightmare of flickering flames and billowing smoke. The fire roars, a beast unleashed, consuming everything in its path. I can hear the distant shouts of guards, the clang of metal as they fight to contain the blaze. But I am not deterred. I have to get Allore to safety. My heart races as a surge of panic courses through me. The acrid smell of smoke fills my nostrils, and my eyes water from the haze that hangs thick in the air. Around me, people scream and scramble in terror. But at this moment, only one thought consumes me. Where is Allore? I sprint through the chaotic place, dodging past fleeing orcs and crumbling spaces, frantically scanning the room for any sign of him. Allore! I cry out, my voice hoarse and desperate. Allore! Where are you? In the rush of running feet and rising smoke, I can't tell one room from another. I rush into each one, only to be disappointed or pushed out by the occupants. Get out of our way, lady! Don't you see the fire? A man screams, shoving me out of the way. He pushes me against the back corridor as he wheels an elderly woman out of the room. She clings to her robe, her face as terrified as I feel. I know I can't let the chaos overwhelm me as I back out of the way and try the next door. It's empty. And the next one too. Before my feet can be stopped, I'm running towards flames, desperate to be reunited with his handsome face. Thomas finally has a family, a father. I won't let either lose the other. I just can't. Eventually, the smoke clears long enough for me to catch my bearings. I remember where I am. I burst through the door to see him, eyes fluttering with dreams. He has no idea what's going on the other side of those lids. Someone has to wake him. I know it's near impossible, but somehow I must wake him. Somehow I must save him too.
Chapter 23. Allore. I have been having surreal, nightmarish dreams ever since I was attacked. Intense and feverish. Memories of what happened haunt me even now. The sight of those tortured children, their anguished cries still echoing in my ears. And then, the ground giving way beneath us, chaos erupting as 3 of our comrades fell into the abyss. The dead bodies stacked up real quick. The mastermind behind all this had set up a decoy just in front of the torturing sight. I feel a surge of anger at the loss of life. Which dastardly villain can come up with such a clever plan to ensnare our life? Then I see Oligar's face there, an ugly twisted face painted with vilest malice. Now I realize that he attacked me. It was him. His presence in that cave reminds me sharply of the dangers ahead. I clench my fists, pushing myself to stay focused despite the pain and confusion clouding my thoughts. Urish, look out! I shout, lunging forward as a shadow looms ahead. Allore emerges from the darkness, a wicked grin on his face. "You should have stayed out of this, Harlore," he sneers, raising his blade once again. "Not today, Allore." Irish snaps suddenly, stepping between us with her sword ready. "Allore, get up! We have to keep moving!" I stumble back to consciousness despite sustaining one major laceration across my chest. My breath comes in ragged gasps. Urish's intervention pulls me from the edge of darkness which was about to consume me. "Thank you," I manage to mutter, my voice rough with emotion. "That is all I have, and it keeps running indefinitely in my head. I cannot think about any new details about this event. I cannot break the cycle. I cannot wake myself up from this loop. Finally, after hours and hours of struggle, my finger twitches and my eyes open slowly. I'm a bit disoriented. The ceiling's moving. The room swims into focus slowly, the ceiling tiles blurring and shifting like a mirage. Where am I? The clinic. Yes, the sterile smell confirms it, the antiseptic sting in the air. But there's also something else here. Is that smoke? Am I moving? What's going on? I try to move my head and see what's happening. Shalom's voice breaks through the haze, distant yet urgent. "Allore, you're awake," she says, relief palpable in her tone. Her face hovers above me, creased with worry and streaked with tears. I try to sit up, but a wave of dizziness washes over me, forcing me back down onto the crisp white sheets. "Easy there," Shalom murmurs, her hand gently pressing against my shoulder. "You've been out for days. We're safe, Allore. You were hurt, but you're going to be okay," she replies, her eyes full of concern and determination. The world tilts slightly as she pushes, and I can see the worried expressions of others around us. "Thomas?" I manage to ask, my thoughts still muddled. My body feels heavy, every limb protesting against movement. "He's fine with Selah and Vako. Don't worry about him," Shalom reassures me, her voice gentle but firm. I nod weakly, relief flooding through me like a tidal wave. The weight of exhaustion pulls at me. "Thank you, Shalom," I whisper, feeling the warmth of her presence, even as the darkness tugs at the edges of my consciousness. Shalom's surprised to see me awake. She's teary-eyed. I want to say something to her, but the heat of the fire is rushing to decimate us. "Shalom!" I croak back, my voice barely audible. "What's happening?" "We need to get out of here. The fire is spreading fast." I try to sit up, but my body feels heavy, unresponsive. "Fire?" I manage to speak, my mind still foggy. "Yes, we need to move now," Shalom insists, her voice trembling but determined. "Hold on, Allore. Just hold on." As she pushes the bed with all her might, the heat grows more intense, the air thick with smoke. My heart races. My senses are slowly coming back to me. I feel the urgency, the danger, but my body refuses to cooperate. The sound of crackling flames and distant shouts fills the air, a constant reminder of the peril we are in. My mind drifts back to the cave, the memories of the attack, the face of Allore. Anger and frustration surge within him, but I am forcing myself to focus on the present. I remember the cave," I say, my voice stronger. "Allore, he was there." Shalom's eyes widen, but she keeps pushing, her steps quickening. "We'll deal with that later, Harlore. Right now we need to survive." I nod weakly. The effort is draining me completely. I trust Shalom to no end. Her determination and strength are always clear to me. It helps me stay conscious. It helps me fight the darkness trying to pull me under again. I gasp with half-consciousness. I just realized this place is burning. The fire is hot on our trails. Shalom looks at me with fierce determination in her eyes. "I'm going to protect you like you protected all the others. We're getting out of here, Allore." "Leave. Save yourself," I plead, but she refuses. The fire's so close, and she can't run like this. Adrenaline courses through my veins, filling me with strength. I get up from the bed, unsteady on my feet. The clinic is engulfed in chaos. Smoke billows thick and acrid, carrying with it the stench of burning materials and panicked cries. "We have to move faster," Shalom urges, her hand gripping mine tightly as we navigate through the labyrinth of smoke and debris. Together, we stagger towards the exit once more, the flames roaring closer behind us. The air is thick with ash and the heat unbearable, but we press on, driven by sheer willpower and the desperate need to survive. I struggle to stay alert, every breath a battle against the suffocating heat that presses in on us. "I'm an orc, Shalom. It's my job to protect my family," I growl, determination fueling me. I start running, the heat searing my skin, but I push through it. Dodging falling debris, we head for the exit. Just as we near the door, a figure lunges at us from behind. Shalom falls to the floor, screaming. "Oligar!" I snarl, recognizing the figure instantly. Chapter 24. Harlore. Roaring flames are continuously consuming the walls and other structures. Everything is in ruins now. The inferno is not leaving anything to its mercy. It is devouring ferociously anything that lies on its path. The heat is hellishly unbearable here. It is making it hard to breathe and hard to think. I don't know who to face and who to assist. Oligar or Shalom. "You should have stayed down, Allore!" Oligar sneers, his voice cold and mocking. "Shalom, get out of here!" I command, but she hesitates. I don't want her in harm's way. "I'm going to get help!" she yells back. Her voice is trembling but resolute. She turns and runs, disappearing into the smoky haze. Oligar steps closer, his eyes glinting with sadistic pleasure. "You've made a mistake, Harlore. You should have died when you had the chance." "I'm not done yet," I growl, forcing my body to move despite the searing pain in my side. I remember the injury I inflicted on him during the first encounter in the cave. I just need to exploit it. "You think you can beat me?" Oligar's laugh is harsh and cruel. "I've been doing this for years, getting stronger with each kill." His words blur as my vision swims, the blood loss and smoke making it hard to focus. I can barely stand, but I dig deep, finding strength in the need to protect Shalom and Thomas. If he wins over me, he will definitely murder all of my household. He is that ruthless. I lunge forward, my fist connecting with the side where I had wounded him before. Oligar howls in pain, staggering back. Seizing the moment, I kick him in the head, sending him sprawling. My head feels light, and I can feel my strength ebbing away. I have to stay focused. "Why, Oligar? Why do this?" "Fun," he mumbles, his voice slurred from the pain. "It's addictive. I've been doing this for the past year. Those newcomers, easy prey. But it's been harder lately. Too many eyes watching." "Then stop!" "I can't. I couldn't live without it. Torturing and killing children gives me a new high. I could easily lure kids into the woods. But Dawn noticed." Oligar sneers, his voice dripping with sadistic pleasure. My blood runs cold at his confession. If something happens to me, he will go after my entire family. Shalom, Thomas, Mom, and Dad, all of them are in danger, and I have to stop him. Ignoring the inferno around us, I launch myself at Oligar, desperation lending strength to my blows. "You monster! I won't let you hurt them!" I shout, throwing punches to him amidst the roaring flames. Oligar laughs as he successfully dodges me. His cruel sound echoes through the burning corridor. "Too late, Allore. I can foresee your steps. You're just Loki's slave. I'm coming after each one of your people. They're already on my list, but the first one to die will be your woman. I will execute her grandly. What's her name?" "Ah, Shalom. She should be fun to play with." Oligar practically licks his lips, savoring the syllables of Shalom's name in a way that makes the rage boil inside me. That bastard Dawn. I will rain down my fury on his puny existence with such a swift fell that his parents will regret why they bring him in this world. His words fuel my fury. I have to keep him occupied, keep him away from Shalom and Thomas. We wrestle on the ground, the heat unbearable, but I refuse to give in. Each punch I land is a vow to protect my family. I shout through the thickening smoke, my voice strained but determined. "You're sick, Oligar!" Oligar's grin widens, twisted and malicious. Sick? No, Harlore. I'm just adapting, surviving. For my adaptation and survival, I need to spill blood, and you disrupted the only things I enjoy. I stagger towards him, the pain in my side pulsing with every step. Surviving by preying on the vulnerable? You're a disgrace to our clan. He chuckles darkly, his eyes gleaming with a cold amusement. Disgrace? They don't see it that way when they're desperate enough to trust me. I clench my fists, fighting back the dizziness threatening to overwhelm me. They trusted you because they didn't know better. But not anymore. The clan is onto you. His laughter echoes eerily in the burning corridor. Onto me? Oh, Allore, you're the only one who knows I'm here. And soon you won't be around to tell anyone. The smoke curls around us, thick and suffocating. I push forward, ignoring the searing pain in my side. You won't get away with this. Someone will stop you. He steps closer, his voice low and dangerous. You think so? Who's left to stop me? You're finished, Allore. Just accept it. I can barely see him through the smoke and my fading vision. You won't get away with this. The clan will know. The clan, he scoffs. Who gives a damn about the clan anymore? I stagger, my legs barely holding me up. Suddenly I hear footsteps and distant shouting. Help is coming. Shalom must have found someone, but I can't hold on much longer. Oligar, it's over, I manage to say, my voice weak. Not yet, he snarls, trying to get up, but the pain keeps him down. Oligar's grip falters for a moment, and I seize the opportunity to overpower him. Pinning him down, I glare into his hate-filled eyes. It ends here, Oligar. You're done. He snarls, struggling beneath me. You can't stop me! I've already won! But I can't let him win. Not when innocent lives are at stake. With renewed determination, I rain down blows, each one fueled by righteous anger. Oligar's resistance weakens, his once strong demeanor crumbling. You'll pay for every life you've taken? I growl through gritted teeth, my fists relentless. He chuckles, though the sound is choked with pain. Not today. I grapple desperately with Oligar. Our bodies collide amidst the wreckage, each impact sending jolts of pain through me. But I can't afford to falter. I won't let you harm anyone anymore. You are done! I shout through gritted teeth, my fists swinging with fierce determination. The clinic, once a bastion of healing, now burns around us, but the smoke isn't as intense anymore. We grapple fiercely, rolling over the scorched floor, each moment a battle against exhaustion and the consuming fire. I can feel my energy waning, the smoke choking my lungs, but I can't afford to give in. Not now. Through the smoke and flames, I hear Shalom's voice continuously, a beacon of hope in the chaos. Allore, hold on! She cries out, fear and urgency lacing her words. I strain to respond, my voice hoarse and strained. Shalom! Stay back! She stands there looking defiant, sweat glistening on her beautiful face with Irish at her side. Despite what I've told her, she brought the help I need. He barrels into him with a force that sends Oligar crashing into the flames. The fire erupts with a sudden explosion and I'm thrown off the floor, the world crashing and burning around me. I think it is Irish who shields me, his body absorbing the impact, protecting me from the worst of the blast. Darkness edges into my vision, the battle fading into a distant echo. But before I succumb to unconsciousness, I know that I fought with everything I had to protect those I love. In my final moment, I see Shalom's silhouette through the haze, moving frantically. She's trying to get to me, her eyes wide with terror and determination. Allore, please, stay with me! The world around me gets progressively blurs. The edges of my vision are narrowing continuously. Now I can barely make out the figures rushing towards us, their shouts merging with the crackling of the fire. Help is coming, but I can't hold on much longer. Shalom's face comes faintly into focus for a brief moment, her eyes filled with tears. You can't leave us, Harlore. You can't leave Thomas. I want to tell her I'm not going anywhere, that I'll always be there to protect them. But the darkness is pulling me under. My vision narrows to a pinpoint, the sounds of the burning hospital fading into a distant echo. But the words stick around the thoughts only. I cannot vocalize anything. The words and feelings stick and accumulate in my throat. My body feels heavy, my limbs unresponsive. Allore, I love you! Shalom's voice trembles with emotion, her hand reaching out to touch mine. I feel her fingers brush against my skin, a fleeting connection that grounds me for just a second longer. But then the darkness takes me in, and everything fades away.
Chapter 25. Shalom. From the haze, Irish returns, striding towards me. His presence offers a brief respite from the chaos, his concern palpable in the furrow of his brow. Shalom, are you all right? His voice is gravelly, yet gentle, a stark contrast to the turmoil around us. I'm burned, but I am fine. Harlore is not. Please do something. Help him. He needs it the most. I manage, voice strained from smoke and emotion. Tears well up in my eyes, dreading what I've seen. Irish guides me to a stone bench nearby, thinking I might faint from the experience inside. His strong hand steadies me as I struggle to catch my breath. Tell me, Shalom, what happened before I got there? Taking a deep breath, I speak with all the might I have. If you were a second too late, Allore would have killed Harlore. I shake my head weakly, tears stinging my eyes. Harlore, he's still inside. We have to get him out. And I'm going too. He needs me more than ever. It's too dangerous, Irish replies, his voice urgent. You shouldn't go back in there. But I have to, I insist, desperation creeping into my tone. He needs help, Irish. I can't leave him alone. Irish hesitates for a moment, then nods grimly. All right, but I'm not letting you go alone. We'll find him together in a team. Relief floods through me, albeit briefly, as I clutch Irish's arm for support. Thank you, Irish. Let's hurry. Tears stream down my face unabated now. I'm scared, Irish, scared that I might lose Harlore for good. He places a comforting hand on my shoulder, his touch grounding amidst the chaos. Nothing will happen to him. We are going to rescue him unscathed. I have trained orcs with me. But what if Harlore doesn't make it? Fear tightens my chest, the uncertainty of the future looming large. Irish shakes his head gently. We are more than capable of rescuing our comrade in arms, are we not? He turns to his members. The world around us fades into a blur of running feet and urgent voices, with Irish and his team of qualified clansmen rushing inside to find Allore, or what remains of him. And Harlore, if there's still a Harlore to find. I wake up in a dimly lit tent, disoriented and groggy. The acrid smell of smoke still lingers faintly in the air. The last thing I remember was I was holding the bloodied body of Harlore in my arms as he was progressively losing consciousness. Irish laid him at my feet. His limp body looked peaceful, laid upon the grass. My heart dropped into a million pieces. There was no way it could be like this. Memories flood my brain, and fear drops into my consciousness. What is that it? Did he survive? I slowly and painfully turn and twist my whole body. As my eyes come into focus, my mouth drops. There he is, sitting upright beside me, a mix of relief and concern all over his face. My eyes quickly become wet. I have seen fights in my life, but the showdown between Harlore and Allore was the scariest and bloodiest of them all. He survived the bloodiest fight ever. Had I some energy, I would have slapped the blinking grin off his face. He's sitting there peeling off fruits while I'm struggling to keep my drained-out body straight. Where are we? I managed to ask, my voice hoarse and weak and a little bit of anger.
You're safe now, Shalom, Harlore replies softly, his eyes meeting mine with reassurance. We're in a tent that's serving as the temporary clinic, while the clan fixes up the charred remains of the last one. You passed out inside the clinic just like me. Irish and his team brought us out. As I try to move, he holds out a hand. As for getting up, Bonnie said to stay by your side until the medicine wears off. It may be hard to stand at first, but I'm here. You know I care about you more than I care about myself. I struggle to sit up, wincing from the pain of my burns. Harlore then gently supports me, his touch warm and comforting. What about Thomas? Is he? I ask, my heart racing with worry. He's safe, Harlore reassures me quickly. He's with his grandparents. I let out a shaky breath, relief washing over me. Thank you for saving us. You are a brave soldier, you know that. I couldn't lose you. How long was I out? A little while, he says. Hungry? Starved. He offers me a piece of the fruit he's been peeling, and I take it gratefully. Its sweetness soothes my parched throat and calms my nerves. I never thought I'd see you again after everything, I admit, my voice hoarse from the fire. I can hardly speak, though there's so much I want to say. We're still here. We made it through, Harlore says quietly, his eyes scanning our surroundings. Looking around the tent, I see other survivors being tended to by orc medics and volunteers. It's a scene of resilience amidst devastation, a testament to our survival. Harlore, I need to see him. Thomas. Shalom, don't overexert yourself. Your whole body needs rest. The doctor told me that you have a few severe burns, Harlore says gently, reaching out to touch my hand. I was so scared of losing you. I couldn't leave you in there. I admit, tears welling up in my eyes. What matters the most is that we survived, Harlore assures me, his voice steady and reassuring. Harlore, I love you, I blurt out, the words tumbling from my lips before I can second-guess them. I know it's sudden, but I had to say it. I don't expect you to feel the same right now. Harlore gives way to a hearty laugh, a sound that warms my heart. I know. I've known for a while now. He leans in and kisses me tenderly, his love palpable in every touch. I love you too, he murmurs against my lips, his voice sincere and full of emotion. More than words can express. I would die for you. You can't, I whisper back urgently, cupping his face in my hands. You have to live for me, for us. As Harlore's lips meet mine again, his touch is tender, yet filled with the intensity of our emotions. The warmth of his kiss reassures me, melting away the remnants of fear and uncertainty. Then the tent flap opens. Thomas comes running inside with a big smile, his eyes lighting up at the sight of me. Shalom, I heard you helped my dad by risking your life, he exclaims happily, reaching out towards me. My heart swells with happiness at the sight of my son. Thomas! I reach out to him, but Harlore intercepts, gently scooping Thomas into his arms before he can reach me. Thomas giggles, squirming in Harlore's embrace. Do you want me to find you a mommy, Thomas? Harlore asks in a tender voice, his eyes serious and filled with warmth. Yes, I need one. All of my friends have one. Except me, he says in a bit of a sad voice. What if I marry Shalom and make her my wife? Then she will be your mommy. Does that work for you? Allore proposes. I swear I can't draw a single breath,
waiting for him to reply.
Orcs. Gargoyles. Vampires. Ice monsters. Demons of the dark. These beasts seek war, destruction, and power. And there's only one thing that can tame them.
Love.
This is your chance to get the uncut and unabridged audiobook bundle.
No detail is spared.
Use discount code YouTube30 for an additional 30% off of the already discounted price.
Go to worldsofprathika.com.
Get access to countless audiobooks and discounted bundles where I talk you through every last scene.
Prothika's magic is eternal. Audio bundles will make it immersive.
Chapter 26. Harlore. I nervously watch Thomas as he processes my proposal. My heart pounds with anticipation, watching his small face mull the thought. I hold my breath, hoping for a positive response. If I say yes and you marry her, will that make Shalom my new mommy? And I will have a complete family? All while his eyes are wide and confused. My heart swells with tenderness as he looks into Thomas's earnest eyes. My whole body is filled up with relief and joy. Yes, Thomas, I answer softly, my voice steady with emotion. If you're okay with it, Shalom will be your mother, and we'll all be a family together. His face lights up with a bright smile, relief evident in his expression. But we need your permission. I just can't marry anybody and make her your mother. She needs to be special. Don't you think so? I question him. His face lights up with a bright smile. Your choice is best, Dad. I look back at the mother of my child, the glow around her face like a halo despite all she's been through. Against everything she did for us and everything she lost, I drive my sight into hers, not breaking for a moment with the woman who held us together in the face of danger. What do you say, Mom? I ask her. I say yes. You know I do. Her watery smile makes Thomas jump around the room. Yay, I got a mother! He runs in circles. I can't wait to tell everyone at school. I wrap Thomas in a warm embrace, overwhelmed by the depth of Thomas's trust and affection for Shalom. Together, we stand there, united in our decision. Then he runs and hugs Shalom, and everything feels complete. She catches Thomas in her welcoming arms, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears of happiness. Thomas, she says softly, pulling him apart, her voice trembling with emotion. You really want me to be your mommy? Thomas nods vigorously, his small face glowing with excitement. Yes, Shalom, he replies earnestly, his voice filled with warmth and affection. You're my best teacher, and now you'll be my best mommy, too. I'm so happy. Shalom can't hold back her tears now. She pulls Thomas into a tight embrace, holding him close to her heart. Oh, Thomas, she murmurs, her voice choked with emotion. Thank you, sweetheart. You've made me the happiest person in the world. Thomas hugs her back tightly, burying his face against her shoulder. I love you, Shalom, he whispers, his words filled with sincerity. Shalom strokes his hair gently, overwhelmed by the love and acceptance she feels from Thomas. I love you too, Thomas, she says softly, her heart overflowing with gratitude and joy. I promise to be the best mommy I can be, just like I've tried to be the best teacher for you. Thomas looks up at her with shining eyes, his trust in her shining through. You already are, Shalom, he says with a small, proud smile. You're the best. Shalom hugs him tighter, tears of happiness streaming down her cheeks. In that moment, surrounded by love and acceptance, she knows that she has found her place in their family. She looks over at me. I'm smiling at her with pride and love, reaffirming her belief that together we can face anything as a family. Shalom, I murmur softly, my voice a steady anchor in the storm of emotions. Thomas and I are happy that we found you. You are the best addition to our family in every way. Will you be my mate? She looks up at me, her gaze filled with tears, but also with a glimmer of hope and happiness. "Yes, Allore," she whispers, her voice trembling with emotion. "I want to be your mate." At that moment, my parents enter the room, drawn by what is going on. They exchange glances, their eyes shining with happiness at the scene unfolding before them. Their expressions read a mix of curiosity and concern. I stand beside Shalom, her hand still holding mine while little Thomas is playing with Shalom's beautiful tresses of hair. Despite the hospital gown on her back in this makeshift tent, she's never looked better. There's a raw, ethereal glow to her that speaks of new beginnings. My mom steps forward, her eyes warm. What's all this excitement about? Thomas runs to her, his little arms waving. "Grandma, Shalom woke up." My mom's surprised yet warm expression melts my heart as she gazes at Shalom, who's now awake and breathing on her own. My dad's eyes soften as he looks at his would-be daughter-in-law. "Shalom, how are you feeling?" His voice is gentle, carrying the weight of the past month where she lay in a coma, fighting to recover. She nods, tears welling up in my eyes. "Can't complain, Vako. I'm feeling better now. Thank you." Her voice, though weak, holds a thread of resilience that I've come to admire deeply. I squeeze her hand gently, my voice filled with reassurance. "Thomas wants me to marry Shalom. We've been hoping to be together, and now we will be, all of us," I declare in front of my mom and dad. My dad steps forward, his voice filled with pride and warmth. "That's wonderful news," he says, his eyes resting on Shalom with affection. "Welcome to the family, Shalom." My mother's smile is warm, her eyes shimmering with tears of joy. "Shalom, now it's official. Welcome to the family," she says, her voice choked with emotion. "You've always been a part of us. I'm sorry it took so long." Thomas runs back to Shalom, hugging her leg tightly. "Mommy, can we play now?" I laugh softly through my tears, lifting him into my arms. "Not now, Thomas. She can hardly stand on her own. Remember, she's in lots of pain." Thomas bites his tongue in embarrassment. "I'm still recovering, sweetheart," Shalom adds to me, playing with his arms with care. I then step closer, wrapping an arm around us, my father, mother, wife, and son. Together we'll face everything that comes our way. As I look around at the faces filled with love, understanding, and empathy, I feel a deep sense of gratitude. Despite all the challenges and uncertainties, I've completed my life's ultimate mission, and it's here, with them, as a family.
Chapter 27. Shalom. 3 weeks after the proposal, we plan a simple wedding. I don't like extravagance that much, so we're keeping it small and sweet. Wedding ceremonies are what I love the most, but orphans like me have few relatives and few occasions to celebrate, so I have only seen weddings from afar. This time I get to be in one, I get to be in mine. Mine and Harlore's. I still remember my heart leapt up out of my chest when Harlore proposed to me. With Thomas ringing his opinion in agreement, it's been hard to accept sometimes, but it's true. They picked me. The idea of our wedding has been on my mind ever since. Our commitment to Thomas to give him parental care is also precious. This wedding will bring that and some more. The flowers are simple and elegant, like the wild blooms of the forest. Candles irradiate peace as the lights flicker, creating a soft, romantic glow in the sanctuary. I stand at the back invisible from others, eagerly waiting for the procession to begin. My heart races with excitement as I hold Thomas's hand tightly. He looks up at me with wide eyes, clearly admiring me. "Mum, you look as beautiful as a rose," he whispers. "Thank you, sweetheart," I reply, squeezing his hand. "You look very handsome too." The organ music starts. The ceremony has begun. Thomas and I step forward. He leads the way as the ring bearer. He holds the rings on a small velvet pillow. I follow him, feeling love and pride. He scatters petals with a smile. His joy and innocence captivate everyone. I look beautiful in my wedding dress, white with simple lace. As we walk down the aisle, the air smells of white roses and candles glow softly. Friends and family of the Burning Sun clan sit on either side, offering silent blessings and well wishes. Everything today is a small affair, yet every detail feels perfect. Wildflowers adorn the altar, torches flickering in the gentle breeze, and the soft murmur of clan members around us. Today, these witnesses choose our holy matrimony over any other thing. That is something. My inner voice resonates with positivity and love. The atmosphere is filled with anticipation and joy. It reflects the love Harlore and I share. Harlore's broad frame stands tall and proud, his Orcish features softened by the tender smile he reserves for me. His jet-black hair is neatly tied back, braided nicely for the occasion. His eyes never leave mine. Today, as we stand before our family and friends, I feel a sense of peace settling over me. This is not just a wedding, it's a celebration of our journey together. A moment to cherish, surrounded by those who have embraced us as their own. The officiant, an orc shaman, begins the ceremony with a warm greeting. He sets the tone for a sacred and joyous occasion. He starts with an opening prayer, asking for the presence and blessing of all in attendance. He reads selected passages from ancient texts, reminding us of the enduring power of love. He then gives a brief homily about marriage and the importance of faith and commitment. Allore takes my hand. His touch sends a surge of warmth through me. His voice trembles with emotion as he begins his vows. Shalom, from the moment I met you, my life changed forever, he says. You've shown me what it means to love unconditionally. I promise to cherish and protect you, and Thomas, for all the days of my life. He winks playfully. Tears well up in my eyes. I take a deep breath. Allore, you've given us a home, a family, I respond. I promise to stand by your side, to love and support you and Thomas through every challenge and triumph. We then exchange rings. Harlore slides a delicate gold band onto my finger. The band has small diamonds that catch the light. It sparkles brilliantly. It's perfect. I admire how much Harlore chose it. As I look at the ring, a wave of emotion washes over me. This ring symbolises our journey and our future. I look up at Harlore. The love in his eyes makes my heart swell. Thomas, standing beside us, watches with wide-eyed fascination, occasionally chiming in with innocent remarks that elicit warm laughter from the guests. I promise to love you, Shalom, Harlore says, his voice steady yet filled with emotion. To protect you and Thomas, always. And I promise to love you, Harlore, I reply, my voice trembling slightly with emotion. To stand by your side through whatever comes our way. After our vows, the officiant smiles warmly. By the power vested in me, I now pronounce you mated for life. Harlore lifts the veil from my face. His hands tremble with tenderness. I love you, Shalom, he murmurs, leaning in to kiss me softly. Our lips meet in a tender embrace. Applause erupts as we pull away. Our smiles are bright and our hearts overflow with joy. His parents' eyes are wide with delight. Everyone is clapping their hands excitedly. After the ceremony, we step outside into the cool evening air. The reception is held under the stars. Guests mingle and congratulate us. There's laughter and music in the air. The atmosphere is festive, with Harlore's clansmen singing tales and toasting all around. Harlore and I are holding hands together. I see little Thomas come running dressed in his best, along with his infectious smile lighting up the space. My daughter-in-law looks drop-dead gorgeous. Sella's voice carries across the din as she approaches us, mug of ale in hand. Harlore smiles, clutching my hand tightly. It feels right, a simple ceremony with family and friends. Thomas beams up at me, his eyes wide with wonder at the festivities. "Mommy, you got married?" he asks innocently, causing a ripple of laughter among the family members. "Indeed, sweetie," I quip, ruffling his hair affectionately. "Today onwards, your daddy and I are husband and wife." "I never thought I'd see the day," Vako says with a proud smile, clapping Harlore on the shoulder. "You've found a good one, Harlore." Harlore nods, his expression filled with a quiet happiness that tugs at my heart. "She's everything, Dad," he murmurs, his eyes never leaving mine. Before long, it's time to feast. The air is filled with laughter and the clinking of glasses as clan members congratulate us with mugs of alcohol and hearty cheers all round. Thomas sits between Allore and me, his laughter ringing out as he regales everyone with tales from the school. "This is it, your official entry to our life," Sella says warmly, placing a hand on mine. "Thank you, Sella," I reply softly, feeling a lump in my throat. "For everything." As the evening wears on, I steal a moment alone with Harlore under the starlit sky. He pulls me close, his arms strong and comforting around me. "Thank you for this," I whisper, resting my head against his chest. "For making today perfect." "Good." Harlore kisses the top of my head, his voice low and filled with love. "Because now we dance."
Chapter 28. Allore. The wedding feast is alive with merriment, filled with the laughter and cheers of my clansmen and our wives. Though the ceremony itself was a simple affair, the warmth of being surrounded by loved ones made it feel like a grand celebration. I watch my bride twirl gracefully on the dance floor, her eyes shining with pure adoration. My heart swells with joy. Who would have thought? I murmur to myself, recalling the fateful day I first saw her embrace young Thomas with a mother's tenderness. Even then I felt the spark of something profound. Now, as husband and wife, we stand poised to build our own family around that sweet boy. After the festivities, we finally have a chance to be alone together, in the intimate privacy of our chambers. This is the moment I have been eagerly anticipating, for it will bring us even closer together. "Come here, my wife," I beckon huskily, arms outstretched in invitation. The music from our celebration carries on outside our chambers. Giggling like the bride she is, she comes to me, and I envelop her in my strong embrace. I know that all my yearning has finally found peace. Our journey as a family truly begins tonight. She walks towards me, her feet barely touching the ground as if she's floating on a cloud of love and anticipation. Her sweet fragrance clings to the air around her, a mix of jasmine and rose petals, reminding me of the garden behind my parents' home where we often spend time together. As she steps into my arms, I can feel the warmth emanating from her small but sturdy frame. Cradling her against me like a precious jewel, I savor this moment in time. The first time we are together like this, under one roof, committed to each other for life. The softness of her skin brushing against mine sends shivers down my spine. We sway gently to the music that's playing in harmony with our hearts, slow and sensual, like a lullaby for new lovers. Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprothika.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the worlds of Prothika are waiting for you.
Prothika's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable. Chapter 29. Shalom. Shalom, are you all right? You seem to vomit each and every morning. What's going on? Allore asks each time I vomit. I lie to him, giving a multitude of disjointed reasonings. Bad food, indigestion, you name it. For example, one day, forcing a smile, I waved him off with a weak hand. "Oh, it's just a stomach bug." That day, Harlore frowned, clearly unconvinced, but didn't press further. I sighed with relief, knowing my secret is safe for the moment. But the moment has passed. 3 months gone, telling one lie with another, until Vaco and Sella's anniversary. The house is alive with chatter and the clinking of dishes as we prepare for a small celebration. The morning of the anniversary, I gathered the guts to make our big announcement. For a moment, I thought the announcement would increase the festivity of the celebration, adding one extra reason to celebrate the day. But before, I watch everyone for a moment, feeling a surge of love for this family. All of a sudden, Harlore's eyes meet mine, and he smiles, his expression filled with affection. It's time. I can't hide this any longer. "Guess what, everyone?" I speak up, my voice trembling with excitement. Harlore looks up from where he's been playing with Thomas, his eyes curious. "What is it, dear?" I take a deep breath, feeling the weight of this joyous secret I've been carrying for weeks. I'm pregnant. There's a moment of stunned silence. Then Sella's eyes light up, and she claps her hands together. That's wonderful news. Thomas jumps up and down, his little face glowing with happiness. "I want a sister," he declares, his voice clear and enthusiastic. Vaco wraps me in a warm, fatherly hug. "We're so happy for you, Shalom. This is the best anniversary present we could have asked for." Harlore's expression is a mix of pride and love as he pulls me close. "We're going to have another child," he says, his voice filled with awe. "I'm so happy." He pauses for a bit, then it dawns on him why I am experiencing the morning sickness. Harlore smirks. "You sly woman." He is quick to embrace me. We gather in the living room, the late afternoon sun casting a warm glow through the windows. Sella and Vaco's home feels like a sanctuary, filled with the scent of stew in the kitchen and the sound of Thomas's laughter. "Can we have a party?" Thomas asks, his eyes wide with excitement. "Of course, little man," Harlore says, ruffling his hair. This calls for a celebration. I head to the kitchen to help Sella prepare the food, while Vaco stirs the pot on the stove. The warmth of the oven and the smell of baking samana pies fill the air. Sella hums a cheerful tune as she kneads the dough, her happiness contagious. "You've made our anniversary unforgettable, Shalom," she says, glancing at me with a smile. "We're truly blessed to have you in our family." I smile back, feeling a surge of love for this family that has welcomed an orphan like me so wholeheartedly. "Thank you. You've made me feel at home." As the evening progresses, the house fills with laughter and joy. We sit around the table, sharing stories and making plans for the future. Thomas, ever the curious 3-year-old, asks a million questions about the baby. "How big is the baby now?" he asks, his eyes wide with wonder. "Right now the baby is very tiny," I explain, holding my hands close together. "But it will grow bigger every day." "I can't wait to meet my sister," Thomas says with a grin. "Or brother," Harlore adds with a chuckle. Thomas wrinkles his nose. "No, I want a sister." The celebration starts with a joyous affair. Harlore decorates the living room with flowers, and Sella brings out her finest tableware for the occasion. Vaco sets up a small fire in the backyard, where we gather to roast some meat. Sella brings out a large pie, its golden crust glistening in the firelight. "This is a special recipe," she says, her eyes twinkling, "made just for tonight." Vaco pours drinks for everyone, raising his mug in a toast. "To family," he says, his voice full of warmth, "and to the new addition who will bring even more joy to our lives." We clink our glasses together, the sound a harmonious echo of our shared happiness. Thomas lifts his cup of juice, mimicking the adults, his face beaming with pride. After dinner, we gather around the fire to sing songs. Harlore strums a lute, and Sella leads us in old Orcish melodies that speak of family and love. Thomas tries to sing along, his little voice blending with ours in a sweet, off-key harmony. We all laugh, the sound echoing through the house. It's in these moments that I feel the deepest sense of belonging and love. Despite the challenges we've faced, we've built a family filled with warmth and happiness. After the celebration has quieted down and Thomas is getting ready for bed, Harlore and I find a quiet moment together in the living room. I can feel the weight of the unspoken truth pressing on my heart. Harlore, I begin. He turns to me, his eyes reflecting the gentle glow of the firelight. Yes, Shalom, he asks, sensing my unease. I take a deep breath, steeling myself for what I need to say. It's time. We need to tell Thomas the truth about who I am. Harlore's expression softens, and he reaches out to take my hand in his. Are you sure you're ready for this? It's a big step. I nod, my grip tightening around his hand. I am. He deserves to know the truth. I don't want him to grow up thinking he doesn't have a real mother. Allore squeezes my hand gently, his eyes filled with understanding. You're right. He does deserve to know, and we'll do it together, as a family. His reassurance gives me the strength I need. Thank you, Allore. I'm just scared of how he'll react. Thomas is a smart, loving boy, Allore says softly. He'll understand, and we'll be there for him, no matter what. I take a deep breath, feeling a mix of anxiety and hope. Let's go tell him then. Thomas has already snuggled under his covers. We stand up together, heading towards Thomas's room, ready to face this new chapter in our family's journey. His eyes light up when he sees us. Mummy, Daddy, are you not sleeping tonight? We do. We're tired, little man, Harlore says, sitting on the edge of the bed. I sit beside him, my heart pounding in my chest. But there's something Shalom wants to say to you. Thomas, I begin, my voice trembling slightly. I want to tell you something, but I don't know whether you will hate me for telling you this or not. Thomas looks at me with wide, curious eyes. What is it, Mummy? Why would I hate you? I take a deep breath, feeling the words catch in my throat. Thomas, there is a part of me that you don't know about. You see, I'm not just your mommy because I love you and take care of you. I'm your real mommy. I gave birth to you. Thomas blinks, his little brow furrowing in thought. I know, Mommy. I stare at him in shock. You know? He nods, his expression serious yet calm. I always knew. We look alike. Tears well up in my eyes, and I pull him into a tight hug. Oh, Thomas, you have such a big heart. I was scared you'd be angry with me. You would hate me for putting you up for adoption. Thomas shakes his head, still wrapped in my arms. I'm not angry, Mommy. I don't hate you for any reason. I'm just happy I got you back. Harlore joins the hug, his strong arms enveloping both of us. We're a family, he says softly. And we always will be. In that moment, surrounded by the warmth and love of my family, I feel an overwhelming sense of peace and gratitude. Despite my fears, Thomas's acceptance and Harlore's unwavering support remind me of the strength of the bonds we've built together. We stay like that for a while, holding each other close, feeling the love that binds us. The night is filled with whispered reassurances and promises of a future filled with joy and togetherness. As Thomas drifts off to sleep, Harlore and I watch over our son. Sitting by his side, I rub his chest until his breathing becomes slow and shallow. Watching the peace on his face makes me feel calm, until my own eyes can barely keep awake. Eventually Harlore nudges me, saying,
Chapter 30. Allore! The birds are singing and the morning sunlight filters through the bedroom window, casting a warm glow over my wife's face as she slumbers peacefully beside me. I gently get a stray lock of hair from her cheek, marveling at her radiant skin and beauty. My heart swells with love and awe, knowing that she carries our child within her. Ever since learning of the pregnancy, an indescribable sense of wonder has washed over me. To think that the spark of new life grows in her womb, a precious gift from the depths of our love and union. We have been blessed. My gaze drifts down to the slight swell of her belly, and I can't resist placing my hand there, imagining our baby nestled safe and sound. A smile tugs at my lips. This time, I will experience every moment. The fluttering kicks, the anticipation, the overwhelming joy of greeting our newborn into the world. Shalom stirs, her eyes fluttering open. She catches me watching her with undisguised adoration. "What are you thinking about?" she murmurs sleepily. "Just basking in how incredible you are," I reply, pulling her close. "Carrying our child, you are the embodiment of life itself." She smiles softly, her lashes brushing against her cheeks like butterfly wings. "I never thought I'd be able to create something so pure and wonderful," she whispers, running her fingers over the growing bump. The cool breeze from the open window tickles our fingertips as we dance across her swollen belly. It's still surreal for her, too, this miraculous journey we're on together. As we snuggle closer, I can feel the baby moving, a soft fluttering beneath my wife's skin that makes me shiver with delight. A tiny foot kicks against my palm, followed by a quick jab from an elbow. I laugh softly and nuzzle into my wife's neck, breathing in the sweet scent of her hair. The warmth of our bodies melding together is almost palpable. It's as if we share not only the same heartbeat, but also this new life within our embrace. "I love you," I whisper against her earlobe, voice crackling with emotion. "I love you too," she replies with a sigh, kissing my jawline tenderly before pulling back to meet my gaze. Our eyes lock in a loving gaze that speaks volumes about our bond and what we've created together. This moment is too precious to waste. We must celebrate it in every way possible. Our hearts flutter with anticipation as we share a passionate kiss, our hands exploring each other's bodies, rediscovering every inch of skin, every muscle, every curve. My hands slowly slide down to her hips, gently massaging the skin above her belly button before moving lower still. She moans softly, arching into my touch as I trace invisible designs on her abdomen. Our kisses are hot and hungry, our breaths coming in short gasps as we give ourselves over to this moment of pure bliss. Our clothes start to come off in a frenzy of desire, revealing our bodies to each other's eager gaze. I gasp at the sight of her full chest with pebbled areolas standing proudly under my adoring gaze. As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
To keep bringing you these free audiobooks, we have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprothika.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Prothika.
Prothika's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable. We lie there in silence for a moment, savoring the afterglow of our intense lovemaking session. Harlore's chest rises and falls heavily as I press soft kisses along her damp neck and shoulders. My hands roam slowly over her body, tracing every curve and dip before coming to rest on her hips. She laces her fingers through my hair, pulling me closer for another long, slow kiss. Together we lie there, basking in the post-coital bliss that only comes after truly connecting with someone on such a primal level. The mattress springs creak softly as we shift positions slightly, seeking comfort in each other's embrace. Outside the window, day begins to break, casting long streams of light into the room. She moans softly against my lips as I kiss her deeply once more, a sigh of satisfaction and release washing over her. I pull away slowly, looking down at her with eyes filled with love and lust that will last our whole entire life together.
Chapter 31. Jaod. How did I miss Allore? How did I not see through him sooner? This constant thought is killing me inside. I sit alone in my quarters, the thoughts hitting me like a hammer. Am I the reason for that debacle? My home is dimly lit by a flickering candle, casting dancing shadows on the walls. The weight of recent events presses down on me like a stone. As a born orc, I pride myself on my sharp instincts and keen eye for detail. Yet that night, those very qualities mock me. Jaod, you're a fool, I mutter to myself. I replay the scenes in my mind, each moment with Allore dissected and scrutinized. How did I not see it sooner? The signs were there, hiding in plain sight, but they were disguised behind his facade of camaraderie. His every word, every gesture, now they twist in my mind, taunting me with their hidden meanings. I clench my fists, the frustration boiling within. The patrols, the meetings, I was there, beside him, trusting, and all the while, he was planning, deceiving. My failure to see through his deception is a stain on my honor, a breach of trust that cuts deep. I trusted him. We all did. I rationalize. But I remember the first time Allore and I met. He had a confident, almost magnetic aura. We fought side by side, his blade always ready, his eyes always scanning the horizon for threats. I thought he was all in for the causes of the Burning Sun clan. A trusted ally, a friend in need, a comrade to die for, and family to struggle with. I was all that and some more. I also remember him saving my life once, pulling me from the brink during a skirmish with a rival clan. His loyalty seemed unwavering, his dedication to the Burning Sun clan unquestionable. During that brutal skirmish with a rival clan, an ambush left me cornered, surrounded by enemies. I was outnumbered and wounded, my strength waning. Then Allore appeared. "Hold on, Jaod," he shouted, his voice cutting through the chaos. I tried to stand, but my legs gave out. "Allore, don't, it's a trap." Ignoring my warning, he fought through the enemy lines, cutting down anyone in his path. "I'm not leaving you here." An orc lunged at me, but Allore was faster, his blade flashing. The enemy fell, and Allore reached me just as I was about to collapse. "We have to move now," he ordered, hoisting me onto his shoulder. I winced as pain shot through my body. "Allore, you're back." I saw blood pouring from a deep gash on his back. "Doesn't matter," he grunted, fending off attackers with one hand while carrying me to safety. "We're getting out of here alive." We barely made it out alive, stumbling into the safety of our camp. His back was slashed and bleeding, yet he never faltered, never hesitated. "Why did you risk it?" I asked, breathless and weak. He gave a weary smile. "Because, Jaod, we're brothers, and brothers don't abandon each other." How could I have been so blind? I whisper, my voice barely audible over the crackling candle. Am I biased? Outside, the night is still. The usual sounds of the barracks, distant laughter, footsteps echoing down the corridors, seem distant and muffled. Off in the distance, sounds of a celebration can be heard, a wedding or something. However, inside my head, The silence is deafening, broken only by the echo of my own doubts. I pace the room, the floorboards creaking beneath my boots. Each step is a reminder of my failure. How can I face my comrades, knowing that I missed the signs, that I failed to protect them from one of our own? I recall the moments that should have raised alarms, the way Allore's eyes sometimes lingered a bit too long on our most vulnerable members, the occasional slip in his mask of friendliness. On one of those days, I had asked him, "Allore, did you see where that recruit went?" After a young boy, fresh to our ranks, went missing during a routine patrol, I raised a question to him. He frowned, rubbing the back of his neck. "Yeah, Jaod." The kid wandered off. I told him to stay close, but he seemed distracted, probably homesick. I nodded, trusting his judgment. "We should organize a search party. Can't leave anyone out there alone." Allore shook his head. "Already sent a couple of scouts. They'll find him. Don't worry. The rear guard can handle it. We need to hit them hard and fast. No time to babysit." I raised an eyebrow. "It's not about babysitting. It's about covering all our bases. Why not assign more experienced fighters to the rear?" He smirked, a shadow passing briefly over his eyes. "Trust me, this is the best way. We can't afford to be too cautious." I relented, seeing the logic, but missing the warning signs. The attack went off without a hitch, but now I wonder if it was all part of his grand scheme, a test of our defenses, a measure of our trust in him. I believed him because he was Allore, reliable, steadfast Allore. The boy was never found, and we assumed he fell victim to the wilds. Now, the memory gnaws at me, a festering wound of doubt and regret. "Jaod, you idiot!" I scold myself, my voice hoarse in the quiet room. How could you not see it? But it wasn't just me. He was cunning, always covering his tracks, always presenting a plausible explanation for every odd occurrence. His charm disarmed suspicion. He was the first to volunteer for the most dangerous missions, always returning with tales of bravery and valor. We admired him, envied him, wanted to be like him. He played us all. I growl, my nails digging into my palms. But tonight, there is only me and my remorse. Every day, I must confront the consequences of my oversight. But for now, I am trapped in this moment of self-recrimination, grappling with the weight of my mistakes in the solitude of my quarters. How could one of our own be so monstrous? Worse, how could no one, not even those tasked with keeping the clan safe, notice something so horribly wrong with him? The teens from the cave are in critical condition, and as I realize I won't be able to sleep, I decide to go to the temporary clinic to check on them. My comrades have already lost their lives, while I am still here. It's not fair. I can tell martyred comrades' families aren't doing well. I can't bring myself to truly go inside or see the kids of my dead friend. I cannot face my failure as their friend. I need to go for a walk outside. During my walk, I come across a field of wild flowers. The flowers remind me of Anita, who loved the fields like no one else. Her name is tattooed on my chest. It's all that remains of her. I yell and rage in the clearing, breaking a tree as I struggle with my emotions and my perceived failures to protect my clan as a whole. The splintering wood is a brief, satisfying release, but it doesn't last. After tiring myself out, I slump to the ground, cradling my head in my hands. I failed her, I murmur, the weight of my words pressing down on me. And I failed those kids, but I won't fail again. I will make this right. Tomorrow, I will find a way. As I sit there, memories flood back. Olligar's laughter, his stories of past battles, the camaraderie we shared. He had been a brother to me, closer than most. The betrayal feels like a knife twisting in my gut. The way he effortlessly blended in, how he managed to earn everyone's trust, it was all a carefully constructed act. He even fooled the elders. I think aloud, shaking my head in disbelief. How could someone be so cold, so calculating? The field of wildflowers sways gently in the night breeze, a stark contrast to the turmoil inside me. I think of Anita, of her warmth and kindness, and how Olligar's treachery now threatens everything the clan loved and believed in. The pain of her loss mingles with my current anguish, fueling my resolve. Something has to be done. I won't let this happen again, I vow, my voice firm despite the tears in my eyes. Not to anyone else. With that promise, I rise, feeling the weight of my responsibility settle on my shoulders. Tomorrow, I will face my comrades, my clan, and I will make amends. I will uncover every dark corner, root out every threat. I will restore the trust that Olligar shattered. But tonight, I will mourn. For those lost friends, for the teens fighting for their lives, and for the innocents lost to Olligar's deceit. I feel a flicker of hope amidst the shadows, a determination to rise above my failures and protect those I hold dear. I walk back to the barracks, my mind churning with plans and strategies. Each step feels like a march toward redemption. Inside, the usual sounds of the barracks, distant laughter, footsteps echoing down the corridors, seem quieter tonight, as if the entire clan senses the gravity of what's happened. Entering my quarters, I light a small candle and sit at my desk. The flame flickers, casting dancing shadows on the walls. I take a deep breath and begin to write, detailing everything I know about Olligar, every suspicion, every incident that now stands out in stark relief. The candle burns low, and my eyes grow heavy, but I force myself to keep going. This record will be the first step in our new vigilance, a testament to our resolve to never be deceived again. Finally, exhaustion overtakes me. I blow out the candle and lay down, the weight of my vow still heavy on my heart. Tomorrow, I will make this right. For my friends, for the teens, for the clan, for everything we stand for.